Let's go. Let's go.
It's the last day of the group stage for CAC 2025. Welcome back to the B Stream. I'm T-Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy, as we're going to be figuring out who the remaining teams are in the playoffs and where they're actually going to land. Of course, as a reminder, we've got obviously two groups. One of them is basically over. The other one today is when we put it to rest. Michael, why don't we take a look at those groups and see how they've gone?
Yeah, I don't think there's been many surprises within that Group A category. I mean, when we've really dived into the potential upsets and really twists and turns, the only real one you can look at in this group is that Legacy 3D Max game. I think many teams would have had 3D Max as a firm favorite, especially with their opening round game against the Huns being so one-sided. The Huns just didn't impress, and 3D Max actually did have a weakness that Legacy seemed to exploit. So that's the only real surprise within Group A. I think many other teams looked promising, or the ones that had contender status coming into the tournament did win their matches.
I'll be honest, I thought VP winning against MIBR was pretty surprising after the thrashing they got earlier on to Legacy, but it's good to see that they did have their recovery, even if it comes at the expense of Kikert, their old buddy, old pal. But that's going to be a good one in the lower bracket finals. Taking a look at Group B, though, because this is where things continue to get interesting. We did actually have a couple of upsets over here that had some resounding effects, right? I think notably Pain losing initially to Fnatic, and now Fnatic having had their run past TYLOO as well on top of it. Fnatic and Heroic have both guaranteed themselves a spot in the actual playoffs, but obviously they're still trying to find out who will go straight to the semifinals and who will go to those quarterfinals. Both of these teams relatively inexperienced versus crowds and the like, so you probably do want to make sure you're getting yourself into that top 4 category here and now instead. Lower bracket though, TYLOO versus FaZe Clan, who would have thought it?
Yeah, to think that the FaZe got upset initially by FUT, but very close game. But then TYLOO also narrowly dodging a bullet in that first round, and then losing to Fnatic and quite handily actually. And aside from running a few close rounds versus Fnatic, the newer rosters seem to be flourishing here at CAC. So, I mean, TYLOO and FaZe have kind of a lot to answer for. FaZe, of course, also another team that have undergone those recent changes. But I think, we could really dial into this, to the lower bracket game that we're actually going to be covering in FUT and Pain, because there's been a lot of talk about Pain, especially coming into this day, just because of an interview that Big Uzera gave. Here's the schedule that we have on the B stream. I'm talking about FUT Esports versus Pain Gaming. We have Fnatic, Heroic after that, and then Virtus.pro 3D Max. We will be focusing largely on that lower bracket. I don't know if you've seen all this conversation about Big Uzera's interview and seeing all the tweets that have been coming out, how many games Pain have played coming into this season and still retained good ranking in the VRS. But essentially the headline went like this: "We can win any tournament." But the whole extract of the quote is, "I think we can win any tournament so long as we focus and play a good game." And everyone's just reading the headline and thinking, oh, big Uzera, big ego, where are all the trophies in his cabinet? How dare he say that? It's like the most milquetoast statement you can make. Every team has to believe they can win if they just play the game that they practice and play. Pain have retained a ranking. They haven't necessarily beaten the hardest opponents coming into this season, but they have very clearly been a team that can hover and float around that region. Maybe they should be lower in the rankings. Maybe you could justify them being in a stage 2 or a stage 1 invite to the major, but they are still a relatively top-level team with the amount of talent they have.
Absolutely. I think there's no doubt about this being like a top 20, always competing for top 15 team with maybe heights of breaking into 10 or so, right? That being said, I think one of the other interesting things from that interview is that Bigu did, of course, mention that they've spent basically the entirety of last month in Brazil, right? So some of that individual form that we sometimes have felt like they're missing, especially when you look out towards NQZ, for me, might be because of that. And they need to start racking up the numbers quickly because the team they're going up against in terms of FUT, well, this is a team with a lot of big fragging individuals. You're looking out towards their IGL. Krabbenny's been having a fantastic tournament for them. Demon, who's normally the other person you look to, a little bit quieter between him and Jugus, but this is always a team that can show up with all 5 players hitting star level numbers. That's just the modern European blueprint for an up-and-coming team.
Well, I mean, the good news for FUT is that they have quite a few pieces that can kind of activate at given points. And I'm sure Krabbenny in that game against Heroic was kind of the standout. But in that game against FaZe, Demon was actually finding a lot of those hard entries. Jugus was getting kills on extremities. Symmetry, like everybody seemed to be contributing in their win, which is what they'll need to channel coming into today's game as well. I don't think Pain are going to be a pushover necessarily in this lower bracket. I fully expect that FUT down the stretch in their map pool may experience some real difficulties.
I mean, look, I think the map pool is going to be an interesting point as well. So why don't we actually start having that veto conversation slightly earlier on than we normally would? Because for me, when you're actually comparing things out, I'm glad that FUT ban out Nuke because FUT and Pain do share a permaban of Train. So I was really hoping they wouldn't ban out Train up ahead, take Nuke away. And that's where the map pool issues suddenly start to constrict a bit. FUT's going to end up picking Mirage for themselves. It's a comfortable map for Pain as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Pain opt into something more like a Dust 2, even though they haven't had that much success on it because it doesn't feel like there's that many places to go. I was kind of expecting an Inferno, I'll be honest as well, but after the performances from before, I think Pain really do feel like they just need to outfrag and outdo them.
Yeah, I am surprised massively by the Dust 2. You said, maybe I would lean in for a Dust 2. I was with you on an Inferno, maybe a Mirage, really, because, yeah, the recent results for Pain have obviously not been great. The wins that they've gotten now haven't been against necessarily elite-level teams, but FUT haven't proven themselves to be an elite-level team, so I don't think you have to necessarily give them that same respect. That Dust 2 is a little worrying for me, just because I mean, if I look at the team on FUT, they've got a lot of shooters, and Dust 2 is a shooter-based map.
Actually, this is much worse than what I thought it would be, because what makes this even more complicated over here is that Pain, of course, have elected to ban Train in that second phase as well. I actually thought they'd be still leaving it through and floating it for FUT to ban it, and it would go to an Inferno decider regardless. But no, now suddenly you're looking out towards a set of maps where, look, Mirage, I think Pain is pretty comfortable on overall. Dust 2, as far as the record is concerned, they've not been doing too well, but a lot of that is against teams that are much better than them on paper. You're looking at like teams like the Mongols, teams like Furia and whatnot. They did pretty handily beat VP recently. So I am kind of confused about where I land with this map, but Overboss has a decider as well. This is the best possible veto for FUT.
It's very curious as well because, FUT have one repetition on Train. They are permabanning that every best of 3, but they have one outing against OG, who, this was another map that was kind of floated in that OG series, and they beat OG when they played it. I think OG tried to capitalize, and they kind of misread the mark. So just by having that one map registered under FUT's Train, that Pain can't take that risk, and they've... Yeah, the overpass obviously didn't look great against Fnatic. Their Dust 2, the win rates aren't looking too hot. I can understand why people are critical of Pain in the current form they have, but there's going to be a lot to prove here. They have to show that they are the better shooters. We have to see that Big Uzera can actually in-game lead past a Krabany who has actually looked pretty solid both individually and on how he's kind of trying to dictate the flow of combat. Very bursty, very explosive, very simple-looking Counter-Strike in certain ways, but sometimes that's all you need.
Yesterday, the win that Pain got over Fluxo was labored as well. Inferno was the only convincing one, and where they were finding a lot of success was through Snow, right? So Snow was having all of his individual form, sort of wake up going across the series, but especially on Inferno, you saw just being let loose. I think it'll be a lot harder to have that actualized versus a team like FUT, but equally, on the other side, we can't really forget this about FUT as well. Michael, I mentioned this sort of going into the tournament. FUT are now just another European team. They no longer have the sort of charm of being this academy team that's doing really well.
Yeah,
or
the allure.
Exactly. The appeal is now gone. Now it's just about finding success. A best-of-1 victory over FaZe is something to talk about for this week. It's not something to remember for the next or thereafter. The second we get into the arena phase, if FaZe gets there, then it's going to be about FaZe. If FaZe doesn't get there, it's going to be about FaZe again, about how they lost to this random no-name team is how people are going to put it. A head like Pain is achievable. That's the biggest thing. Right now, Pain are not playing their best Counter-Strike, maybe because of them being in Brazil or whatnot. NQZ has had a very poor tournament so far. He's not had a single map where he's gone over a 1.00 rating or even at it. And that's across 4 different maps played versus teams that Pain is ranked higher than. That's a pretty damning number.
Yeah, and the struggles have kind of continued for not only him as an AWPer, but other pieces on this roster. The stars sometimes do dim in these more stressful situations, and you're right to highlight Snow in their previous outing. He did look the most consistent I think I've seen Snow actually performing under this Pain roster. Maybe not the same heights, but all you need is strong consistency from him, and then it feels like the rest of the roster has a lot more to sort of answer for in a way, but they have more room to prove that they can match that level.
Absolutely. They need to find that over here to be able to get past FUT as well. FUT, in the meanwhile, look, anything to take away from that match versus Heroic outside of the fact that Krabany obviously had a fantastic series? I think one of the standout players was in some ways Symmetry, but he himself struggled on overpass as well, at times getting caught off on his aggression and the like too. So it's not like FUT are coming into this without some of their own struggles on top of it all. That being said, it's a newer team. You're expecting that to happen, and I think that's a lot more forgivable internally. I'm looking out to Coolio to be able to resettle the troops, get a lot of preparation in, and from the veto, it does look like they are specifically very well prepared for what Pain have to bring.
Yeah, I think what was interesting to watch about that Heroic game is that Heroic actually looked very free-flowing in their outing versus FUT. The reactions were very fast, the rotates, they actually created nice setups very often, especially when they played overpass, and I think that really caught FUT off guard. They were trying to go in for bursts and some misdirection, only to find that they've been led into a trap. Hopefully they don't fall into too many against Pain. FUT will be starting on that T side here on Mirage, and there will be a lot to answer for here for Pain. The community has them in their crosshairs. FUT looking for a good start, see if they can get more than just that one upset win here in CAC.
2 players inside jungle for Pain as they're going to be looking to mow down this connected push. Krabany's already found David Dares. Snow and NQZ need to put their minds together. It's a quick double kill coming through between the two of them, but can NQZ pick up a second all on his own? Yes, he can. Still more to do over here. NQZ's got the one bullet he needs to put them down. Lonix now covering ground to try and pull this 1v3 together. Down to 2 where NQZ swings. Digit trying to cover off this diffuse NQZ without the kit, so Lonix has to take the fight, and soon he does do so. Peeks out wide, NQZ's off the bomb, and now Lonix might have just won it all on his own.
Oh my god.
NQZ is going to have to swing soon. Time's running out. Lonix has played this perfectly. NQZ will not be able to get the defuse. What a round from Lonix.
Wait, he has a kit.
What?
Why didn't he jump on it? Oh my god. It comes down so close. I think even if he just instantly ran back to jump on it, he might have barely had enough time. He was just short on either mark, it seems. I thought Launex had done more than enough. I don't think he needed to necessarily even take that fight past CT, but works out in their favor. FUT have barely managed with a pistol win.
Yeah, that first kill that Krapani got onto the CT play must have been the kid over there. And I'm surprised in that case that they're not looking to swing out onto Onyx and actually try and get that kid back earlier on. The fact that they play oversight for the defuse, it's a surprising move.
Yeah, very, very close.
Pain in the meanwhile have been up to their force by shenanigans, and right now will be no different. Snow, however, finds good success. This was a criticism versus Fluxo in the first 2 maps that Pain did at times maybe give too much away in pursuit of economic damage, but if you can win a round, well, that's the best possible scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. There will be difficulties, I'm sure, in converting it still. It's a grouped attack here from FUT. Only one that's isolated is Launax inside of middle, and he will get floored. Davideus, good shot on the Deeg, and it's a nice 1-2 punch here at ramp. NQZ hitting that first punch, and the SMG just swinging wide. Not a single casualty here for Pain on the force buy. That's how strong that buy can be.
I mean, fantastic start to this game for NQZ so far, but I have to say that first kill from Snow is what unsettles it all. Player caught up with utility in their hands, perhaps, but Lana is just out in middle, completely dominated by Davideus. He's one of the 2 players who, you know, on Nuke especially, were stepping up. Davideus and Snow were having such a good time.
An understandable force buy here from FUT. Big Zera got more than he bargained for. 3 players are ready to greet him around the back of that top mid smoke. So it can be an effective crunch here from FUT. Davide is still swinging, but doesn't have backup from Snow, who's still worried about topside connector. Krapani's boosted window in the meantime, and no one's looking to pick this up whatsoever. It's a massive gap that Pain have no realization of. They should be free. Krapani has a kill towards short, but he wants to find that apps player. His teammates are grouping inside of the apartment, so Digit can be a free kill, and they're much further out than Davideus can do anything about. This might just be a save call here for Pain.
Where one force buy wins, another right around the corner.
Yeah, this was, I mean, great positioning, though.
It's all coming down from just exploitation of that empty mid side, and really nicely done. This is something that FUT was actually trying a few times versus FaZe as well in their win over there. And it did pay off once, but after that, FaZe was very quick to address it throughout the rest of the game. That possibility was really put to bed.
Yeah, well, the early state of this game is already topsy-turvy. Back-to-back force buy wins, and convincing at that, not a single death on the team that goes in for the force buy.
Isn't that
both
the normal
rounds.
state of affairs for Counter-Strike? What do you mean?
Yeah, how dare they? Why even buy if your opponent is just going to win anyway?
Knowing Pain, they're going to be buying. And it's justified at this stage. You probably do want to commit into it with those 2 saved Galils. It's actually coming out to be a pretty good buy overall. So somehow we have managed to get 10 rifles on the server. It's not the way we thought it would be, but it's happening.
Yes, it's like going into one of those math tests, but you don't necessarily show you're working out in the right way, but you still get the right answer. 4th round full buy.
They're just going to be fully flashed up. It's a fast way out towards B. Demon tries to scale, but Davideus coming in for the double. Out from Get Right, will be able to keep himself alive. He's such a threat, and Digit yet to reveal is going to be the hidden Viper. Comes in from the side, never even needed to show himself. Davideus, 4 kills. What a hole. Must have dodged every single one of those flashes.
Yeah, beautiful positioning to have dodged those flashes, and he did exactly what he had to in terms of covering his teammate as well. That, you know, doesn't necessarily scream that they've found sort of an anti-strat positioning wise to the FUT B side execute, but it may as well have been, you know, with how quickly he was able to dismantle any prospect of FUT getting any control in that B site. That starting pack is the most important part of the execute. last time with a full buy. But what if we throw in a few pistols? Looks like they might have a much better time of it just with how far NQZ is off of short.
NQZ is going to have a lot of information that this isn't a mid play, though. He knows that most is going to be one player coming over. He's spotted out Krabby, he's given out the call, and you immediately see Davideus is asking for Bigu to rotate away as well. They're not fully buying into this, though. And the longer they wait, the more likely it is that Bane are able to find Digit isolated on this B bomb side. Flash goes out overhead, it's well placed, and Digit will be allowing them to scale up. Now gets a chance to fight, but not really putting it to use. Digit, good for one, good for two. That's more than you can ask for. An NQZ caught on an island. The problem is, Bane have been fast to rotate. They had 3 players out in jungle, don't forget that. So, rotations will be swift. Krabany, however, now looks to activate from behind. No. He's coming in from short, wants to pick up that AK that NQZ left behind. It'll be instrumental, but with Davideus already out in the bomb set, they're expecting him to push. Krabany finds one with NQZ's drop gun, and he's not done with just that. Snow is left alone, 1v2, player low on the bomb side, rather off the bomb side, and if he just takes down this planter, this round is all but over. 10 seconds left on the clock, and Snow has done it. He just needs to stay alive, even creeps in from behind the smoke into market.
Just have to make sure that Krabany can't run him down, and yeah, he won't reveal position. Krabany's still toying with that smoke. Snow's slide out into that B site has saved Pain. Another forced by embarrassment. That is so close. Foot hit the weakened site. They get into the site itself. Bomb gets trapped at bench, so it's awkward from the jump. I mean, 3v3 where that bomb cannot go down and Pain are heavy market staring at this player bench. They have to throw the bomb over to allow an X on default. And yeah, just a little disjointed. This has not been the most well put together game from either side just yet. Early morning outing here on Mirage. But the shots have been nice. Not nice enough to catch Davideus.
Ooh. Alright. Are we putting the pistols to bed now?
Yeah, must be. Krabany will still be on 1 because they had a hero rifle and...
Yeah. Attack used up by Foot as well.
When I say hero rifle, it's the one they carried over from the Snow 1v1, but... Yeah, you will be shortchanged.
I would like to see if Foot has something slightly slower paced coming in. So far, first contact from pretty much every single round has been within the first 20 seconds. It's also not off the back of an op getting a kill. Obviously, I think NQZ's bought the first op off the game so far now. So it would be interesting to see if Foot can diversify into a slower style of round as well over here. Or if Bane even let them.
That was how they got into that 3v3, is that they went for a very delayed B side pop. Didn't show as much presence towards top mid. I think Pain understand it. I mean, coming into this game, their scouting report would be that Foot love going for these burst execs, these pack plays. They just have to keep their wits about them. They don't get caught by these cheeky shenanigans.
Speaking of cheeky shenanigans, Davideus inside the smoke doesn't have that much time left on it, and he hears the man jumping up and down. It's bait. Don't know if intentional or not, but it serves as that. Krabany's allowed Symmetry to come through with a quick kill. And they reset.
It really felt like Davideus got shortchanged there. It looked like he was asking for a flash, but nobody could really deliver it in a meaningful way.
Now, flash would have completely changed that exchange.
Of course.
Again, timing on these smokes is awkward. Window smoke has about 10 seconds left on it, so if they want to make a play up short, they have to do it soon, because Zera maybe realizing that, but Digit is going to be opening up the 3 players running through the smoke. A 1-for-1 trade leaves this B-bomb site completely empty, and that early advantage means that one more kill will force Bane into a save. Symmetry finds that.
Yeah, I mean, they're completely out of position. This has been a bit of a strange Mirage. You know, these are the types of rounds that, to be honest, if you look at the amount of players killed and the amount of presence on the map, you maybe think it was Inferno. Like if you just took away your eyes and didn't see that it was Mirage. The
That's
types
exactly
of saves,
how I love watching Counter-Strike. I take away my eyes.
just audio only listeners. It is strange because it's been very one-sided in the rounds that teams have won outside of that Snow 1v2. Well, we've had like 5 alive, 4 alive.
Terrorists win.
It's been very convincing from it in the rounds won, and the retake efforts have kind of been absent because they're getting completely caught off guard. Which is not to say that it's not been like a tactical game. They're obviously exploiting weaknesses. They're finding weakened bomb sites. I think FUT have actually called a couple of good rounds. Hasn't necessarily always involved them winning those rounds, but my goodness, that spam from NQZ looked like it was pretty much on the money, but Krabby to get out middle unscathed. Now next, not so lucky.
Oh dear, not lucky at all. Guys, I thought we were using ATs to blow open smokes. Why are they coming at me? Now Krabany's been dinked as well. Everyone's low. It's like a game of limbo in here. Well, Davideus has found out exactly how low you can go. It's down to burning point, and that's not where anyone wants to be.
It's just full util damage spams. That's how all this damage has been done to either side, but FUT managing out with a kill. Jugas could take a timing here. I mean, it's a 3B reinforcement here from Pain. And you'd understand it. FUT have been leaning that way in these late rounds. This is a full gamble call here from Pain, but they're aggressing off of short to clear out to middle. So FUT are on a timer, but they won't realize it.
Pain will still only have one player to receive. It's Digit again, who somehow manages to be the solitary bomb site anchor on A and on B. He's got flashed, he's got smoked, and there's a Molotov between them. Now the real timer is going to be Bigozera, and if he can activate coming in from behind, they should be expecting it at some point though, but with the nade to pop open the smoke, Symmetry ends up getting the kill on Digit, but loses the bomb in the process. Now this timer is becoming all the more important. Bigozera comes in from behind, he hears a bomb being planted, but he can't prevent it from going off. Krabany now needs to fight for relevance. Coming back in from jungle, he's found his way through for this post plant to take a fight versus Snow, and Snow was never expecting him at all. Bigo left alone, although he was good on his timing, it wasn't good enough to deny. It's a split-second difference. That's what gives FUT their fort.
Yeah, I think in hindsight, you know, Bigo will be disappointed he didn't get more from that flank. You know, he wanted to have massive impact. His team were taking all the attention away. He had a great timing to hit, but had he shot at the first player he saw and then tried to swing on the planter, it's very likely he comes away with 2. They were fully distracted with the concern of CT, with jungle, with connector. There was very minimal sort of coverage there from the FUT execute that prevented additional Pain reinforcements. Yeah, Biggie will definitely be saddened. They made a good mid-round call to aggress top mid and had that opportunity in the first place.
It's funny because I think in the new patch, they probably lose that round. But we'll talk about that later on. Demon goes out and Digit is received. Digit, though, only good for the one, and the B side might even be persuaded to move back and let Lonix do the dirty work. He comes in, can't find the spam. Davideus is coming out on top of that, and if Jukas tries to compensate, it's Symmetry's off that's actually finding the kill. Glock now out, they know it's close range, and Davideus inside the gray screen will get the better of Jukas. Symmetry still alive. Davideus is low, but not quite so low for this Glock to be deadly. He needs a double dink it, and he just can't get it done. Davideus left with 4 HP. That's more like the Mirage you want to see.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, there just seemed to be a miscommunication just about how low Davideus was, because there was full commitment there from Symmetry. It's not like he couldn't have escaped. He had the bomb. He could have run away to that A-bomb site. Could have tried to make a play there instead to play out that 1v1, but he wanted the fight.
Even got the
Davideus
headshot.
is the one that delivers the good. Yeah, it's a bit of a miscommunication. I think Symmetry even looked down the line saying, hey, he wasn't as low as you guys claimed he was, but Symmetry making good on promises still. Getting good. An opening kill onto Davideus.
Pain's finances are very weak in this round as well. They need to get this off from NQZ to activate, who's now been mollied and flashed off the angle. While they explore A main, A is being explored by the T side.
They should anticipate something.
Snow's low though, and while he tries to put his gun away, reload something like it, it's elimination. Pain, you probably have to move back and save over here, but BiguZera has thrown his weapon away.
Man, if BiguZera had a kill, it's so good. I needed that kill as well. May not have even had to have necessarily taken the shot. I'm not sure if Launex would clear deep into Palace that he just tucked.
Where did he throw his weapon away? He did throw his weapon, right? Or did he just drop the M4 to snow in the first place?
I think he had I swear he had an MP9.
That's what I thought too.
Why would you even throw that away? Is my my question.
Burn the ships, you know.
Terrorists win.
Out of frustration.
Oh wow, that's good.
Yeah, that was actually kind of clear as day, really,
Yeah.
from Symmetry's point of view. I wasn't sure if he just spammed on a timing or what have you, but it looked actually very clear on his screen.
FUT are set up for a 7. Pain are force buying into this one, and yes, their loss bonus was bad, so the next round wasn't going to be much better. But NQZ, who has yet to really flourish with that AWP, even if he found a lot of presence early on with the rifle and the pistols, now needs to find success. Aggression in middle pays off for the CT side. 1-for-1 is good enough when you're down below, and NQZ does help things out even more so. NQZ still available, and Palace, he just put his gun away? You've got to be joking. While Demon's dominating inside the site itself, that AWP on the ground is going to be a harsh reminder. Digit went back to recover the AK. That's going to be their only weapon. And as BiguZera is being cornered in, they're not expecting him close by. Another clutch to find himself in. Another clutch that he's found himself in. Symmetry, this time around, will slow it down. Digit could be anywhere.
He should put this one together, though. He heard him running in towards CT. A misstep there from Symmetry, but he's outside of earshot. Now as he runs into that site and plants that bomb, Digit may not be that wise that it's actually an A-side finish. Here's the beeping and turns his attention, but he might have missed the timing. Symmetry actually had a small window to cross.
He saw the
Digit's locked in. Made at the back of the bomb site, and that's going to be more than enough. Symmetry just ran down. Digit fully in control of the situation. And a 6th round here found by Pain off of another force buy.
Did they just completely lose track of where BiguZera was?
Counter-terrorists win.
Look, Digit, fantastic 1-versus-1, right? Really nicely done. He spots at the very top of the head. He's able to zone in onto him on Firebox and everything. That's awesome. In that 2v1, how is BiguZera allowed to get a kill? They didn't even clear the trash cans. They knew there's someone who went back into CT spawn. They must have thought it's a regroup with Digit or something.
Well, it was a 2v2, and once BiguZera showed himself from spawn, he didn't reveal himself for the next 20 seconds afterwards. It's not like he couldn't have repositioned to jungle as well. But yeah, they don't even consider that he could be tucked close.
Flashes are good, and Snow takes use of them. Now peeking forward, Digit right through the smoke, and Bane want to put their feet on the throats of FUT. 7 is basically guaranteed now.
Yeah. It's going to have to be a crazy performance, really, from Jugas and Launex. I like to sing the praises of Jugas. Role player, extremities player, my kind of player. See if he can actually perform, though. He's a tall order, but one that he might be able to deliver the goods on. Bigu spotted over at the stairs. NQZ covering for the wide swing, and Jugas will fall right into the trap. So it's a Launex 1v5, or it's a 7th round for Pain. It will be the latter. A pretty solid CT side with its topsy-turvy starts and even kind of a finish to that half. Pain are just going to be happy they found a bit of salvation at the end of it.
This was, however, the side that FUT was struggling on. CT side was much more free-flowing for them. And coming into this T side, we saw some good preparation coming out from them. There were some good strats, even if maybe at times some of them didn't work out towards the end. They actually got onto bomb sites, very often were able to exploit some of the weaknesses of Pain. And Pain, credit to them, Snow and Digit, well, honestly, all three of the riflers, Snow, Digit, and David Davis are having a very good time already. So going into that second half, this should be a ripper.
Yeah, I don't think we've necessarily got any player disappearing really from either side. It's really been about how well they're reading things in the mid game. You know, these early advantages have been found from either side, but it's been these adjustments that have given teams ways back into the rounds that haven't always been realized, but are giving them a real fighting chance at it. Does feel like a bit of a brainy head-to-head. You know, Krabby and Bigu are having to orchestrate their troops in the right directions.
We
Maybe want a bit more performance out of Demon on the entry, perhaps, but they get some chance at redemption on the CT side.
Pain are keeping things simple. FUT are ready to receive. Krabby, there won't be any flashes coming over his way. It's just going to be bodies and more bodies. He had to get that first kill faster, though. Symmetry switches out for the duel. He will be covered up by Jukas, but he's not putting his faith in it. So Snow gets a chance for a backstab. Lonix, in the meanwhile, does drop the bomb. It's out on Palace, so they have to go back and recover. The grenade might do the job from beyond the grave, but Snow's done more than just that. He is a man of the living who puts you in the dead.
Yeah, I mean, a massive 4K there from Snow. Gets himself out to that A site and just continuously applies pressure. Catches them running and jumping over towards top stairs, fighting the player stairs into jungle. And able to find a flurry of frags in an instant. He currently sits 17-5 here for Pain Gaming. Something is in the water here in Shanghai. Snow is empowered.
Yeah, reports from on-site say that Snow was seen putting massive bottles of water into his suitcase, saying, "I need this for the major." Team in the back of the bomb site flashed off the angle, but the Deagle will be put to at least one, no, two. Possibilities open up. You do have an MP9 and a Famas, but that's not what's closing the distance. Right now, it's Symmetry's Scout, which unfortunately isn't going to be given any sight lines. It's all about waiting for this post plant to see if Jugas and Longs can put anything together.
It's all about this flank from Jugas. He will have to be that first player to activate, but it's being accounted for. NQZ is holding to see if a player comes in on that flank. But as smokes fade into market, they're going to have to be divided in their attention. First contact out from Snow. He'll deal with Lao and X. There's that flank from Jugas, and the trade's very labored. In fact, Jugas doesn't wrangle that one kill, and instead is running for the high hills. He will back himself away to save this MP9. A 9th round here for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, Demon does what he can, but unfortunately, first rotation in being the Scout is always a tough time unless it's already there to try and receive as they're running through the apartments. So no force buy victories coming into the second half.
Yeah.
All right.
Not yet. Don't count your chickens too quick.
They might still buy Deagles. The
Yep,
chickens, that is.
Yeah. Pretty clucking good. I really was, you know, through my, you know, I've had this bit of a rant at the start of the show about, you know, were they making too much of a statement that Big Uzera gave about they can win any tournament? Yes, I would say yes. But my criticisms of Pain have actually largely been about players like Snow, maybe not realizing their potential. I was not expecting to see this level of Snow in Shanghai, not in 24-degree weather.
Oh no. Buddy, careful now. Oh no, you've just been run down. That traveling circus from the B bomb site coming back into A with the fast rotations has now just collected an AK-47. These chickens, well, they might start clucking right through these smokes. Big Uzera has to be insurance strategy, but they should be expecting someone nearby. At least they are suspicious of it. Demon Clearing things out with his deagle. Will be watching out. Oh, trigger discipline is good. But Nigozera can't get the kill. Jukas with 2. And where we thought a force spy was the problem, turns out the eco is the issue. NQZ even receives a dink for that kill. And he's being flanked. Loudnex with the 5-7 can just start squeezing the gap.
This round is done. Not a chance that NQZ clutches this. Loudnex can restrict, he can immediately cut him off, and he knows that.
They're playing for time.
And has communicated that there is no way that he can win this. He is going to try and save instead. You thought the Force Buy Wars were over. But they are very much alive and well. They're leading the time. They want to kill him after it, and he will have absolutely nothing to play with.
That's perfect. Look, I know it's a very small thing, but it's one of those things that I criticize teams about, that you don't try and take advantage of the clock enough. That ruins Spain. Oh.
I think Biggie's there missing his timing and not getting a single kill while playing Trigger Discipline. That may ruin Pain.
I mean, Big Azar and Ditch should both have a conversation to be had between the two of them. Like, guys, we just don't talk about this round.
Yeah, well, there will be conversations afterwards, I'm sure. It's another force buy where more than 4 players have stayed alive on the team that's forced. It's actually insane. I don't think I've seen that many instances of it happening in one map.
Pain are going bog standard over here on their force buy. Putting 4 players inside middle and saying, guys, please peek us. I didn't go the best for them in that last round, I won't lie to you, but hey, you gotta trust the process. Sometimes.
Well, it's okay. If trends are to be believed, Pain win this round somehow. It's a good start to the contrary. Grabbing a good spam on the window smoke, and there will be a boost here from Digit to try and hound down this player on a trade. He even just walks past the smoke, doesn't wait for it to fade.
He could go into CT, but while Gravity finds 1 kill, it's going to be Jukas who trades. Well positioned, he's there to be able to take a fight from under Palace as well, doesn't fully tuck himself in.
Here it comes, the magic of the round. Somehow, they win this round.
Somehow, they win this round. Never mind.
Yeah, well,
I thought if we reiterated
yeah,
if we reiterated enough times.
No, there's no manifestation here.
FUT did win their kind of eco round. Pain aren't going to be coming in with just quite as much, so they're obviously going to have to save much more stringently. FUT are likely going to be up to 8 after this one, and Pain, look, Snow's been having a great map and honestly a great tournament so far. I think it's a testament to the fact that Snow, individually speaking, when you're not putting him up against your Vitalities, your Mongols, as your Spirits of the world, he is like an individual star player, no doubt about it. In this kind of field, he should be expected to dominate. But where is the rest of the firepower coming in from?
Yeah, I would say the same thing about Davides. I would say the same thing about Digit.
Yeah. Oh. That's a fun time. Always love a little bit of Demolition Derby, but right now for FUT, it's all about keeping these extra AKs alive, and they should be able to recover those.
Smooth enough.
Okay.
And just 1 away from getting themselves tied up. This will be another buy here from Pain. They'll have that AWP out for NQZ, but they'll be shortchanged on quite a bit of their utility. Won't have quite as many flashes. The smoke dropped already via Snow, so that they can throw that insta window. And Snow doesn't have to worry about utility later on. There are opportunities to fake and double pump, extinguish smokes, and set up cute plays for bursts in those bomb sites. Those flashbangs will have to be rationed.
They have to be a little bit of a one-pump jump if they're going to be going onto a bomb site directly, and it does feel like B is a target.
Well, that's how it seemed, but think they've decided to reset since they didn't take the fast timing. They're just starting to consider the possibility of an A-side push. Pain still investigating inside of underpass just to clear things out in middle. It's a very static looking foot for now.
They're going to have to use a lot of utility to get back control of middle, and it's a difficult time. You don't have anyone who's going to be creeping up short. Symmetry would be watching out for that regardless. Biguzera, this entire play has been set up for him to succeed in that late round. They're going to be resetting back into B with that 1 smoke, 2 flashes combination. At least they've got a lot of Molotovs, so that does help with an execute, but you've got 2 players on the side, and I think they've just got a boost up for Demon as well. Demon's going to be in a very strong position. With the amount of flashes you have, you're not going to be able to move him off easily at all.
This angle was so popular in Go, but in CS2 you have to have a teammate there, so Snow just doesn't consider it. Demon taking that contact, and Krabby can take that next port of call, but it's a set of trades into the site. Symmetry dealing with a first player out, but Biguzera's flank now realized he'll find Laonex on the rotate. Symmetry has to try and make a play to disrupt, but he's trying to hunt down and hound down that player on the plant, caught inside of the smoke, and may just have to try and retreat with this AWP.
There's no pathway of retreat available to him in his mind. He goes in, switches out for the AK, he's out for the clutch, and QZ will shut it down. It gets sweaty in the end, but FUT cannot persevere. That was such a good CT side setup that they put together, but unfortunately, in a position like that, you need a multi-kill. You need at least trades, if nothing else. And even though Demon's good for that one, Krabby doesn't deliver.
Yeah, he needed his kill. I mean, when it came down to that 1-2 combo, Krabby gets the jump on that secondary player. Biguzera is staring at short from his position boosted close to window. They should have expected, I mean, maybe that there wouldn't have been anyone taking contact off of short with how aggressive FUT have been in some of those prior rounds. But yeah, with Krabby not delivering the goods, kind of pulls attention away there for Biguzera. Just getting that 1 kill on that flank is more than enough.
Yeah, and QZ as well, just closing it out with some good trades later on as well. Just keeping the bomb side locked out so no one can actually move in. Well positioned in that late round with the T side up. FUT are going to be kicking themselves for that one, but they have to maybe find some time to put their feet forward first. Oh, the little headbang of damage that comes through with the HE grenade. And QZ's gonna have tinnitus from that concert.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be a little worried for Demon. Yeah, he swings out a little wide on that jump spot. But NQZ doesn't punish.
Symmetry still nearby on this B-bomb site, has been having a decent game himself, but he won't be challenged. Bane reroute.
Yeah, the defenses have actually been very static from FUT. You know, compare this to what Pain were doing on their CT side. They were setting up for double pushes. They were clearing elements of the map where they could. FUT are trying to rely on their actual holds on the site and just leaning an extra player or two if they can. Starting to 3A setup, but they're starting to aggress into ramp just as the execute happens.
The flashbang goes deep. Amadeus is going to be able to cover this off, but Jukas is able to still find them. The second flash was much better. 3 early kills, and they've got to hide away from the Palace player. Where they don't realize is Biguzera's coming in from behind. That smoke, it's just a little bit late. So Bigu's able to get a kill, but at the end of the day, it's a 2v4 with 25 seconds. All 4 players on the bomb site. Bane cannot win this.
Yeah, they're locked out. I mean, these smokes are just too fresh. There's no way they can take that risk, just journeying through them in a 2 versus 4. So this will be the 9th round collection here from FUT. That static defense just gets a little bit of movement at the right time.
They're hunting once again. That clock has ticked out, and they want more. Krabby, leg shot. Biguzera will be able to protect this off, and the CTs have decided they want to keep 3 alive. Rule of 3, don't forget. Kind of, I mean, I like the call from FUT, I really do. I think it's great timing, and especially the fact that they accelerated when they do hear audio cues instead of being confused. That's great to see. The second player for Pain, I mean, one of these players has to be playing anti-flash. You can't both be flashed off in that spot, especially when the player who's playing anti is normally lower. He gets flashed first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Small thing.
There is a bit of aggression down towards lower, and there are 2 CTs that find themselves plastered on the wall. Trades are decent enough here for Pain, given that they didn't come in with a premium buy on every one of their players. They've now got an AWP and an AK to work off of.
Oh, this suddenly looks like a good time.
I think Snow can find himself a weapon inside of Underpass too.
Symmetry has to be careful of that aggression because Zara has had more than his fair share of duels lost, but it only takes the one to put them over the edge. This is a very good position for Symmetry, but he's beaking back in. That is absurd. Late into the round after having revealed position early, FUT are feeling antsy.
It's a bit much, especially with Jugas having a deep position inside of Palace. He knows that it's unlikely to be an A-side play.
Oh, it's going to end up being A-side now, with Jugas' position being completely useless as well.
Pain are going to be hyper paranoid, though, about Palace, ramp, next to everything inside of this site. They're going to be heavily delayed in getting this plant down, but with that smoke, it may be embolden them just to get that bomb planted.
I think it's a safe call. Onyx is actually going back to try and scout out the op. No, maybe just worried about a lurker. Bane are all going back into connector, and that's where Onyx is. He's making so much noise about this as well. He won't be able to win the duel, and if it wasn't a safe call before, it is now. The buy for this next round is really not going to be great for FUT.
Yeah, best case scenario there was that Launex takes all the attention, finds a kill somehow, and Jugas can slide out in some way, but yeah, Pain find the best solution they can. It's another force buy where they come in with a couple of they come in with enough rifles that it's threatening, but they were certainly shortchanged on a few players.
Terrorists win.
Repeating?
Yeah,
What is going on?
He does find good damage, but it doesn't feel that worth it. Because that would have been a rifle that they could bring forward into this round. They'll have a couple of players on MP9s.
They've got to make it off.
5-7. It's alright. Symmetry don't mind.
The problem with Unity is not how you perceive about it yourself, it's how the fact that other people can actually see. Symmetry might not mind, but let's see whether the rest of FUT do.
Yeah, I suppose, find yourself on the right beach and it's acceptable.
Yeah.
Oh, a pressure point now here for FUT on this Mirage. Picked by them coming into this series. And while they will be moving into a Dust 2 that isn't exactly the strongest map in Pain's pool, they would very much like to have this one under their belt moving into that map. Quite a few weaknesses in this veto really for Pain, but pulling through on this Mirage with how turbulent it's been would be a sigh of relief. It's a fast play. They want to go for a fast, aggressive A-split, and they're up con quicker than FUT will realize. Gravity getting that nade out of his hands. He doesn't succeed on his duel, and while Snow is turning heads, Demon is popping them 2 quick kills. And it's Jugas that has to try and be that last remaining port of call on this A site. Symmetry catching one, just barely making his way into Sandwich. They're hyper-conscious. They're very aware that this could be a possibility. A player stuck inside of Underbalk, but they don't move far enough out to try and capitalize. It's a swarm of FUT players that moves to defend. Pain gets stuck at the ramp, and that gate is closed. FUT at double digits.
Even if Krabany doesn't get the kills over there because he gets surprised, the fact that he gets early sidelines and manages to deploy that nade makes it so much more effective for Demon on that second duel. He's able to quickly take down Devadeus. Sure, it's a headshot, but it's an M4, right? At the end of the day, Symmetry is then not expected later on, and Bane, who were hoping that this was going to be like maybe a B-side start for an Opera, there's going to be something like that, because Symmetry has gone for that now for like 3 or 4 rounds. They end up being completely disappointed. FUT, it's another lifeline off the back of these difficult buys. They are accelerating. It's out into the site early on, and Symmetry again. Right place, right time, right shot.
Yeah, he's catching them. And some of these ambitious movements, Symmetry seems to always be there.
Did Snow spot him? No. Surely not.
This will be the tried and true. Boost the window.
Swing out from Crabini. Might not expect the second nearby. Definitely doesn't expect the second nearby. Lazy clear, and Snow will take advantage of it. Deadly man inside jungle, but he's been dealt with. Equalization prospects for FUT, where Pain will be on the other end of an eco. A bomb plant over here would be great. Pain really need that as well, and that allows him to go for an eco and then actually try and fight for overtime to go by. Because Zera with that critical kill should be able to get the bomb down, and now maybe not just a plant that they're having a conversation about, because NQZ never had to drop. Theoretically, he could be coming in for a late lurk somewhere as well. Pain has set this up a lot of times still in the 2v3. FUT are going to assume and have to come in. Symmetry without the weapon for the job. Dugas switches things out. Symmetry given over a Tech 9, and Big Zero with another deagle kill. Is this going to be disaster striking true? NQZ could be the hand that strikes down from apartments. An incendiary that goes too deep. He's not going to be singed. They don't realize he's nearby. Does Demon go for the clear? Yes, he does, but he can't get the kill. And now time no longer on their side. Jukas can't get it done. Even with the kill, he won't have the defuse. It is a repeat of round number 1. But this time in the favor of Pain. 12 to 10, a 4v2 that FUT end up losing.
That is once again one of those big Uzera moments. I mean, a straight dig into the B anchor where there's no quick rotates. They get a plant in, and even catching another one inside of market, he gets so much mileage out of that dig. That's the power that this fragging in-game leader can provide. Always feels like he's good for a round when Pain need it most. The brawn and the brains. That's a big Uzera moment.
Pain have to have one more like half buys and 4 spies and equals than they have gun rounds at this point.
Well, I think I've counted 4 and they've won 12 rounds, so I'm not entirely sure that that's
keep
accurate.
in mind the pistols and the anti-forces as well.
Yeah. I mean, it has implications. That's true, but
goes both ways too, to be fair. 4v2 anti-force.
Yeah, it's gonna hurt there for FUT.
On their own map pick, no less. Pain, time to make it simple. 3 players out in Palace. Big Uzera up in jungle. And he is ready to rumble in the jungle. It is 2 down for Big Uzera. His earlier transgressions forgotten, while Symmetry's scout will be only just that, a scout. He's not got any menace to him. He's not a deadly man at all. Demon's the one who has to take up that mantle, and with the flames that are crossing over with bullets peppering him down, Symmetry is still an inch away from death, and Launex is the one who's closing that inch. FUT are finding a foothold back into this bomb site. The T side are being wrecked up. And with Demon revealing position, looking to try and dissuade Big Uzera for going for more. Now with only 13 HP, bumping booties inside the smoke. Demon worried about that crossover, but he's the one who's going to get the ankle breaker in the end. Demon with 2 still brings it back.
You cannot be serious. From a Pain 2 versus 4 on the 4 spy to a FUT 3-on-5 where they have no idea. They had 0 clue about Big Uzera's timing to window. He hit the perfect window to catch them off guard. And still somehow FUT are still alive here on Mirage. There is no way. I think there's been 7, maybe even, it might be the 8th 4 spy that we've seen succeed here on Mirage.
FaZe fans, you think you've got roller coasters? No. Bane and FUT fans, these guys have roller coasters.
I can't believe that these teams are letting these rounds fall so far out of favor. How do you fumble a 5-on-3 like that?
The same way you fumble a 4-on-2.
But they were set up for an A execute. This is different to the 2-on-4 because CTs are spread. On a T side, they were all together. I don't know.
Bane, they've had enough. It's time for ye old fashioned, a quick little B pop through, but this time it's not Demon to receive it. It's Gravity and Lonix, and they are fighting for OT. No, they are buying OT with their souls. That's what it costs to win an anti-force these days in this map. The devil has made a good deal, and honestly, FUT might be happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, after they lost that last round, you could kind of feel this one coming. I mean, this was the least equipped that Pain could possibly be for this force buy. Went in with pistols and tried to burst that B bomb site, but it has to be the big B in Pain to try and keep them away from overtime. Oh, he's taking the long route. This, I don't even know if you could win like this. 50 seconds on that clock. And around the world journey. Yeah, I think he realizes this route is far from ideal. He's now heard by LounX, and that will be a simple enough kill. A 3-piece for LounX at the end of the half as we move into overtime. More than 24 rounds of play here on Mirage. Are you not entertained?
I have only one question, Michael. The overtime comes with a problem. We're not going to have force buys anymore, Michael. Who's going to win now?
Honestly, I'm kind of pleased.
Who's going to win now that we can't have force buys, Michael?
Yeah, it's hard to say.
Guys, I need their triple off setups in the first round so you can win the 2 after that, okay, guys? Ooh. So many chances for both these teams, and as they take this 60 seconds, it's going to be a brief moment of contemplation. They can't get caught up in the past, though. They have to be moving forward and planning for what's next.
Yeah, let's be clear. Neither team is going to be that happy or satisfied about what's just happened. FUT may be feeling a little bit more positive than Pain, given that they are somehow still alive when they probably should have lost. But everyone's going to have regrets looking at this Mirage. It's been a bit of a fiesta. That's what happens when you tear your ACL. You get a bit of foot pain. First OT, and no more force buys to look at. Unless they start buying double warps each and every round.
Sentry? Oh no, he puts his AWP away instead of firing it. Maybe a couple of the jitters creeping in. Amadeus tagged up a little bit by that HE grenade. Let's see if that's significant later on in the round. Digit has been in a position where he's tried to get aggressive from Palace a few times over. Now that he knows that the AWP isn't going to be on CT, he does think about it, but for now, Lonix somehow managed to dodge the nade and the Molotov damage. He is going to be completely undetected.
Exactly an unconventional spot, but we'll have to be face-checked by Pain, especially with them not using that Molotov as a timing. They will have to re-clear it.
A lot of utility that looks like it's right on point, being just slightly missed. Because I received 3 grenades in and around him and only lost 4 HP.
I get a change of tone here from Pain, though. Very slow tempo, and only revealing in those last 30 seconds. With 20 left on that clock, they're going to start to finally make their move.
It's a good timing with the incendiary. They're going to have to go through it, and Lonix has never moved away from that one spot where he found safety. Again, a Molotov that just doesn't spread to him. They're not going to be checking this. No way in hell. And Lonix might be in hell. Still fighting out from the confines of the Trident behind him. It is Lonix, Gravity, and Symmetry to come through. The immovable object fights back.
Yeah, I mean, good on LoudX for sticking true to his position. I mean, if he decided to fall off of it, he would have almost certainly made noise, and that could have certainly helped the Pain Gaming side realize what the setup was likely to be. But, you know, I was praising them for the fact that they took a slower tempo, given that we'd seen a lot of these sort of earlier bursts onto the sites, earlier splits, and they're just trying to change the execute timing. I'm fine with that, but leaving yourself only 20 seconds, you know, surely you should be going at that 35, 30-second mark, give yourself that extra leeway, because once Launex gets the kill onto Snow and the bomb as a result, it's just a total scramble. They have, what, 3 seconds of leeway to transition into the site with them picking up that bomb. It just kind of falls apart at the seams. You know, you wait a minute and 20 seconds, a minute and 30 seconds before moving into a site. I'm expecting a bit of urgency.
It is probably so many angles, and he can't find what he finds a kill. Crab, and he still gets it done, but that's insane.
He's getting split from 3 angles.
Demon is now feeling a little bit lonely. He's asked for company to come over. Crabany quick to supply the cure for male loneliness, but will it matter on the bomb side? Digit can still take him down. Snow as well. Yeah. Critical kills as Spain go back to the earlier styles of play. Foster executes quick overruns and success on the B-bomb site. How does he live there?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how he's avoided this spam, just like he did in round 23 as well, when he was at Ticket. He should have been a dead man walking, and he still may be. Bigu not really looking for his angle, but as he clears into jungle, finally spots him, and now the chances of saving this AWP should be next to 0. It shouldn't matter anyway. FUT can afford up that AWP into the last round of OT, at least for this half.
Terrorists win.
It's about sending a message.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's basically 0 value.
23 and 15 for Symmetry, though. He has had a game. Between him and Launex, so many important moments, especially where they've been able to activate. Everyone's got their numbers on the FUT side, but it does feel like these two have come alive in some really critical places.
Yeah. Pain clearly changing as well their tempo into this overtime. They've started with a very slow round in that first round of overtime. This time very, very up-tempo, even faster than what we saw in regulation, really. They never went for this immediate assault, aside from one time on that A-bomb site. Launex getting shot very rapidly, and to be honest, by his teammate.
Yeah, I was wondering how he got
that was
domed.
Yeah, I thought he got tapped by a player in window, and then I realized it wasn't someone window. He got shot in the back of the head, so 30 damage off. Give that one to Pain for free, but Symmetry just, again, finding opening kills.
Did Digit just try and creep out onto him? Digit gets caught. Yeah. Every time Digit tries to get aggressive on this A side, it's funny because Symmetry's always the one who takes him down as well. He just doesn't feel like he can catch a break.
Yeah, Digit, one of those players that, you know, for a lot of his tenure on 9Z and even his foray into Pain, has made his style kind of getting unconventional frags, taking risks and capitalizing on timings, but that has just not been the case in this game against FUT.
Oh my god, Krabny could be in the perfect position to use util piece of the board. If Sail past him, he goes out for the initial kill. Davideus is the only one he really wants though, because he knows he has to reinforce the B bomb site. Every time Davideus has been on short, it's felt like Pain's been going for a B side hit. This time it's very similar because Zera again planting himself behind, but that makes it a 2 versus 1 now on the bomb site. Snow is down because Zera expected and FUT have the cleanest gun round win we've probably had all game long.
Yeah, I mean, really nicely put together. Once again, catching Digit, hunting for a kill out from ramp, and then just picking it to pieces. You know, Kravity's play inside of that short smoke is a bit ambitious, but he hears that HE being pinned and just starts walking through it as they're setting up utility. It wasn't just that a player was priming that HE. There was another one setting up a flash at the exact same timing. So, yeah, Kravity... really nice heads-up play. It just seems like there's these small things that have really been stacking up for FUT throughout this first map in the series.
That's so ambitious, actually. I get it. Symmetry's been a very mobile operator. You know, often started off on the B-bomb side. We've seen him getting aggressive into underpass. We've seen him actually starting off in window with a couple of kills there as well. It makes sense, right? But yeah, when it doesn't work, it doesn't feel good.
Yeah, he's been on that A-bomb site to catch that play in the few rounds that Digit has tried it, actually. So, weirdly, him and Digit might be on the same wavelength. I need to change frequency, though. Moving into the second half of this first OT. Flip back onto the T side. It's been 15 rounds since we last saw them on the attack. Jeez, don't quite sail deep enough for Pain to find any free damage. A far more aggressive setup than we really ever saw from FUT. They're playing for a ramp, flash deep, that will be heard. Chugas can relay that. It's likely a compromised position. FUT won't go back to clear it. It's early enough in the round that some teams would decide that they want to reapply that pressure. But they're content with mid control and just having Jugas as this late lurk.
The fight for control over jungle has been a very critical part of both of these teams' T sides, right? For Krabany and Bigazera, getting into that window has been a critical portion of their plans, but right now it is in from the side, not from the window. Snow is already been dealt with. Jugas finds him and pushes NQZ back with a Molotov that allows Demon to have a favorable duel. A quick headshot is the reward that his teammates will get for setting him up like that. FUT should find game point over here.
I mean, it's such a key opening duel into that site. Jugas breaking it out from Palace, and then suddenly the setup that Pain went for just kind of breaks down so rapidly. NQZ's left in an awkward position, and no one could quite react fast enough there for Pain. All that information they got that the A ramp was clear, they still had to worry about that A bomb fight via connector. The Hound down from Demon, a second kill. While Biguzera can keep his hands on his M4, FUT are 1 round shy of closing their map pick.
I didn't even realize Snow's inside the bomb site. Okay.
I mean, holding on to Ram Palace as an AWPer, juggling your attention is far from ideal. This is what I mean about FUT. They're such an explosive team, very pack-oriented. They love grouping up together and going for these plays. Symmetry hunting for a kill into Palace, but they actually thought about journeying the smoke. It just gets spammed, so they get ground to a halt.
That's a good response, though, coming out from Pain. They've done a lot of damage with that. Symmetry and Demon are both down to about half HP across the two of them.
But it dragged attention away from other areas of the map. Middle wasn't something that was occupied by Pain because of all the steps they heard towards Pals. They knew it was a fast A adaptation, so Pain at some point may have to re-clear mid. So quite a deep swing from Davideus off of short. Just as the mid-util comes out from FUT, Pain have vacated this area. Team's poised for a B-side split.
Oh, that's a good kill out on the Larnax, but Krabany is quick to respond. The B bomb site is completely isolated. Any sort of support is so far away, and Davideus can't find a kill. By the time Snow gets here, the bomb's already going to be in position to be planted. All that Snow can look to do is try and find its defenders early. But with an HE forcing him forward, Jugas doesn't even take out the package. Symmetry puts them down, and FUT overrun that B bomb site. It is a long-labored mirage full of force buy wins and heartbreaks. But at the end of it all, FUT come out on top of their own map pick.
Yeah, back-to-back times, the two maps that they've won here at CAC have been on Mirage, first dealing with FaZe and now finding a win over Pain, which puts pressure moving deeper into this series. Talked about some of the weaknesses Pain could have on Dust 2 or Overpass. There is ample opportunity for FUT to pull off a full best-of-3 upset to keep themselves alive in this tournament. And yeah, this was far from a well put together, clean game from either side, but FUT will just be happy they managed past it.
Look, if anything, this is the ideal Counter-Strike on Mirage. This is what I want to see. It's scrappy, it's a lot of clutches, it's a lot of insane rounds being put together. And to be honest, yes, it comes off the back of a lot of failures from either team, right? We saw so many man advantages where, you know, it's not even just that there's a force by win coming through. It's the fact that we saw, I think, what, back-to-back 4v2 and 5v3 force buys where it's a loss coming out, right? It's different to something typical. A lot of that comes out to individual plays being made by big players as well, but you can also see FUT, the great thing about them is, as a young team, they don't take that much pressure. They know they're supposed to be the ones making some of these errors. They know it's a learning place for them as well. They just keep their heads held high.
No, yeah, it's almost certainly a learning experience, just building a better understanding of the LAN environment. You know, they don't get many of these opportunities. They're far enough down the rankings that being in this position in the first place is obviously a massive blessing for them, given that the typical attribution to them has been, hey, these are the ex-Academy guys from a big organization that I'm familiar with. You know, ex-Navi Jr. now moved into FUT. The organization has clearly taken a bit of a risk moving in with Academy players, but they're impressing here at CAC, being able to put up some great numbers. And this time it's a different player that finds themselves at the forefront of that conversation. It's Symmetry on that AWP, where so many times you'll see FUT playing online. You'll see ex-Navi Jr. play these officials online. Symmetry is actually often a weak point, but it was a real bout of stability and has been so far in this tournament.
And QZ actually had a decent map over here today compared to some of his previous outings. But I mean, when you compare the impact that Symmetry is having on that CT side, I'll be honest, it felt like half of the rounds for FUT on the CT side were just kind of carried by Symmetry, always being in the right spot, being there to take an opener, being there to take down Digit when he's going out for aggressions, and then in these mid rounds playing around the smokes, making things possible, including a clutch that he almost ends up winning out that Snow still puts together. This is where I do think we're seeing sort of that big difference highlighted, which going forward into Dust 2 might be a tricky spot to examine again. But that's not to say Pain didn't have their own standouts, right? Snow continues to have a roaring tournament, did quiet down maybe towards the very last 4 or 5 rounds of Mirage, but who didn't from Pain, right? So yeah, they're going to be walking forward with some pep in their step, but a lot of difficult conversations to be had, Michael.
It's actually very interesting because I think CAC has kind of revealed, and in the limited games that the players have, teams have played so far in this tournament, we've actually seen like a massive surge in performance from players that have typically been underperformers from the rosters. I'm thinking Nissim for Legacy. I'm thinking Exorcise for 3D Max. I'm looking at Symmetry and thinking the same thing. Snow to a certain degree as well. I think there are a lot of players that are over-delivering for a lot of these rosters coming into the tournament, which throws a lot of things off kilter, a little out of whack, because if you look at them trending into tournaments, you're thinking, oh, typical star players are going to have great performances, the in-game leaders are going to carry these games. But if it's your 4th, 5th player typically that's actually carrying things, then things can really go for a total twist. A lot of the expectations are likely to be subverted.
And we have no idea what to expect going into Dust 2. If it's going to be anything like Mirage, though, I can promise you it is going to be entertaining. So don't miss that. We're going to a break. We're going to be back with map number 2. Can Pain bring it back on their own surprise pick? Let's find out after a break.
Astana, are you ready?
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you!
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet.
the human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2025. It is Spain versus FUT, game number 2 that will be starting soon for this lower bracket run. Dust2, the pick for Spain coming through. We were quite surprised about that, but Michael Mirage really lived up to the entire Feel the Rush campaign that we've got going on over here. I really did feel the rush.
Yeah, I felt the force buys alongside that rush. We had quite a few topsy-turvy rounds coming away from Mirage, but FUT able to win their map pick in the series. This selection from Pain, yeah, is quite curious. You know, reading back on that interview with Big Uzera, the concept of them being able to win any tournament, but then also saying they didn't feel that comfortable about their overpass, but they needed to put repetitions in. I'm not sure that now is really the time. They'll need to get past Dust 2 and then an overpass after that, where they just don't have the game tape to look at, nor really rely upon to really leverage much success. And that's not to say that FUT have tons of repetitions out on overpass either, but given the high expectations of Pain, we really need to see more out of this team and the depth the roster is supposed to be able to offer.
Now, just to remind everyone that when we were going into the veto, I said, oh, you know, Dust 2 is like this possibility. In my head, I was like, hey, this is like this really dumb, remote, theoretical 5% possibility where they just say, you know what, all of our losses have been pretty close. Who is FUT even there? I will make this clear. I think this is a bad pick coming out from Pain. I think this could really come back to bite them. And if there's any evidence needed of that, check out that NQZ versus Symmetry head-to-head coming out of map number 1. It really wasn't looking like there was any question about who the better AWPer is at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like Symmetry was in better positions. I wouldn't say necessarily that NQZ had as many opportunities, perhaps. Like, he was playing far more aggressive, as was Pain in general. You know, the play styles are obviously very different, but the results speak for themselves in that Symmetry, yeah, had a very, very solid game on Mirage, did against FaZe as well, and may even transfer that over to Dust 2. And, you know, I think the current issue for teams at the top right now is that the map pool actually has so many of these maps that are very heavy, aim-reliant, you know, up-tempo, pack play type Counter-Strike can really work wonders. You know, we've lost quite a few of the tactical maps out of the pool, and so that distinction between a good or an elite level in-game leader is becoming a bit more blurred. But when you have a lot of firepower on the roster, basically anytime you're on one of these maps, you can theoretically win.
Yeah, and look, the one good thing about Dust 2 for me is that it's obviously touted as an AWPer's paradise, this and that. NQZ has been a bit of a difficult point for Pain across this tournament. Even in this series, he's been all right. I wouldn't say he's been like a standout difference maker outside of maybe in a round or two, but you know, he's been all right. Snow, on the other hand, if you're setting up for a lot of aggressive rifling plays, Snow's been fantastic. And if Big Uzera continues to try and put himself in positions where he's, you know, in a middle of the map situation where he can actually come through on a flank, really use his intuition for timing and whatnot, Dust 2 is very conducive to calls like that. So at the very least, if Pain are bringing what we saw stylistically from Mirage, it should be in their wheelhouse as far as comfort is concerned. The problem is, FUT was doing kind of the exact same thing, but better.
Yeah, and the problem for this Pain side is going to be that, you know, Snow has been doing great, sure, but you need better contributions from Davideus, who actually had a decent start to the tournament, but did not put up an impressive Mirage. You need to see better production out of Digit, who is supposed to be a firepower upgrade, another weapon that they can use on T-sides to lurk on good timings and find crazy ways back into rounds. We just haven't seen that really come to fruition here for Pain, whereas FUT seem like they have a number of these different weapons that are active at many different points in the game, have a lot of answers to be delivered to questions about this Pain Gaming roster here on the second map. It's Dust 2, but Demon's already getting off to a hot start over at Long. It's just headshots galore for Demon. A 4K in this pistol. They put this round to bed real quick.
Well, that might have been one of the fastest rounds we've had at this tournament so far. If that's going to be any indication of how Dust 2 is going to look, I'm scared already. Demon didn't have the best Mirage. At times, we saw him out on the B-bomb side when he was trying to play Anchor, not being able to find his critical kill. Because Zero obviously got that big Deagle kill over him, leading that 2v4 as well. There were places where Demon wasn't necessarily at its best, but he always did come through with a few moments of impact. If he can start his handoff with a hot start, that would be big. But what's even better is that the Forest Fire Wars might not be over.
Yeah, they may carry over into the second map. It's a nice opening kill there from NQZ. Catching a bit of a lazy spot check there from the FUT side. I don't think either of them really saw that they were boosted up with that scout. So Symmetry is a sitting duck. So a man advantage. Maybe these techs can break into B. That's where the smokes are currently lined up for, but
Hey,
Pain are
Lynn?
reconsidering. It's a mid-B smoke.
Modified call for Bigazera to be out to make a move. Remember what I said before, Bigazera, if he wants to put himself in the middle of the map to try and go for these late round moves, Dust 2 can be conducive. This round is going to come down to purely Jukas for the side of FUT. They are not going to be giving him any support whatsoever. He's got the right weapon for it, but he's caught on the reload. Still 14 bullets in that magazine, and he's only been able to get 1 kill. That feels like a mistake. Timing working out terribly for them, and as FUT try and break through that smoke, they lose 2 in the process.
Yeah, I mean, the call and the timing really was near perfect there from Pain. The amount of production you get out of Biguzera's position is obviously great, but the hit happening just as Jugas is at the back of the site reloading. There's a player that basically runs right past him. He is stuck between a rock and a hard place. He was, to be honest, the fact that he even got away with 1 kill given the way the round starts is a little commendable there from Jugas, but yeah, everything was off about the initial hold. It's a good call from Pain, and that force buy will find immediate success. Oh, Snow really wanted that M4, and it got blown away via the bomb deeper into the doors. So it will just be a scout that will likely be given back over to NQZ.
You got a very critical kill in the last round with that as well, so hey, you know what, it's fine. This kill is sort of what allows that entire play to be set up, right? Otherwise that could have just ended up being a call to rush out towards the B bomb site and the like, so yeah. Nicely done. FUT are going to be hard pressed to repeat their success from earlier on. Krabany does now drop a Vamas out towards Jugas. Bigazera will lead past the smoke initially.
Push onto B. Digit will spot it. Not any real damage being exchanged. But a spot check from both. Neither will look to press that issue. It'll be over towards long that FUT tried to challenge the other extreme. No flash setup though, so it's just a face check there from Demon. He was tagged up earlier on and simply finished off by NQZ's scout. Third time's a charm. Over on short, they look to aggress, and they will succeed on 1. Nate doesn't finish the job onto David Deus, but Symmetry's come in through middle, and he's caught that secondary player off of Cat. They have access to the bomb, 50 seconds. And Biguzera will have to get his hands right back on it, but there's a smoke that's down that could allow him just enough space.
He doesn't want to risk it.
Yeah, there's so many smokes, actually.
He does go back and recover an incendiary from the CT side of it, though. Now, Lonix isn't standing still. He's completely changed up his position and he won't have been heard. Now, how long can he maintain patience? There's 20 seconds left. He's really trying to accelerate. They still haven't heard him. And now the call's been made. Symmetry finds Bigazera. This round is over. NQZ is surely never going to expect Lonix to be here. He even thinks this is clear. NQZ thinks Lonix is playing time. He's going to have to pull out the bomb. And you're right, he won't have it. So in a lot of ways, Lonix is playing time. My God, now he hears the footsteps, now he hears what's coming in for him. It's after time where he barely protects his life. It is right back to the force by wars.
How does it keep on happening? How does this break down? I mean, a full man advantage. They keep getting caught trying to re-aggress. They try B, doesn't work. They try long, doesn't work. They lose a member. And it's on short that they finally find their stop. Pain are being pressured on each and every one of these avenues to sites. And they finally break down. I thought Mirage was the anomaly, but I guess this is just what we are dealing with in this series.
I'm ready. Give me another triple overtime.
Just as many force buy rounds as gun rounds.
It's a much faster play from Pain. They're hoping that speed will be what assists him, and indeed it has. Digit runs over Symmetry with Krabany inside a smoke of his own deployment. Demon doing the same. They are trying to find solace in a retake, but it's not going to be easy. 3 players coming up short, and the T's have got just as many. It's Demon inside the smoke out on long, who has to be dealt with. NQZ is ready. The smoke is going to start to fade soon, and Demon tries to beat past it, just gets his head taken clean off. T's are in a great position. Nothing that FUT can do about it when Demon can't find a kill.
Yep, there we go again. This time it's, I mean, there's a lot of rifles being engaged there from Pain, being in that position. Even with them losing that previous force buy, they had quite a lot of reserve cash still built over. And so they answer back with their own force buy. It's back and forth. Tactical timeout here from Pain. See if they can find some stability. Guys, we can't let it happen to us again. And FUT's economy is just in a place where you kind of have to force. I mean, single stage loss bonus. And just nothing in reserve.
I appreciate that Pain called attack for this one.
Yeah, somebody had to at some point. Because it almost feels mental. You know, when Pain have stuck with simplified calls, when FUT have been more proactive, both these teams have found a lot of success playing a bit more laissez-faire when they've been on the force buy. They're taking more risks and they're being rewarded to an exorbitant, you know, degree. The ratio of success is staggering in this series. So they may just have to simplify.
Demon gets aggressive out in long, and he really wants this fight. He somehow wins it, takes the AK, and he's out of there like a demon in the night.
NQZ just saw his teammate die, and our rifle get whisked away, and he couldn't do a damn thing to stop it.
They've left Snow in a compromised position as well. B bomb site is reinforced. To smoke out into mid will make this difficult for Bigozera to make a play. The only good thing that Pain have going for them is that Demon isn't real. You're kidding
There's
me!
no way. There's no way.
This
man.
is an absolute joke, Jugas!
This is absurd.
A drive-by! And Krabini is now somehow exchanging booty calls with Bigozera.
He actually hit great timing. But look at this. Just as he's taking attention, Demon starts getting aggressive from long, and he has the perfect flank on 1 kill. There's at least a trade right back. Bigozera spinning round, but a 2-on-5, essentially, that Pain are going to have to recover.
There's 30 seconds left.
The good news is that these players don't have rifles at the minimum.
Yeah, but they don't know how many players are in B.
Yeah, Symmetry can also pick up a rifle inside of the tunnels.
That's exactly what he's going to end up doing. Picks up the M4, comes back over, making noise. Time's not on the side of Pain. Bomb is on the ground, and so are their hopes. You called a tactical timeout for this, Pain. Call another one.
That's so unreasonable. Why is it that every single time they make one of these ambitious plays, these built maneuvers, they find immediate success, but then we get into a gun round where they're against the force buy, everyone loses their minds. That was a tailored play there for FUT. They threw flashes over so that they could enable that demon push, but just to find that immediate success, a completely isolated duel is unreasonable. And it happened on both sides of the map. You know, the second one was more outrageous than the first. This is not a normal game of Counter-Strike.
It's the best game of Counter-Strike. That's what it is. Remember, guys, you're in Asia now, the land of the force buys. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in Shanghai, you know what to do.
Yeah, this is beginning to get a little silly. It already was on Mirage, but I thought normality would be restored here on Dust 2. You haven't had a single consecutive round win so far this map.
Is this a demo you don't revisit, or is this a demo you revisit a million times? There's no in between.
I think you simply skim through the demo and go, this was this person's fault this round, and then this was this person's fault this round. You know, I don't think either team has done a fantastic job of playing against the anti-force buy. I'll be clear about that. You know, none of them are taking necessarily the safest approaches to their map control on the default when they've been up against force buys. But yeah, you'd think that you'd kind of stumble into a good anti-force.
Doesn't feel like we're ready to start again.
Yeah, nobody's ready. They're gonna round reset. Or this might even be more unusual than the game we've seen already. So, this will be 3-2. Pain are very likely to move in with a force buy in this following round. I have to say, you know, I had very limited expectations. I've been tracking the ex-Navi Junior core for quite some time, ever since they left the organization. The fact that they even were kind of released and allowed to play freely without the org support was quite nice to see, just because they were high enough in the rankings that they were getting invites to things. And they've been going through a bit of a turbulent time. I had very low expectations. You know, the filling of the Mikaze-sized hole inside of the roster was something that wasn't an easy fix. And them finding their way into Laon X has seemed to be, you know, if nothing else, you know, not necessarily the same fragging output as Mikaze was on the roster, but at least it's provided enough stability that other pieces have started to shine.
I think what I was particularly...
an Easter egg.
I didn't actually know that was there.
Yeah, me either.
Shout out to Luxar, who apparently knows all the Easter eggs. Alright, Cinematic Observer, and we are watching absolute cinema. It's like Fast and the Furious out here. I just need them to start chanting family.
Yeah, and somehow the car ends up in space.
Pain are now on the favored buy, statistically speaking. But if we're talking Counter-Strike language, that's not really the case. It's been giggles. It's been a lot of brouhahas, with maybe focus on the ha-has. But this is fighting for elimination. Let's not forget that. This is very much wits on end for Pain. FUT...
I mean, if this ends up in a back and forth game where FUT can barely manage out, they won't care. They're already a map to the good.
That's the thing. FUT doesn't care. FUT's not expected to win this. FUT's not expected to get out any of these big upset wins. They've already done well taking one big head. They smell blood in the water. Good timing on that incendiary. That's going to be forcing back Pain. But FUT do have two players pretty aggressively out towards long. Symmetry being forced to play passively because of it. You could see Pain scaling up, and Big Azera with a flashbang in. Snow will drop down as well. But Jugos with a peek out from window will be good for a kill. Peeks out for more. Now knows there's two players here. An incendiary down to try and interrupt. This is going to be Demon to activate late in the round, but the squeeze is coming. It is coming around the necks of Pain, and 5 alive as FUT will stop this madness with 2 in a row, breaking Pain's economy as they do so.
Yeah, I mean, finally someone's able to get consecutive rounds, and in a very convincing manner, even with Jugas being trapped outside of those B doors, he's able to get support from those players over at A that no one's able to trade on that Pain side. Went for a very ambitious split with short pressure as they were coming out towards CT and past that mid-B setup. Also be an investment into a scout here for NQZ. Hopes to be a crowbar into bomb sites, but the likeliness of them pulling through on rounds like this is very low. It's become a very popular buy, one that I'm actually kind of happy to see, but it does limit your abilities to buy up, you know, the premium zoom banger.
Incendiary to interrupt, and yeah, just to pick up on what you're saying, we're not gonna have an ult for NQZ until round number 9 theoretically. Even if they win this one.
Yeah.
Very different level of priority to be putting on your opper, and I don't know if NQZ's opting into this himself. It's certainly a possibility. I mean, we've seen that before.
It's also not usually the author that necessarily buys it. We see quite a few in-game leaders buy it up for their teammates. course, they were only on second stage loss bonus, so I mean that option would have meant that Big Zero would have 0 armor and a Glock, and you know maybe that's not that ideal. This is still far more damage.
Because suddenly this is going to be a question mark.
Wait, no way.
Because they have let it all go. It is not the scout that has been the crowbar. It is instead the Glocks that have managed to be used as leverage, but Jukas does not care about Archimedes over here. David is trying to ferry over the M4 to the healthy player. Big Uzera without Kevlar will never have an advantage, but maybe David is can pick up the slack, get the jump, bring Jukas slow. Bomb is spotted for Bigu. Jukas has everything to do a jumping shot that finds him one. Kit now recovered as well. Will try and go for the defuse. Needs to hit the instant headshot, and Bigu is playing it smart. He is playing it slow, but Jukas still gets it done. He has saved them with an impossible shot. 5 for FUT.
An instant headshot. A bullet out the chamber, and Big Uzera's head is a magnet. Jugas, they should have lost this round. They were losing to Glocks and a scout. I didn't think it was even possible. Once Demon dies there on ramp, I think this round is done, but the instant reaction, the good read, and an impossibly sharp shot.
Oof,
that is devastating for Pain. They almost got given a gift.
He does somehow have the AWP, was dropped over to him, picks up the kill in trade, but Launex is going to be the one who actually tilts the scales. Jukas left alone on this B-bomb side, and the CTs are incredibly worried about that. This is going to be a move to save or the stack. Now, if Demon gets an early kill on the Digit, that could make a difference, but he has revealed position inside the incendiary. Digit didn't hear it, though. And now, suddenly, reinforcing through short becomes a possibility. Jukas will be able to cover off the cross as well. If they make a mistake in trying to ferry the bomb over, maybe he can get a kill. Smoke now down for either side. HE is good, but Jukas has somehow gotten a kill through the smoke. Picks up the head. Now, might be low in HP, but Davideus is on the ground and NQZ is left alone. 1 versus 1. Jukas called to clutch one more time. With the AWP on the other side, his HP doesn't really matter, but with the bomb on the ground, NQZ might be forced to go back in for that. He's second guessing himself as he does do so. Jukas is trying to cover it off. Jukas is crouched down below. NQZ is even thinking about going back over to the B-bomb site. Jukas realizes this is a possibility. NQZ is covering it off. He is going for the slowest crawl possible. Always worried.
NQZ's made the right read. I mean, Jugas had to keep his attention raised given that smoke faded, but he hears steps on the retreat up that B ramp, so he will be hot on the heels of NQZ.
He's got a smoke, he's got a kit, but he has to land another fantastic shot. NQZ doesn't see Jukas. Jukas managed to evade capture. Remember, he could have gone up short into tunnels instead. NQZ rounds the corner, will not find him. The timing is evaded. Both of them. Somehow Jukas thinks this is going to be a tunnels play. Goes back in, checks for it. It's another head on the ground, another clutch, another FUT round.
There's absolutely no way. As if it comes down to a late round clutch, NQZ has the perfect reposition. He reads it well. And he falls short at that final mark. Just lost the timing. Thought he had hit it perfectly, that Jugas would have no idea. But all Jugas heard from his position on short was a single step up that B ramp. And he pulls off another great clutch.
The exact same reaction from Launex as he did in the previous round. The transition from loss to jubilation.
Yeah. Pain may have hell to reckon with. Big statements made by Big Uzera that I can try and defend. But if they lose to a team this far down the rankings, one that is only looking to garner experience, one that is only looking to ride the high of the travel that the VRS calendar can provide, that an opportunity like CAC can give them. If you don't even threaten to make it into the playoffs, There will be comments. There will be many.
I mean, especially when it comes off the back of having declined invites to other tournaments like, you know, your EPLs of the world.
I think Fiji actually put a statement out saying that that's not true, so I'm not sure. But they haven't been in attendance of all the tournaments that theoretically their VRS level would give them access to. They haven't put on the most amount of official games to their register.
Let's not forget though, Michael. This is the deadliest round in Counter-Strike apparently for the two of these teams. FUT have managed to evade capture, but by very slim margins. In these past few, they can very quickly bring it right back in.
Can make a new law about force buys. Call it the Achilles law. With FUT and Pain, yeah, there is a lot of difficulties against these force buys. This mid to B split is looking to be planned, and immediately Big Uzera taking that close range duel. The flash is well timed, but it catches Demon, and they need to put up a stop. Finally, Trades coming out into this B site. Demon trying his best to keep hold, but he doesn't have the bullets to keep contending. 10 seconds, they need to punch in these digits, and Demon will look to pressure, but Davideus a good hold. 2-on-2. And it's Symmetry to lead the way. The nade could chase down this kill, and he will succeed. It's Snow that's trapped in the site, and Symmetry will simply run him down. No problems dealing with this force. 2 alive, and a 7th round for FUT.
That's actually one of the best looking rounds we've seen just in terms of execution at every level, right? Because FUT start off with 3 players out towards the B-bomb side. They've seen that Pain has been leading there quite a few times by trying to use Big Uzera as a lever to be able to get into the B-bomb side. But because Demon's a player who makes first contact, Pain are still doing full due diligence about checking out for 2 players in B regardless. Demon doesn't normally start out on that B bomb site, so Pain, even after they get that second kill and they've obviously got information on first contact, they still clear out car really effectively done. Afterwards, David has great defense coming out, dodging flashes, getting kills, but then the util from FUT that was remaining being put to great use. I mean, that's just great.
So on point. Perfect positioning on the HE and the incendiary.
Oh, Snow dodges bullets. Rather, Symmetry dodges bullets. Snow is missing them. Oh, not that one though. That is beautiful. Just barely caught a glimpse of Symmetry. He's able to put it to use before the flash kicks in. The HE at his feet is a problem, but Demon is the real problem. Picks up 2 instant kills with the A4. A throwback to times gone by. And Counter-Strike was still good, great, and gory.
He's still hunting.
He's still going in. Their backs turn. Demon finds 4. 16 and 7. It is Demon and Jugas who have taken this game by storm. And Pain right now are caught without an umbrella out in the open winds of FUT. Crabini comes in from behind. It is backstabs on backstabs, and this one might be more literal. Crabini hopes to take a knife to the neck of Pain. Davideus to be the recipient. It is 8, and their mental has got to be broken at this point. Pain cannot find a way into these rounds.
Crabini thought about all the upsides. He didn't think about a single negative. The simple bursts there from Demon, the perfect play past the smoke, and then a precision incision from the in-game leader. They are in the heads. They are hurting heads. And Pain may have their heads in hands after this series. FUT are in full control.
Second tactical timeout coming through from Pain. I don't know what you say.
It's a total breakdown. They have not been able to muster stability. They haven't been reliable against the anti-force buy. They haven't been reliable in their gun rounds. They haven't got reliability really anywhere. Best we've seen this tournament has been Snow, and he can't be the only piece that you can utilize. Demon is just too damn sharp. It's 3 kills from lower, and he just keeps on swinging. It's back-to-back 4Ks, a 20 bomb in the first half, and there's still more rounds to play. There is simply nothing. Not a single hope down the stretch. No light at the end of this tunnel.
There is no beating FUT right now. Bane have had a saving grace. They have had a massive light on them all across the tournament, shined by Snow. He's been untouchable in most of the maps they've played. When finally we are seeing him falter, we see what Bane is left behind with absolutely nothing. And FUT just keep on finding new weapons to add to their arsenal. Last round of the half, last chance overhead, find respectability, and it starts with an NQZ 6 feet under.
That's only Laonex's second kill of this half so far. Teammates doing a lot of the heavy lifting, but he finds an opener, one that will put Pain on the back foot. Leg shot hit by Symmetry 2.
Crabaniol in the meanwhile is waiting for Davideus to make a move. That exchange is going to be crucial. Davideus eventually has to activate. Crabani ends up going in. FUT feeling antsy. He does come over. The man of the hour has now had his time come to an end. Bane, great place for this round to transpire, especially with Launex as the only A-side defender. All they can hope is that Biguzera stays alive. This becomes a 2v3 far too quickly. Two smokes have been used at the same time to try and go for that cross. It won't matter all the most, but Symmetry will be able to put himself in a good position to catch out on anyone who's jumping up. Snow, wary of that possibility, reads into it, finishes it off, and it's all Jugas, the man of many clutches. Can he make it? He almost does! He almost does! You could see it in your mind's eye, but Snow is not done with this map just quite yet.
Oh my goodness, I thought they'd let Jugas clutch again. He had already 2 within that half. If it wasn't Demon and the rest of the group breaking through in the early round, it was Jugas to close out late. But there is going to be 3 rounds at the very least here for Pain coming out of that first half. That 9Z combo in DGT and Davideus finally find an in. But they had to rely on Snow to pull through when it looked at its most dire. A very positive half for FUT. They may not have been able to convert on every single bout of heroics, but a 9-3 half, they will be more than pleased.
Pain still feel like they need a little bit more before they can start to feel the blood really in their veins again. A pistol round win is... it's just necessary. And considering that this game started off with this back and forth affair between 4 spies, no team able to string 2 in a row, well, FUT comes through and they got more than that together. It's a straightforward call. They're keeping it simple. It's a B-side hit, it's a Glock parade, and it's going to be coming through with the Molotov and flashes to help, but Snow is ready. Digit's actually the one who gets the kill. Snow doesn't even pick up a single one because they're down. The overrun of this B-bombs that has already happened, and reinforcements might be here, but look at what they're going up against. It is an army. And the Europeans, they're still giving out possibilities, but it's all to enable Launex coming in from behind. He will catch a timing, he will catch NQZ, and Davideus is now caught in an indefensible position. Launex doubles up his skills and puts FUT in a winning position, 10-3 on this D side.
Yeah, I mean, a 3B setup where they only really come away with a singular opening kill as they come out of the tunnels. Sure, NQZ is able to clamber one back just as that bomb goes down, but at that point, they're already at a deficit. You're expecting far more out of your initial hold. But that may be the story of Pain so far in this series. You might expect more, but you ain't getting more. 3 more rounds, and FUT will move past and finish off a full best of 3 against a massive favorite.
Good kill to start things off for Symmetry as well. On top of it all, Biguzera is already down. These 5 players out, and Long can now look to even reset, leave Symmetry behind on an island that he'll sure struggle defending. But I'm not sure if they're ready to give this up yet.
It's a good kill back.
QZ?
Yeah, finishing off the job onto Symmetry. So it's back to a 4-on-4. That smoke down will still obscure some information here for Pain on the defense, but it's a 2-2 split. Unless there's any real pressure put towards that middle section on this B hold. Snow has a smoke that can block.
Out of shoulder. That's all he needs. We'll start spamming that thing. Davide is the one with the real threat, though. The double kill with the MP9 gives them another chance of a Pain. It is exactly how the first half started. Pistol round lost, but a force by a win immediately after. Gravity will not be able to take the Galil out of the hands of David Eos either, so the spoils of war are looking nice and valuable.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from David Eos. Got a important double at the end of the first half to even allow for a third round here for Pain. And now comes up with the goods in defense of that B bomb site. Snow getting that smoke out in time, and he's able to swing alongside him to stop them at the gates. So it's a lifeline. Another one for Pain. I don't even know if we can count the force buys as lifelines when they've seen so much success for both sides. But there may be a way back in just yet.
NQZ does get a very early op out over here as well. So if he's going to have, some massive impact, if he can put up what Symmetry did on Mirage, he's setting himself up for it. This is very different to the first round where he didn't have an op until like round number 9 or something. Sorry, the first half. Nade number 1. Nade number 2. Possibilities will be opened up over here. NQZ, a nice collateral, will not be able to get a kill on either one of them, but that weakness, it is going to be significant. Neutral flies overhead, and FUT will still be walking into an A bomb site, which is very split up in the defense. NQZ can still be smoked off over here, which would put Digit in basically a one-and-done position. That grenade that he has could be valuable. Don't forget this early damage. Digit will deploy that. The second he sees this Molotov coming over, Digit deploys a grenade. It should be able to get at least one kill. Krabany is down and out, and with Launex scaling up into the site, Digit's lost his life with just that. NQZ finds a close range Launex, but not before he finds the second kill. The bomb is planted. Demon alone. He's a man who you would trust in these positions, but it's just too much to deal with. NQZ keeps on putting himself in a great position. That round, very much credited to him.
Yeah, put a good defensive smoke down just as they were going for that execution. I wasn't sure how he'd make use of it, but able to jump on top of the car and also just keep eyes on. As soon as he gets flash, he can use it as coverage just to maintain some control. And even if he loses his teammate over at long, NQZ's able to get the trade, keep a handle on things, while the rest of the team are still applying pressure in from spawn. FUT weren't coming in with the best of buys, but them getting into a planting position, one that they can threaten and put some pressure onto Pain, isn't a bad start. I'll still go in with a scout into this round. No refunds on this investment here from Symmetry, and he'll fall victim to the NQZ AWP, but he does land his tag.
We go again.
Gravity's asking for a
just
boost.
in case.
This will be a pretty outrageous round to lose. One that Pain themselves almost won, actually, in that first half.
Yeah, if not for some ridiculous clutching shenanigans coming out from Jugas, could have been a very different looking first half. Oh, that's a good nade. Jugas will be feeling the pain off the back of it. And a second that doesn't do quite as well. It's all to try and set up Digit, though, in behind the smoke in case this is going to be a rush forward, but with FUT trying to play the patience game, they don't have any flashes, nothing of the sort.
What's Jugas doing there under the stairs? Having some private time. Not a lot really happening really for FUT in this. I mean, sitting behind smokes on short, seeing if they can catch Pain re-aggressing, but they're sitting inside of bomb sites. They know that they should have a weaponry advantage.
Yeah, just trying to burn out some extra util and the like. Trying to get them antsy. 20 seconds. Digit back in defensible position. NQC is in a great spot over here as well. Takes first contact. Breaks blood. And not just once, but twice. Davideus, the only casualty to come through in this round. Very successful from Pain in their venture to build up economy.
Still a long road to travel. Still a journey as well for FUT to close out this series. Symmetry down to a scout on this buy. Imagine we'll hope to tag players on the cross and as well hope that his riflers can get some space. Actually going for a play towards long. The incendiary will break. And it's a very aggressive peek from NQZ, but they find that gap over to long. They find that entry. Launex breaking through and creating space. But there was a play into the lower tunnels as well. Pain have seeded one area and gained another. Jugas aggro play off to short, catches DGT. It's NQZ's missed shot. It may come back to haunt him. He's missed two now. An attack that will slow him down. They know exactly where he is. A Molotov that lands at his feet. He'll catch another, but he has to rescind his position inside of the site. It's 3-on-3, and NQZ still finding production. In fact, a gap around the smoke. Back to 2-on-2, where finally FUT will have space to plant.
Smoke and a Molotov to interrupt Snow, so Bigazera might end up having to be the person to take first contact. A deep grenade will keep Jugas honest, but it really is a round that comes down to the Symmetry and Symmetry alone. Deep Flashbang will not be catching out either one of these players. They are fully focusing on short. They know where Snow is, and the refresh of the smoke gives them safe haven. Bigazera doubling back in too short. He's hoping that the attention that he took out on long will keep them occupied, and that might still be the case. But Pain are leaving themselves with very little time. No utility over here either to make do of a difficult job. Nade pops open the smoke. That's what they used to come through it. 10-second timer's already come on. This is a battle of seconds, and they're running out of them. Snow is now down because Zera has to take himself off the bomb. He's barely going to have it. No, has to take himself off.
Terrorists win.
It's 11 for FUT in a labored round win, and it's time that ends up being their greatest enemy.
Yeah, and if they had that HE and deployed it on the site, they actually could have maybe had additional time to clear out for that secondary player in the bomb site. But one had to jump on it, and yeah, Biguzera just simply not enough time by the time he finds that final kill. It is so damn close, but FUT find their break. They finally get into a site. They get into an after plant where they can play it 2-on-2. And Pain have just whittled too much time away from that clock. 2 more rounds are all that FUT need to close.
Jukas has had so many incredibly high impact rounds over here as well.
Yeah. Demon got a lot of those flashy big multi-kills, but Jugas was a consistent threat in those late rounds.
Speaking of threats, Spain are pulling out the double op. As they face down the barrel of elimination, they want to spend all their money before they go. They can't take it to the grave, but the question is, can they take it into the next round?
Yeah, I have to say as well, NQZ's been doing a good job of finding consistent openers. Because they're hoping that that secondary ult could find as much success, but he'll miss out on his opening line. Seems to be the case here for Pain, that they simply cannot get all their stars active, or 2 of them at any given time, really.
Pain might be trying to funnel this into a B-side hit. That's where NQZ is lying. And remember, they've gotten confirmation of an op. They don't know it's Bigazera. Snow's in a very good position over here to find them the first advantage. They know there's a player for Util out, but NQZ is burning. He's already used his smoke. He will at least get the 1 kill, but it's not enough. That second player in middle, that was Demon. He wins his duel, and now it's back to a 2 versus 2 as Davideus is going to be able to find that flank. No utility left for the T side. They won't be able to cross over safely with Bigu's op, keeping an eye line out on them. They know this is a risk, but Bigu now switches over to the M4. CTs are split, but FUT, they are singularly focusing down on tunnels. That's a right decision. Bigu will be allowed to creep out of the doors, but David Diaz gets the kill even with Symmetry watching out, and Symmetry makes up for it with 2 HP left. A big triple on NQZ's position shows him how it's done.
He missed his opening shot. He let his teammate die. He thought for sure Davideus was a dead man walking in that tunnel's peak. And still in the 1-on-2, Symmetry is able to somehow adjust. There is simply no way. How do they keep getting away with this nonsense? How does he survive on this 2 health? It is a FUT kind of day.
Grabbing his spot setup player going down to look where it's not going to be like it's going to be 2. So even when he gets that first kill, there's more where that came from. NQZ setting up for a flank, and Pain are on their last limbs. This is 1 round away from elimination, and with the shadow spotted, it is now 3 kills away from elimination at the hands of one of the lowest seeds in the entire tournament. Pain might not have been expected to be champions over here, but a playoff run was almost a necessity. I think that they might not even crack top 8. FUT are on the verge of collecting their 2nd massive head of this tournament. And Pain are still split 1-1 across the map. It's effectively a 5-on-1. Because Zero only has a scout, and now he doesn't even have that. Snow has a very long time to think about. An incredibly long flight back home as well. FUT are on the verge. No, I mean, they've basically already done it, of taking this one away. Snow is fighting for scraps as FUT look to collapse on him. Jukas will put him down. A fitting end to a series of insanity, but FUT are the ones to persevere and triumph, taking down Pain, taking them out of the entire tournament.
A massive head, the biggest head that they've had to face, one that they've actually been able to beat in a full best of 3. In terms of rankings, this is the highest profile victim to fall to this ambitious under-20s project. FUT finding their way to Lao&X and into this lower bracket. They find a lot of success relying on the stars from that ex-Navi Junior project. Demon showing up in a big way, Jugas and Symmetry. That trifecta alongside the Krabby in-game leading has just completely subverted expectations coming into this tournament. Pain were making statements saying that they could win any tournament if they simply focused and played their game. They were instead thrust into 4 spy wars that FUT came ahead out of.
I mean, you have to keep in mind, FUT is the 2nd lowest seed in this entire tournament. The Huns being the lowest, Spain one of the top 4 coming into this. So they were supposed to be having a smooth journey based on who they're playing and whatnot. And you can't say that Pain have gone against any opponent that they shouldn't have been a big favorite to beat out. Fnatic comes through, Fluxo comes through. Fnatic, obviously, they lose out. Fluxo looking labored, and up against FUT over here again. Yeah, sure, FUT. They've had some rumors about them. They've had some murmurs that, oh, they've got good shooters and whatnot, but this is Pain. This is playoffs at major Brazilian team in contention with being the best Brazilian team in the world until a few months ago, Pain. And FUT have just dismantled them.
Yeah, if you looked at some of the highlights coming away from this game and you took away the nameplates, you'd expect that you'd see players like Davideus or Digit or NQZ pulling off some of the plays that instead FUT were making throughout this series. They looked like the better team from start to finish. They had the better star power in the long term. And sure, there was a lot of topsy-turvy nonsense that seemed to happen in this game. Let's not pretend like this was a open and shut case from the get-go. There were many moments that Pain could have taken control, found the consistency, but they had more of the heartbreaks down in this whole series. I mean, a very close outing at Mirage, and then that same topsy-turviness carried over into this Dust 2. But it really was those clutches from Jugas and those massive 4Ks from Demon that seemed to break the back of Pain.
And this comes off the back of Launex having a tough game as well, right? And we've seen how incredibly influential he was, even on Mirage, for example, winning out multiple clutches for his teams. He's one of the higher rated players for this team as well. FUT were feeling the pressure, FUT were making the mistakes, but the difference is Pain also had the pressure of their names on the back of their shoulders. You could see expressions-wise just how they're reacting to some of these clutches that they're even winning on Mirage, how they're reacting to some of the clutches that they're losing. They just looked a little bit dead in the water on Dust 2 after the first 8 rounds that transpired. It didn't feel like they were in control of the game at really any point from there on out. It didn't feel like they even had like a momentary resurgence. This was, I mean, this was just a complete shutdown.
And that was always the danger moving into a map like Dust 2 as well. You know, the Mirage was one thing. Sure, we've seen 2 upsets now from FUT on that map, beating FaZe in their opening round, and now also being able to beat Pain on that map. But going into a Dust 2, if you don't express that you are the better team, if you don't out-aim your opponents on some of these headshot angles you get on CT to short or the ult picks to long, if you just cannot wrangle that and the underdog team finds those openings, of course they're going to be made to look better. Of course they're going to find the gaps to exploit. I look at the pure aim performance, and I look at the pure ability expressed by these FUT players. They were a league ahead in a way that I wasn't expecting to see coming into this tournament, but I'm glad they're here.
And I do want to, again, give some credit out towards Coolio and Crabany for, you know, that masterclass of a veto, right? Because it's not very often that, you know, underdog teams will elect to allow their first ban through in a way where they could be punished, right? But they recognize that they're never winning a nuke, right? It's just not possible. And then to compound it, Pain come through with the surprise pick of Dust 2, and they might have been surprised with their own performance on it as well. FUT, fantastic job from veto to end, and I'm excited to see what they're going to be doing. Of course, they've got more Counter-Strike to be played later on, but there's a break before that. We'll be going over to Fnatic versus Heroic on this B stream to find out who one of our first teams in the top 4 at the arena stage is going to be. For now, though, we've got to go to a break. We're going to be back with that one very soon. Guys, why would you want to go anywhere? Did you just watch that series? Stay tuned.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof! We will roar!
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike! 伙计们，区域安全，该动手了。什么声音？我好像听到了动静。集合，该我们出手了，咱们给他们来个出生入死。来吧！你这手感，无人能敌。他们简直不堪一击，小心点儿，还有一个。一切都如计划所料。出发，出发！都是我们的，快撤！就是这样，就是这样。兄弟，现在麻烦大了。炸弹哪儿去了？跟我来。老哥，真是潇洒。没有什么能够阻挡。来吧，看我们的！他们要干掉我了！不要，不要！好美啊！目标已击毙，确认区域安全。别忘了还有个炸弹要处理。行动！出发！来吧，任务开始了。发现目标。干得漂亮！嘘，我好像听到敌人的声音了。准备安炸弹了。嗨，我们成功了，走了。让他们见识见识谁才是老大。你看到炸弹了吗？我去炸弹那儿。七零八落的，快拆弹！完了完了，来不及了。今天还回得去吗？
Welcome back to CAC 2025. The B streamers have been all about the goodbyes so far. It's been a lot of lower bracket matches, but now it's time to find out who can take that first leap forward to glory. It'll be in that upper bracket game as we try and find out who will be ranked number 4 as a minimum or ranked number 6 as a minimum between Fnatic and the Heroic with Hades. Michael, this is an interesting matchup over here because both teams are coming in with pseudo standards.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. You know, being able to go past that opening game we had on the B stream, and you know, saying goodbye to one team in pain, and then sort of opening up with the success of teams that have recently undergone roster moves or having to play with far from optimal rosters, you know, having to play with the stand in the first place. Usually people just write you off of the tournament and think, we'll see how good they can do. Maybe the stand-in can impress us and show a good performance. I think Hades has kind of done that, and this Heroic roster is punching well above expectations. They were not touted as one of the sort of pseudo favorites coming into this tournament because there's been a lot of instability within the teams we have here at CAC, but yeah, Heroic have kind of hit the ground running, as have Fnatic with their Jacasmo move.
Heroic is obviously one of the teams that narrowly missed out on the major window. Fnatic, though, on the other hand, they've now made the major and they are looking to make waves before it. Jacasmo's move ends up being one of the more talked about ones in Counter-Strike, mostly because you guys from the UK just won't get off of Twitter for some reason, but also because obviously you're replacing a fan favorite player in Cypher, who a lot of people have a whole lot of love for. People think his career hasn't gone particularly well. He's not been always in the right organizations at the right times, but here's the thing, a sob story is great and all, but Fnatic are looking like the best version of themselves that we've seen them be in like a year's time or something ridiculous. The Jacasmo edition is looking like it might be working out.
And it's not even that Jacasmo has necessarily been the important piece, but, you know, we'll talk about that later, I'm sure. This Heroic team is quite interesting, though, because they've had to undergo a series of changes, some that they didn't even necessarily want to have happen. They were working with Tanir on their rise and in their road to the major, only for that to be cut short by a clause in his contract that allowed him out to somehow join Spirit in the interim. And so trying to fill that gap, they bring back Nilo, who was, you know, supposed to be one of these star up-and-coming Swedish riflers that they signed on, but then wasn't actually playing with the team for a while. But now that he's back, he's taking a lot of entry responsibilities to try and fill that gap that Tanir leaves in this team. And yeah, now we have the Veto on screen. Fnatic moving in with the Inferno. I'd be very surprised. I mean, unsurprisingly, Train is out of the equation, but Heroic have actually been picking it sometimes. but leaning into that Dust 2 that has been a bit more reliable for them as of late. Wouldn't be surprised if we get an overpass as a decider in this series.
I am a little bit surprised that Heroic haven't let the train through over here, but, you know, maybe more on that later on. Fnatic will be particularly happy with the Inferno pick. Heroic don't really have any reps on it, etc. But what's going to be interesting over here is the Dust 2 for me. The Heroic pick into that instead of maybe opting into something like an Overpass. And I know that Fnatic have displayed a fair bit on Overpass, but in their matchup yesterday, I really felt like Hades was having such a good time. He was taking full control over the map across pretty much every avenue possible and showing us some of the best CS he's played in quite a while. I really enjoyed him on Overpass.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heroic have just been kind of alternating. They've been, as of late, Ancient, Mirage, Dust 2 is kind of their trifecta of picking. Most teams will contain it to 3 unless they identify a clear weakness. But Heroic, because of all the pain and strife they've encountered on their descent out of the major contention, they've suffered some pretty bad losses on maps that they have been picking into these series. Yeah, the Dust 2 feels like the safest so far, and also could be a great way to sort of leverage that extra power that Hades seems to have brought into the roster, because he has been doing a bang up job, and he's putting himself in the shop window when they're, you know, Heroic have been trying to fill the gap of the AWPer in this team for a little amount of time. You know, they tried Grix for a couple of officials, then they brought in Alcarin, who can be a bit hot or cold. If they can get this kind of output from Hades, maybe they look to snatch him up from that X-Inner Circle roster.
Would be good to see. Hades has always been sort of this level up player, this footstool for a team to climb up to a higher place, and maybe he can look to do the same over here for Heroic. The question though is, can they level up with him into the semifinals as a minimum guarantee? The arena stage has been secured for both of these teams.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, doesn't mean that they're going to be able to go beyond that with all the pressure on them, all the lights on them. This is a difficult set of players to actually succeed on a stage like that. You want to make it a top 4, and right now with this push forward from Nilo not finding a kill might end up being critical. Jambu and BlameF for waiting for this, but they might not expect how many players are coming over. They realize it's 4. Now it's time to take control over in the A site, and with Youngster the only defender, he can get 1, but it's not enough. A full 2v4 now between Nilo and Hades to try and clutch it out.
Yeah, looking exceedingly unlikely. They went for a 4-1 setup from the jump in this pistol, being aggressive down towards bottom B. They were expecting far more production. Hades has found a very unique timing. So he will get a free kill into Fear. He's expecting BlameF inside of Library, but it's not to be. And so Nilo just simply saving his dualies. This is a simple enough call here for Fnatic. They went for a contact rush into that A bomb site, and once they were met with aggression down B, it only prompted them to accelerate faster. The open and shut case. And yeah, just to touch on the Jacasmo move, you know, I think there's a lot of people that are, I think, rightly disappointed that Cypher isn't playing with the team. You know, I don't think you're wrong. A lot of people feel like Cypher's been kind of unlucky or been in bad situations. You know, the TSM move after the Into the Breach surprise major berth at Paris.
Yeah, the bleed debacle.
They didn't bring in the coach that was supposedly going to organize that whole team, and so the system never gets developed, and then the whole bleed situation happened after that. And then a few months of Fnatic, they make the major, and then he's out of it again. So yeah, I think people are right to be a little annoyed at the process, but Jacasmo has actually seemingly improved the sort of innovations and the intuition of Fnatic in a weird way. You know, Blame is taking more opening duels, Crims is taking more opening fights as well. And so he does grace the server with his first in the anti-force buy. Just feels like people are taking a few more liberties, which is kind of actually not even Cypher related, but it has changed the dynamic somewhat.
There in the meanwhile, tries to push forward. You've got to be joking. No one clears Nilo. Normally the second player's job to do that, but when Hades has been spotted, maybe they're just focusing down on dealing with the threat they see rather than the one behind them. Either way, it's not the best decision. They end up in a losing position. Is it another force buy on the B stream?
If the B stream just ends up being force buy wars, I'm going to be I'm going to have to check my sanity afterwards. That first series was already a bit of a test.
I don't know about you losing your marbles, but Fnatic's biggest problem is that they've lost the bomb.
Yeah. Honestly, it's probably just a save, so it looks like this is a forced by win.
Hot diggity down. Just how I like it.
Yeah, they ran straight into a crossfire, and they didn't use a Molotov to clear out that cubby. It's a position that is often, that utility is designated to that spot for that exact reason. If not a Molotov, then sometimes double nades or something to flush a player out into the open. That was not the case here on the default for Fnatic. So they might have found a gap in a player that they could hound down, only to be lured into a trap.
Gonna get to see a double kill for Milo again. I think one of the great things about Heroic also adding Hades is you have to remember Heroic's biggest loss might not actually be Tenair. It might be the fact that they don't have Saw anymore. And sure, look, replacement coach is not bad at all. You have seen Tobis find success elsewhere, but it's not Saw. So being able to get someone who can maybe be a secondary voice at times, maybe be another contributing factor in timeouts and whatnot around a very young team, that's not something to be understated.
Yeah, sure. You know, on the inverse, you know, we could look at Fnatic and their work with Independent so far. Seems like he's quite a, almost kind of ruthless if we're going to sort of put the Cypher move on his shoulders. But he has high expectations, and I think, you know, in terms of immediate results, he's been able to action some kind of change in Fnatic. And that's, you know, pragmatic coaches instead of working off of vibes and just purely keeping chemistry in check. I'm actually all about that. I'm a big fan. Good.
Sometimes you need a cheerleader, but sometimes you need a drill sergeant.
Yeah. Ideally, you have someone somewhere in the middle.
A cheerleader drill sergeant? This just sounds like some kind of weird D-tier movie, Michael.
Well, you know, that's how I would describe Ash, actually, so...
35 seconds in time is getting to be a bit of a problem over here. Both teams are getting a good idea of how they want to play this round up, but with the smoke still there for another 10, Fnatic will have to come in through these smokes. It is a lot more than they bargained for, though. They've got their own smokes to worry about as well. LNZ comes out with the first kill, picks up the second as well. Now Deagle at the ready, and Linus is giving out some nice technical tips. Guys, clear your corners.
No issues here. Blamef took Sanctuary inside of that smoke, and he will be able to fish himself out a kill, but he's likely to die. In fact, welcomes the embrace, but hopefully doesn't die after time. Linus looking to hound him down and will succeed. Blamef, absolutely no money. 650 in the pocket, and that's only because he found those 2 kills on the AK.
God, tough start over here for Fnatic despite winning the Whisper round.
This is hardly how you want to construct your round, having to channel yourself through a smoke into that B-bomb site. But they were running low on time, so they had to make something happen. Meaty start to the round, good nade down middle. It's all Glocks here for Fnatic, not a single bout of investment.
Now, one of the things that I think for Fnatic I really want to see is maybe Jambo continuing to come alive. His match versus TYLOO, he had a great showing. And Hades, for me, has always been quite a consistent piece coming into the Tier 2, Tier 2.5 scenes. He's obviously had some dips in form here and there, but largely speaking, I know what I'm getting with Hades. Jambo, maybe a little bit more up and down, I think it's safe to say.
Mm-hmm. Jambo can take over a game to a certain extent. But yeah, the consistency has been difficult. I think that's been really a conversation for Fnatic, full stop. You know, the only one that's really been able to keep his head above water in all the turbulence and the run up to the major has kind of been Blamef. And he's, you know, to a certain extent, I agree with this conversation around Blame being sort of maligned because, you know, he does bait quite a lot. You know, let's not get that wrong. That does happen, but he also wins a lot of engagements that give his team a lot of chances to win. You know, there's a reason his stats have not changed much in this turbulent 3.0 round swing effect. Blame is contributing just in ways that some people seem to not like. Not quite as flashy, but he does get results.
Hades is in a very difficult spot of it. He's going to be opening up the grenade and the smoke with the grenade, and Jambo can just take advantage of it. Hades wasn't ready for anyone to be coming up that close to the smoke, and Jambo now progresses forward. He's created this threat corridor out on arches, but Grim's dropping the smoke will have been heard. Jambo moves through his own smoke, comes in from behind. He'll have a flank onto the short player, but Nilo has a fair fight. If a youngster is the one who actually ends up winning the duel, reposition is good. He's relying on xcloud on the side, but with xcloud down, youngster has too much pressure on his shoulders. He will end up forfeiting the round.
Yeah, unfortunately, you needed more out of youngster there, or xcloud to contribute somehow on the rotate. Youngster did a fantastic job really locking things down from pit, but with his teammates falling around him, it's kind of the only way that they could win the round was through his efforts. Can't really ask for too much. Linus will still fish around for a couple of exits, but this round is conceded. Yeah, to be recovered. Linus will catch that kill on that exit, and will be able to retreat safely with the big green. I think it's his AWP as well. It's plastered in LNZ stickers.
Maybe someone's just a really big fan.
Yeah, who knew Hades? That was his argument to get into the team. You wouldn't believe how many stickers of you I have on my AWP.
Like, I've already made you rich in one way, let me make you rich with a win at CAC, baby.
Yeah. It would look good on the CV.
That's true. Hades, the consultant that actually does something other than making slideshows.
Yeah.
Fair, however, 0 and 5 start to him, and he's not had the best round of numbers so far in the tournament. He's obviously a low fracking IGL, one of the few young IGLs coming up in the scene who do have that. But you might need a performance from him. Heroic, though, now stressed out. This is a swing round for them. If they lose over here, they'll still be able to buy in the next, but it starts to get slightly more antsy. Good start, though. BlameF goes down on his early bout of regression. He thought he had a timing, and it just doesn't work for him.
Spam from Crims is pretty on point as well. Does some damage to youngster. That's a retreat from the apartments as a result. This is what people mean when they look at this new look Fnatic with the roster moves. Is, you know, people have been saying BlameF has been taking more opening duels, and you know, on maps like Inferno, that is certainly the case. Not too dissimilar to, if you look at TYLOO, for example. Jam Young was typically seen as like a late round lurker style player, but in the new version of that team, he is aggressive on Banana. He's a control and space taker. Blame fulfilling that role here for Fnatic. Isn't successful in this opening engagement, so they do find themselves at a man deficit. And that'll be doubled up. Hades, nice controlled kill inside of middle. And he's even going to find another. Fear looking the wrong direction. That's the bomb dropped in mid with 25 seconds.
Fnatic just looking a little bit all over the place after losing out on Blame, just consistently on the back foot, and no real responses ready. Now, I will remind everyone, I'll be honest, I thought that this would be Heroic banning out Inferno. I know that they've also banned out Train at times, but, you know, with Hades on your team, with obviously a much better operator. I mean, in my opinion, Hades is a much better operator than Alcarin is.
Sure.
Alcarin just hasn't had the same kind of time to develop and everything as well. I really thought they'd opt into a Train, but if they've done all this prep for Inferno, if they're ready to take Fnatic to the distance on this, Hades can have a lot of that similar impact on this map as well.
I think partially because Train is sort of newer to the map pool, and the util you have to demonstrate on CT sides and T sides is maybe a little bit more intricate for the timings you have to hit. I would say Inferno is probably an easier plug and play than Train is, but it's not unusual. Heroic have been opting as the first ban for a while. Jambo takes a lot of damage to those HEs at the start. I think that's something that has changed as well with Fnatic, is that they are actually operating far more spawn-based on certain maps. Inferno is obviously a map that does matter. If you want to be able to take Banana, having that first spawn is important.
Oh, best round. Can't get the better of Blame over there.
Yeah, that's ugly. Could have been a kill.
Hades is just not missing any shots over here. He is really loving the LAN environment.
Yeah, he's such a high-quality stand-in that just this year he's done for G2.
Yeah.
And for Heroic.
And finding success wherever he goes. Crimson Jambo left alone in a done deal round. It does feel like Fnatic just can't find anything working for them at all. Maybe Crims could have had a bomb plan had Nilo not been stationed there, but another round where Fnatic do make some sort of commitments into it, but from the get-go, it just doesn't feel like they're getting a foothold in it at all. It looks shocking that this is their map pick. Still early days.
Yeah, they're going to feel disappointed with how it's going so far. Looking a little disjointed. Fights are going the way of Heroic, and the counteractions from Fnatic are very slow-moving and still feeling fairly independent. Might need to tighten up the ship. Play more to a pack, or maybe change the tempo. Heroic are looking a little too comfortable.
It's also times like this where you want to have the conversation, okay, do we try and enable a single player to make a move? Who would it be? Jambo doesn't have his op. Yes, he's pretty good with the rifle as well, don't get me wrong, but Blame's been trying to make moves on Banana already as it is. Do you just put more resources into him? Or do you go for maybe something like a set piece instead? Still is going to be a pretty default setup to start things off. It's Jambo and Blame F out towards Banana, and Blame F again peruses through the smoke, while elsewhere on the map, they can't really get any apartments control. Heroic, though, they started off with basically 4 players at B. So they will have plenty of utility going into the late round.
It's also where you'd hope you'd have like a pocket strat that you could pull from all the demos of Heroic playing Inferno, but they've only played Inferno twice in the past few months. Both at Pro League, and again with that stand-in situation, who's to say they even played the same? It's been a very standard-looking approach.
Can they follow up with anything? Hades comes in. Oh, this could be a very good kill if you can find Hades getting aggressive forward, but Hades is playing it so slowly. He knows that for them it's all about Archer's control and nothing else. They've got everyone else being incredibly defensive over here. He heard that boost being disassembled. Hades just has to hold. The entire A side basically depends on Youngster and on Hades not giving up arches. And as he peeks forward, he's found the perfect timing. With 30 seconds left, he knows Jambo is a back player as well, so they are ready to receive. Youngster now wants to take that peek forward, finds himself another one while Hades cuts off fair in short. Knows that there's only one prong of assault available to them. Youngster drops down, plays it safe, 15 seconds. Fnatic can do nothing to break in onto these sides. Blame F and Crims will brute force their way forward. Alanzi's got a flashbang ready, but no one to help move through the smoke. You don't want the op to go first. They're going to allow excl, but with the smoke finishing off, Crims is dead. They know where Blame is. He has to fight them all off. He's got the first 2. 2 bullets are left. Hades is low, and he's got 3 kills. Both sides. Hades looking to close things out with a pistol, but Blame F cannot stand tall. It is Hades, the glory of a stand-in that simply will not falter.
Oh, him having a 5-7 there with all that built-up cash makes a world of a difference. That extra sidearm stopping power. Blame F ran out of bullets, and Hades just needs one quick connection. Those are the types of rounds that you think Blame can pull out of the hat. Late round play, where Fnatic need it most. They're getting picked to pieces on the initial hit, but needed all 4. Wow, that shot from Hades.
Such a good shot.
That's insane. But none more important than this. Game of whack-a-mole between him and Blame. And strangely enough, Hades has the bigger biceps.
That's a real sleeper build right there.
So those souls he's been benching.
Does feel like there's a swarm of them coming out to his river, and Fnatic, apparently they've donated a lot of jerseys to the underworld.
Yeah.
They call it a CSR initiative. But they're the ones who might need a couple of handouts at this point. Retake util, used up early. No sound cues, no audio, no nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a burden of responsibility right now here for Fnatic to make something happen around the map. They need to expose a weakness. Right now, again, Heroic just feel a little too confident and comfortable in all their rotates. Maybe this force buy could shake things up.
30 seconds, and the Heroic are calling a rotate over. Jambo will be more than happy to go through the smoke. They've got flashes to try and push the Coffin's player away, but excl has already started off strong. And LNZ, well, he's doubled up. No, excl steals that. And Fear is just lagging behind. They haven't been able to chain their footsteps together, interrupted by utility and a lack of collective intention. Now, Fnatic, they're asking for death, and Crims unfortunately can't receive it. 5 seconds on the clock, and yeah, this is a terrible start for Fnatic, even more so for Fear. He's now 0-9.
Now, I'm not going to say that having Cypher here would be a benefit to Fnatic, but it does seem like there's a hesitation to be that proper first man in it. You know, that burden of responsibility has been passed around in the games we've seen with Fnatic so far. Sometimes it's Fear, sometimes it's Jambo, sometimes it's Blame F, but there is no singular focus that we can look to as a dedicated entry on this roster right now. And right now, it just feels like they're getting staggered and they're slowly waltzing their way in, hoping that they can out-jiggle the duels versus Heroic. There's nothing to make this CT side look disjointed.
And I'm going to say what every person in Twitch chat is thinking. I've been that garbage player in a stack of 5 who are all doing much better than me. I'm not saying Fair is having that. He's just having a really bad game, but it is kind of shocking to see that even then there's this hesitation coming through, right? Where naturally speaking, at times like this, you see a lot of IGL step up and say, guys, don't worry, I'm going to go out first. You trade me. Let's do this, right? But maybe that doesn't even help them there.
Well, that is how the saying goes, right? Nothing to fear but fear itself. And a 0-9 start.
And they have the most fair of all. In every sense of the word. I'm not sure how you salvage this half, if it's even possible, but at the very least, I mean, you've got to get at least 4 rounds. 3 at worst. 2 to be locked down this low? Surely not.
Well, if they had gone with this timing, they could have caught a 2-man A play. There's a 3rd man making its way over. Blame taking a bunch of damage over at Banana. They're in fact trying to split towards spawn, but Xcloud's covering for exactly that. Even Linus right behind him while Xcloud dies. Linus is hot on their heels. They're behind the smoke though, and Nilo's actually just locked them all down. They do not get past Moto. They have the bomb at their feet.
I would really like a Nilo replay over there, but Blame F isn't done with this round. Now he is, actually.
Holy.
What a change up in conversation. Crims.
The fact that Linus was even turning around gave Blame a chance.
Malus trying to settle himself down inside the smoke, and now as he knows Crims' position for sure, he'll just back off and play for safety. Crims is watching as the clock runs down and out. And all he wishes that he could wind back the years. Instead, he's got the new face of Sweden in front of him, and Heroic are happy to have him on their roster.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 2 of the big prospects really out of the Swedish scene in Youngster and Nilo. Nilo's doing a great job so far on the CT side. Him and Hades without the proclivity on this A-bomb site just means that there's basically no open runway. It smiles all around here for Heroic.
Don't you love Youngster smiling, man? He's such a jovial guy. Well,
Fnatic's not going to be feeling healthy going into this hospital, and that's exactly what it is. Maybe not, though. Maybe it's just a graveyard. excl and Linus have really put it to bed. Crimson Company still trying to scale, and Nilo will still somehow find contribution with a random shot through the smoke just in case. Heroic are up to 9, and remember how I said Fnatic, they can't be contained to 2? They might be.
Yeah, it just feels like there's so many rounds that have been total non-starters. They're not finding opening kills. They're getting hit on incredible timings. You know, Fnatic, lest we forget, they won the pistol. To lose the force bind, I've only won 1 round since.
Lest we forget, they picked this map.
Yeah, also that. You know, in a lot of ways, we give a leeway to in-game leaders. As long as the calling's good. 1-11, the calling seems to break down almost every time. Another smooth opener, a smooth start for Heroic. And of course, it's Hades. And just that kind of day. Overflick there from Hades, a rare one.
Youngsters coming in for a flank that might go very wrong. Nilo will not be able to get that famous replication. Youngster can't cut off the bomb or anything like it either. He's going to be nowhere near this bomb site, so he's completely given this up. The best he can hope for is a kill on the Blame F, and he will find that, turn it into a 3v3, but this is not the advantage he was hunting for. Linus, though, actually make his way over, and he's serving as ample delaying factor. They're very worried about Youngster coming in from behind as well, and excl is hoping to use this as a distraction to walk out of apartments. So with Youngster going down, there should still be some sort of vigilance. And Jacasmo is the one keeping an eye out for it. Fnatic still are in a losable situation. And Incendiary to clear out Pit will make the call that, hey, Jambo and Fair likely would be setting up a crossfire, maybe from inside the site, but they do get a check, they do get a clear, it will not matter. Fair with a critical end, Jambo as well, a double kill to assist Fnatic with a third, but honestly, that round's all Jacasmo.
Yeah, I mean, it's these two J's that finally pull through here for Fnatic. Even with the opener there from Hades, he sticks around on short too long with a very big missed shot. He was holding a deep off angle. And just with that, it gives enough room for Fnatic to finally make their way into that A-bomb site. Could kind of see the stars aligning though for that Heroic retake. I mean, the flash play, it seemed like everything was pretty on point, but it doesn't get past the remaining Fnatic members. And so it will be 3 at the turn of the half. What a run on the CT side for Heroic. Consistently finding openers. Did not get hoodwinked in the slightest. Yeah, it was a full blind kill there for Jambo at the end. Yeah, not exactly a confident start.
Yeah.
The stakes aren't at their highest. They're not going to find themselves out of the tournament. This is largely for seeding coming into the playoffs. But skipping around and securing a top 4 finish, those are major positives. Get your hands on more prize money. That means that you don't have to win quite as many games.
Yeah. I mean, in a time for both of these organizations, which has been a struggle as well, it would be huge. Nilo, forced back for now, and Heroic are happy to split up. They actually have the advantage of Youngster coming in from a very similar angle as the last round. This time on the T side, LNZ, excl, and Hades have come through. This is a very clear cleanup crew, and Hades is hoping to go to 15-4 with 1 more kill. He's just keeping Jacasmo locked out of there. Hades is quite low, so might end up being Nilo to come in from the side, peek through, and Jacasmo's been given up these options, and at the very least collects on one of them. Bomb planted, the hunt is on. Jacasmo, well, he's very quickly taken down.
Yeah, it's a Heroic team ace. They go second middle as Fnatic charge down mid on that CT side, wanting to take destiny into their own hands. But fate does not favor Fnatic. They get backstabbed as they're going for their aggro move. That may just be a wrap here on Inferno. Need the force buy just for a little bit of room if you're the CT side. And even then, there's no guarantees the rest of the half will go so well. Be a great place to start, though. Oh, Jambo's really taking chances. He's a solo A player, but he's puffing out his chest and hoping that just his continual pressure down middle will send Heroic the other way.
Well, somehow they actually end up coming out on top, despite Linus looking like he might have been teed up for 2. Good overrun from Fnatic as they're able to dodge most of those bullets, but Youngster and company still will take this procedural path forward into A. Jambo, that's a timing where he can find Hades. Hades just pulls out his gun, and Jambo doesn't realize how close he got to being able to get that round potentially back in their favor. Still, 3-on-3, not terrible. BlameF can have the boost set up for him, and that's exactly what'll happen. Spots out ahead, barely so, but no one else will be revealing positions. Heroic are being incredibly careful about this post plant. Finally, Nilo takes a peek, and he's got the advantage off the distance. Fair will trade. Both positions zone. Hades does reveal. And with a smoke to try and segment this off, this will at least not be a crossfire they have to deal with. But Nilo's going to be looking to put this to his own use. Comes in with an element of surprise. Hades and Nilo's both coming out on top. Heroic are unstoppable right now.
Yeah, I mean, what a super-powered stand-in Hades has been. I mean, the kill he gets just to catch Jambo making this ambitious play through the smoke really does turn the tide, brings it back to 3-on-3 where there's no way the Fnatic have any vision into the site itself. And then hinging off each other perfectly here. You know, a smoke that's down that's trying to break the crossfire. Nilo stays proactive, and Hades wins his fight too. So, liking the atmosphere here for Heroic. It's very fast responses, understanding what moves have to be made, and some solid shooting throughout.
Fnatic have already lost their B-side defender. Jacasmo never stood a chance of a hair. And Heroic, I mean, look, all I can say is that they might be worried about a call from Goldplay's lawyers because they've been showing us a sky full of stars all game long.
Yeah, this is a one-sided affair. Just nothing falling their way. As if the round Heroic slide and weasel their way into that B bomb site on 0 audio cues is the round that there's only one B player and he's setting up nades. Everything just feels off here for Fnatic on their map pick. Can't even find a kill via Blame on the save. He gets outblamed.
I think there's still going to be a lot of blame to go around at the end of this map.
Yeah, I just think that everything's been pretty poor. It's one of those where, you know, if one or two pieces, if they just kept on crumbling in post plans, if there was one thing to really identify, then yeah, I guess you could say that, but it just been a lack of kind of everything here. Maybe a lack of conviction on the entry, but that's about as much as you could say. They're still adapting to the changes.
Well, as Fair pushes forward, Linus will end up still getting the kill because obviously he can do no wrong, and this is Exhibit B. A obviously just having gone by. Heroic have waltzed all over Fnatic. This is like the scene in every breakdance movie ever where you show up to the club having learned your 3 steps and you realize the person in front of you just freestyling all over your faces.
Yeah, put that in the Olympics. Well, Crims will get floored, as do the rest of Fnatic. Yeah, 13-3 scoreline. Heroic never look back. They win a force buy. They contain it to 3 rounds in that first half for Fnatic, and there's just no way. There's no light at the end of that tunnel. Heroic had it completely boarded shut.
The best looking round for Fnatic is the round that they almost won with BlameF. And when I say almost won with BlameF, can I remind you guys, that was like a 2 versus 4 or a 2 versus 5 to start things off. Then BlameF almost gets a quad kill, and he loses because he's running out of ammo because he's just killed so many damn people. Like, you can't even blame him for that one. Heroic were better in every way. You know, maybe it starts off with like a couple of mistakes on like the anti-force buy, this or that, whatever. Then afterwards, they're just shooting better, they're thinking better, they're seeing better, they're just built different.
Yeah, and really, it did feel like for a lot of the opening segment of this game, it was just largely Hades. You know, his timings were great, his shots were fantastic, and he did also play spoiler to that Blame F clutch attempt. So, yeah, he's really just been... This is the best look for Hades that I could ever argue. You know, even when he was standing in for G2, he had a couple ups and downs. So far, in every game we've seen here at CAC, he's been raring hot.
I mean, this is kind of reminding me of when Dexter plays Mantu after standing in for a tournament or whatnot. I'm not saying that's going to happen or anything of the sort, but it is giving off the same vibe,
Yeah,
right? Heroic is one
you.
map away from securing top 4 at $1 million tournament. Now, that's not to say that Fnatic will just give it up and just die on the sidelines, right? Obviously, this is probably the worst version of Fnatic that we possibly could have seen. Now we're going to be going forward onto Dust 2, a map where, sure, firepower-wise, if we were to continue this trend, Heroic just wins that, but this trend is not going to continue. You're not going to have 4 players basically being untouchable. You're not going to have... I mean, just look at the scoreboard, man. There's 3 players who are all on 15+ kills, all on like 2+ KDs.
Yeah, and one of them's Linus, who's the in-game leader. You know, you're not expecting him to necessarily take over games. He actually has a couple of pop-offs occasionally for Heroic, but you know, this is not the fully empowered excl youngster combo. Again, it just anytime Fnatic went to that A bomb site, they were just met with relentless aggression and fantastic shooting from both Hades and Nilo. So yeah, this is one that Fnatic will try and put behind them because again, they didn't really necessarily have any of their weapons show up. I mean, Fear himself, who could sometimes be one of those players in the space-making pack, as the in-game leader, started on what, 0-10, 1-11, I think I remember the scoreline.
Yeah.
So this just felt like nothing got off the ground for Fnatic. They'll just have to hope that they can find an opening on Dust 2.
Well, we praised Independent as a drill sergeant. We've talked about how he's been doing a good job. It's been a nice little breakthrough over here as well. And as much as that might be the case, the problem is now the drill sergeant is losing the war. Now he's going to be truly tested. What is he going to say to his troops? What is the result going to look like on Dust 2? Let's find out after a break.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof! We will roar!
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to CAC 2025. Fnatic might want to forget what just happened in that first map versus Heroic. This is, of course, the upper bracket for the group stage decided. It is a seeding match, but it is a big one because it decides whether you get to go into the top 4 of CAC directly or not. Heroic must be feeling good now heading into their own map pick of Dust 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Even if they've maybe had some struggles on the map in terms of getting results as of late, here at CAC they've been flawless. I mean, they've won every single map they've played so far. That was probably their most dominant win so far against the Fnatic, who have also looked pretty impressive so far in the group stage. So yeah, the confidence is going to be at an all-time high, especially when everything just kind of felt simple for them on that Inferno. Every opening pick went their way, any clutch late round. You know, outside of one moment where Fnatic broke into a bomb site, there was really nothing that we could touch upon for Heroic as being an issue.
And look, as we head into Dust 2, obviously the conversation on Dust 2 is always straightforward, right? It's firepower. And if we're looking at Inferno as a sample size, it's hard not to argue that Fnatic don't even hold a candle up to what a Heroic brought. Now, I'm not going to use Inferno because obviously that's probably an anomaly. If we see 2 blowouts like this, then I'm going to start really having to maybe send some emails out to Heroic asking like, hey guys, are you in the next top 10 team in the world or something? What's going on over here? But what I'm curious about is, Michael, just if we compare these rosters on paper, firepower-wise, Heroic still looks pretty good, actually.
Yeah, no, I mean, of course they do. I mean, bringing Nilo back in, he was maybe the biggest anomaly, really. We weren't sure if he'd be able to maintain form because he had a really good rise into this Heroic roster, and then he didn't play for a while, and then there's a lot of questions about why that is and whether or not he can replicate that same sort of success. You know, Nilo, I think, has been doing a good job so far at this tournament. Maybe not always putting up the highest amount of stats, but he's been dedicated to more sort of aggressive opening duels as well. But then you've got Youngster, who can be that secondary star. You have excl who can be, you know, this explosive rifler as well. And Linus has his moments. You know, Linus definitely is on the lower end of the spectrum in terms of IGL and fragging is concerned, but you're not expecting him to be the massive difference maker. It is just kind of staggering to see that, you know, all it feels like Heroic need at times is just a bit more output on that AWP, which has been something that they've been trying to rectify and make changes with, given the AWPers they've gone through as of late.
I do think that for me personally, maybe I'm a little bit singular in this, but I've been trying to push this narrative for a while now about how Linus is one of the next up-and-coming IGLs, and I don't think he's had the quite same step up and the glow up that maybe we've seen certain other players have, especially in the modern day of Counter-Strike, where it feels like everyone who's going to make it the top does it so damn quickly. But it has been like this nice, slow and steady growth coming through. And coming into a tournament like CAC, we always look at these events which are missing some of the top field of the global Counter-Strike overall as places where IGLs like this will look for their level up. You know, you go back to the days pre-pandemic and whatnot, you saw this a lot more, right? You had your small 100K events, 150K events that IGLs were able to use to say, you know what, actually, I am pretty good at this. I am beating some of these, you know, potential top 10 contender teams, if nothing else. And now, if you can secure yourself a top 4 over here, maybe make a good show of things at the arena and everything as well, Heroic are set up to be in a strangely good place considering they didn't make the major.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the best demonstration of, you know, the heights that the core of this roster has basically achieved was still back when they were Sangal. You know, since they've made the transition under the Heroic banner, they haven't necessarily been able to get into those types of positions. You're absolutely right. You know, having a proving ground tournament to a certain extent that they can look back and reflect, like, we can win these types of tournaments. We can be a proper contender team, or one that can be, I guess, considered as a contender when they face up against higher level opposition, or someone that can cause an upset. That hasn't been really characterized to Heroic for quite some time, or this core of players as well. So I think some of that does fall onto Linus. I think some of it does fall onto, you know, players on the roster maybe under-delivering. Let's not forget when they joined Heroic, they had a Sampaius that seemed to be really diminished in terms of his impact. And then the riflers have to step up, and it's become a more rifler-heavy meta, and so they've been able to keep their head above water. But it's just, I think it's interesting to see that Linus, for this tournament with Hades, actually has an AWPer that can be a little bit more independent and actually call his own number and put up decent frags as well, because people have been noticing Linus, with all the different AWPers that he's worked with, none of them have necessarily been standouts.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's a him issue or the players. You know, there are some callers that don't know how to necessarily use the AWP or how to use that as a weapon.
I think the only criticism that feels fair would be the Senpaius, obviously, given how well he has at times performed in G2. But even in G2, Senpaius isn't like the big star. And I wouldn't blame Linus for having a blind spot in his scalding, because he's also very rarely dealt with like star AWPers or even AWPers who can take over. Hades could be a big leveling up field for him. But for Fnatic, what they have to worry about is, can we not just be like the Linus story? Can we be our own story? Can we succeed away? And Crims wants to start off with aggression. It's a head on the ground and it is sharp. It's Linus whose big brain spilled all over the floor, while Youngster finally responds by going back to suicide. Now they will have mid control because the CTs have abandoned it, but Fnatic get to reset in secrecy.
Yeah, it was the fact that they got a kill at the B bomb site as well that I think caused them to cancel this hyper-aggressive route, because they tried to do this on Inferno. It did not work out. This time they have come away with a decent result, 4-on-3, but they will be split 2-2 apiece between these bomb sites.
Smoke and a Molotov to try and take over the bomb site. Fear is going to be moved away, but Jacasmo is finding good production. 2 big kills and Hades is left alone, a 1 versus 4. And as much as I have praised his form, he's only got a clock to do it with. Maybe he can. No, Blame will get some sort of revenge at the very least for that 1 clutch in Inferno that he lost.
Yeah, pops his head with a pistol instead. Call for Fnatic. Very quick entry from Crims, put the whole of the heroic team on notice. Hopefully that can help set the tone here for Fnatic. Didn't really get their boots off the ground on their map pick in the series. But they won the pistol on Inferno too. It was that force buy that brought them back down to earth.
Very empty mid side of the map. Fnatic initially looked to fight out long, and then they will quickly go back to repopulate middle. They're going to be receiving a flash to their faces. Potentially, Blame F is going to be caught out fully widened out, and he is going to be followed up with. That is fantastic. Now, 2 players still defending this B bomb site. You've got Jacasmo and Crims. Crims starts off. Jacasmo follows through. The smoke on the bomb site is causing too much chaos, and meanwhile, Linus, who was hoping to be a lurking presence for the late round, is instead just going to be late. It's a great start, but no follow-up there. What a response from Fnatic. Great smoke thrown down on the side.
Yeah, great recovery. Yeah, all these smokes that were on the bomb site just made these fights far more awkward when they start shoveling their way through the B doors and trying to get out tunnel. Crims and Jacasmo just locked down the B site in its entirety. None of those pistols or SMGs could close the gap. Didn't realize what angles were necessarily exposed with all those smokes down. But the opener, that was pretty damn good from Heroic. The timing on the flashes was beautiful. Blame F didn't stand a chance.
Still coming with a little bit of fight in this one, but unfortunately for Heroic, Jacasmo, well, he's worried that Cypher might be back in contention after that last map. He is here to show off what he's made of, and he's going to continue delivering in this anti-eco. Numbers being picked up, farmed up like it's nobody's business. 8-2. He's okay with dying there.
Yeah, not exactly the full ace, but hitting a lot of headshots on that Emporio 1S, a little aim display. Puts his team into a nice clean win, even if Fear died as well. Must be happy they skirted by that attempt from Heroic. AWP dropped over to Jambo.
Ready and waiting for Hades as well. Both offenses shouldn't really get a wind of each other over here. Jambo has a possibility that he can make a move for a fight towards lower tunnels. No one else in Fnatic can really look for a play elsewhere, even if Crims has thrown a lot of his utility out in B very early on.
Oh,
that gets
beautiful
dangerous.
flick from Jambo.
Hades is hunting, but Jambo abandons the post. Chikazmo will be slightly more difficult to find a much more mobile target with the M4A1, but excl is one on the hunt. It is mobility versus mobility, and Chikazmo again comes out on top. A missed shot from Hades, one of the few we've seen, and Heroic will not be able to recover, not with ease at least. Flashbang forces Jambo away from short, while the long exchange might be what ends up mattering more than not. Nilo taken down.
I know it's early in the half, but these are kind of how Fnatic were losing rounds on their T side on Inferno as well. You know, kind of getting picked apart one by one on peaks, not even really being given straight up duels. So another one lost for Youngster in an attempt over at B. Feeling a little flat at the start, which is good news for Fnatic. We're hoping for that type of a response. Hades will be spotted on his attempt to hold on to this AWP, but they are hounding for him. Fear inside of T-Spawn may have to wait the timer. He hears the steps up close, so as he's kind of on a timer to take this peek, but they should be able to get it after the time. Wide swing, flash, and Hades can't connect, so that AWP will not see the light of day. Hades with only 250 in his back pocket. The rest of the team are likely to buy.
This would be the kind of place where you want to see Tobis chime in. Call for a timeout.
The thing is, with Hades not having any reserve cash, yeah, actually, they don't necessarily have to buy. I actually like this route with Heroic. Maybe have bought a little too much, actually. But they're on max loss bonus, so it shouldn't matter.
It's a fight for a plant over here more than anything else. And look, Fnatic have lost numbers, right? So if you can get some kills, maybe you put them in swing ground territory. But you are taking a risk, and Jambo will not let it pay off. Great shot despite being fully whitened out. His teammates will be telling him, yeah, you got the kill.
I do think there was a certain value of going for the full save, because you could probably justify getting the AWP out. You could still do it via xCloud as well.
Hades will be able to get Kevlar and the AK-47 in the next round regardless, but
I felt like you could get a little bit more leverage, perhaps, in the round to follow.
Fnatic in the meanwhile are having a good time, but maybe not for that long. This is, again, a few members more lost than they would have liked to. Remember, it is still not quite in safe territory as far as their economy is concerned, and Crims will make sure they keep the bare bones 3 alive.
You know what I mean about the vibe of the ways these rounds are developing being very similar?
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, they're just so many of the fights feel so isolated, and there's kind of a lack of intensity to the gunfights. They're just so spread.
Decent buy all across the board. Coming through from Heroic, they don't really have to miss out on too much. And let's see whether they can bring that intensity over here. Jambo forced off the angle on the Molotov behind him. This is really troublesome now. This is more you like it, but Hades isn't in position to actually punish this. Jambo will be able to hold down the mid side of the map with an incendiary to help as well. And xCloud is going to have to be the one who takes the fight. Instead, Jambo is completely ready.
To find a counteraction. Over to long they'll go. Flash lined up from the car, and it'll be deep enough that Fear is full blinded. They didn't actually clear for him. They clear behind the door, but they heard his retreat. Nilo still unable to wrangle that frag, and Fear's called for backup. Smoke dropped over on the corner, but he doesn't even necessarily need that help. Not until it was to find Hades. Blame around the back of the smoke.
I really hope they go for a timeout.
It's contagious somehow. These T sides are simply falling flat. A lack of pace on trades and simply clearing the wrong spots. It's a complete role reversal.
I liked how Heroic started off with both of those exchanges, right? I mean, the way they're able to force Jambo back from lower tunnels, but the fact that there's no one there to actually try and pressure, try to, you know, take advantage of it. Hades obviously positioned much more for a late round peak rather than for an early round aggressive play. Then after that, not being able to find the kill to fair either. Both of those were nice setups.
Well, it might be nice, but it ain't helping.
Sounds like about... Never mind. Every guy on Reddit, basically. I'll put it nicely.
Huh. Yeah, a little passive-aggressive, perhaps. Well, if you'd known this, you would have done this. Like, yeah, well, I didn't. Thank you very much. Why do you have to be so condescending?
Heroic, however, have just been descending. And that first map might have been a con. Jambo covers off Fear's retreat. Fallout flashes catch out all three players, but Fear still gets the kill. He was past the flash because he was slow to back off. Blame and Jambo will rip them all to shreds. Fnatic are up 7-0. This is not the team I saw in Inferno.
No, absolutely not. It's a completely different vibe. The atmosphere has changed, and it genuinely does feel like they have swapped places. Heroic were playing with this same sort of confidence, this strut to their step. Fnatic this time, they get forced away from long, and there's 3 players challenging from CT. They construct a firing squad to greet Heroic as they get themselves out into that position. There is a extra level of confidence, maybe a no cares given attitude, because they are disrespecting Heroic on these peaks.
Okay.
But there's a bit of disrespect being answered right back. Linus sending it out towards long. Fear caught completely off guard.
Do you want a job done right? You've got to do it yourself. That's the right way to get an opening. What's the right way to end a round? Fnatic have not really had any hesitation about how they want to play this. They have called all stops over to lean towards A. They've cleared out the possibility of a long rush, and now they return to explore middle. Grim's given that responsibility, relegated to duties, but Youngster on the other side, and he's going to have the advantage. Now a 5 versus 3 with Grim's going down. Youngster has to be careful. He ends up giving them a chance to fight back. Heroic will be slow on the scale. They've only got 2 flashbangs to be able to get all 3 players onto the bomb set. Will be difficult with this. Hades has been left on the platform. Smoke's blown open, not just once but twice. Hades will find Chikazmo in the meanwhile, who's looking for more information, and Fnatic are still likely going to consider going for the fight around this, but you've got the most valuable weapon and one of the more passive players on the team. Jambo still gets himself one more on the cross, and Incendiary on the side. They are wasting so much time for this T side. Getting onto the bomb site to plant the bomb is proving to be difficult. They've got another follow-up Incendiary, and while Blame jump spots to clear out position, Linus simply cannot scale up into the site. It has to be Hades to close the distance. Linus is going to be caught off but not brought down. They swing out twice. Blame runs out of bullets. 10 seconds, and while Jambo is repositioning, Nilo will be in a place where if he plants at the wrong area, it could still end up being death. Jambo peeks out and Hades has read it right, so Heroic will still barely get it together and get their first round on the board.
Yeah, that was stressful. That was incredibly stressful. Even with the clean opener, with Youngster finding this kill to Crims, Heroic were ground to a halt with all the extra util that was on short, all the stalling they could do with those incendiaries. Heroic didn't feel confident or nor comfortable to continue progressing. And it was a good read from Hades. Kept his eyes on the prize. Realized that Jambo should have peaked. But when he didn't on short, he had to be elsewhere. First round for Heroic, a 7-1 start for Fnatic. They'll have to try and do well to responding. Crims a secondary AWP. It's Jambo and Crims that find both the openers they need, and it stops the assault on B immediately.
Heroic, that was a cute round. Welcome back to Stopping Power. Nilo, however, at least deals with one. But all that's been given over is a fool's hope. No, baby, Jambo is the one who's had a fool's hand instead. It's back to 3 versus 3. A deep nade that doesn't actually trace out Nilo, but the incendiary forces him forward, and Crims can get the job done. Apparently, old dogs come through with a lot of new tricks, but this isn't going to be the one to close the show. Youngsters hoping that he can be the ones to get the curtains to come down. Blame F. Passive all throughout, now creeps forward back into CT. Youngster thinks this is going to be clear. He thinks the primary threat is Chakazma. He is wrong. Coming in is the big bad. It's Blame from behind. 8 for Fnatic. It gets hairy, but Blame still gets it done.
Yeah, it's that guy with no hair that's really the issue. I mean, a secondary up on Crims' hands. He gets a blinder shot. Deals with Nilo on this extremities play as well. And I didn't know that Crims quite had it like that, but Fnatic will be all the more pleased that he can. That will certainly shake things up. Heroic thought they had an in, but they could just get shut out. Chakazmo turning away. Might have heard that bounce on the flash and thought it was coming towards the lower tunnels, but he was misguided. That's an opener. Something that they can work off of. Gonna have a flash lined up for short. Blame. Yeah, caught by that flash, and support from Fear was actually him lining up a flash to enable an aggressive peek. It's Youngster that they'll find on the B tunnels lurk, but that could prompt a push forward here from Heroic. Fear has a lot on his plate, but he delivers so much more than he should have. A double kill as they emerge from short. It's back to 2-on-2.
Fnatic weren't even planning on contending with this. Instead, Hades peeks back out into the open arms of Jambo. It's a fast shot, don't get me wrong, but it's one he should have never even been given. And that leaves LNZ alone. He has to double up his frags across the game. 2 versus 1, and I think Crim spotted him. I think he has. Jambo's still worried, though. Maybe wrong. Information given over. Shot has been missed. LNZ now given a chance, but as Crims comes in from the side, he's still got the jump on him. Fnatic can still keep this ridiculous spree of success going. 9-1 now.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big clutch there from Crims. I thought they had spotted him as well. I was fairly convinced of that, but they seemed a little unsure. That peek from Hades, that will ultimately cost Heroic this round, because, yeah, there was ample time to cross and play the post plant. It was a very, very ambitious challenge, but he thought he'd get the drop on them. In fact, he opened up the door for the complete retake and a Crims clutch.
Let's not forget Fair's double kill while he's underneath that incendiary and being rushed down by 2 players as well, right?
Yeah. If he didn't get those 2, they don't go for it. Because, listen, they may have a 9-1 scoreline now, or an 8-1 before that, but their money actually wasn't in a fantastic or an untouchable spot.
Could have had this be an 8-4. Instead, I mean, there's a lot of places where it could have had this be XYZ is applicable. Fnatic just want to win. That's really all.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best look that Heroic have had outside of the round that they already succeeded in. They've been struggling, really, to get into after-plant positions, breaking into bomb sites. Again, very similar to the issues that Fnatic had on their T side on Inferno. That 13-3 may not feel as bad if you can answer back with almost the same type of score. They've got to finish off this half first.
They're looking to end B. Fnatic have all their top performers in B.
Honestly, it's been a weird and wacky day. 3B, their top performers, somehow heroic wins. I'm not saying it's the most calculated forecast I've ever given, but somehow, some way. Well, no, Crims has found the opener, and there's no longer a split side to this B-side split.
Oh god, Incendiary is going to be coordinating them into easier duels for Crims as well. 3 kills found. Linus and Hades, the 2 IGLs, I mean, there's a lot of brain over here. I don't think there's enough brawn to take over, and with Hades missing another shot, it has to be an impossible round. He does close the distance, and no scope attempted, but today even Gaben won't come down to help. 10-1. If there were concerns about Fnatic after Inferno, they were all legitimate. Fnatic, though, they weren't sharing them.
I can't even really identify it here for Heroic. Again, they're just losing opening fights. They're playing to round out defaults. And just into the construction of that B split, they lost the second prong of the assault. Well, at least they win and lose together, because everyone's at about 5 kills apiece.
The Spider-Man meme when it comes to questioning whose firepower is missing.
Yeah. Both teams would kind of feel that way, to be honest.
Hades at least stays alive over here. He does have the bomb, and that was spotted. Jambo, worried about a crossover in short, is going to be rewarded about his concerns, while Nilo's going to be given a tough challenge. Jambo will lose his life. Nilo, it's a fight that he's managed to get himself out of, pushes back in with a flashbang that ends up blinding himself more than his enemy, and then comes a backstab. Jacasmo takes advantage, but maybe Fnatic's double push into long will be quickly exploited. The bomb can actually be planted over here. There isn't going to be any incendiaries or so, and Hades will have to plant for short. The problem is, incendiaries and grenades now come in. Blame F wasn't going to be pulling those out earlier on, but when he sees that there's no fights being taken, well, now it's 11-1 for Fnatic. It is the opposite of Fear's scoreline at the end of the first half of Inferno. I mean, how the pendulum swings.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, didn't even think about it that way. What a perspective. I mean, what could you say, really? Fnatic just kept on winning fights. There was nothing really too interesting. The simplification of strategies for Heroic was really just aggressive long control, aggro fast B attack, and both got immediately trumped. Long was probably their best avenue in terms of actual just raw success in finding an entry, targeting Fear, who, as an in-game leader, sometimes does lag behind in the fragging department, not unusual for his position. But anytime they found themselves with that, even then the one round that Heroic pulled together was incredibly strained. And that was when they found themselves in a 5-on-3. So yeah, not a lot of positives to draw on here for Heroic. Somehow, both teams were more prepared for each other's pick than their own.
Yeah, that's really the only way you can break it down. LNZ out in long. Normally I say fighting for pride rather than the game, but right now I'm not sure what it is. Fighting for extension of his life. And the rest of his teammates. Now, despite all that utility, he's not able to do too much. It's Hades who actually gets not just first, but the second kill as well. LNZ has a possibility where he can stop this bomb from even being planted, and that would be a really good start for Heroic. I've given over access points to the bomb site, but not the bomb plant itself. Now with Jacasmo finding one lane, not being too far off, there still is a possibility with the CT to crumble. They might be flustered, though crumbling they're not.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's something. It ain't much, but it's something. Time for an 11-1 run.
I have faith. I'm not sure what I have faith in, or who for that matter, or why, but I have it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we need to I mean, both of these sides, the issue that we've really had has just been the T sides from both have been pretty poor so far in this series. Fnatic are the only ones that can kind of change that narrative by simply closing, and they only need to get 2 rounds. That's all that needs to happen.
God, Fnatic sucks so much on Dust 2 versus Heroic. They only got 2 rounds on their T side, Michael.
Yeah, well, let's save it for when it happens, because there were issues with that Inferno T side. It's not like it can't happen again here on Dust 2.
Yeah, maybe. Look,
I'm not saying it's likely. I'm saying it's possible.
I'm not saying that. But Fnatic, look, at the very least right now for them, it's about closing through with confidence. Hades is building some of his own. Double kill of the pistol round. Nice anti-eco pickups over here as well. They keep it largely honest. M4 recovered. Jambo looks to duel. Blameoff will get the bomb plant in, and on a full eco, that's maybe the best you can hope for, but maybe more than that is coming their way. Blame with an eagle has made this relevant. And Fnatic, who do not believe in eco rounds being an automatic loss, they believe in every round being fought for, and excl is having to experience that first-hand. Blame a kill away from a quad in Inferno. It is Dust 2 where he'll close it out in style. Heroic, get the grave site ready. Just put them in. Just put them in.
Oh dear. 2 on 4. And it's this synchronized set of frags, that Jambo adjustment on the jump, and these Blame F instant deegs. That will spur Heroic into absolute turmoil. It's Fnatic at 12.
Oh my god, they call it a tactical timeout. That is such B.
Yeah, there aren't many times where in-game leaders use it in that way.
It's kind of crazy that we're getting the Ukrainian Fnatic calling a tactical timeout to BM the Swedish Heroic.
What a time to be alive. It's a nice shot.
Ready to put it to bed, perhaps. Is Jambo? Maybe not that fast.
Kind of stuck around. It's a little too long, huh? You would have known they probably bought a scout, which, you know, the first kill's fine. The second one, he can take some liberties. He's had a hell of a game, as of most of the members on Fnatic. Only one that's lagged behind is in-game leader Fear. Should be a free streams.
Yeah.
Yep, no problem. Youngster went to check it, but grossly overpowered.
Double scouts will be given a few more targets, perhaps. LMZ peeks back in for one of them. Shoulder spotted and tagged, sure, but Fear is here to compensate. 4 versus 2, and with excl on the ground, it is just a matter of time. Crims will be looking to close it down. Heroic are going to be humiliated out of Dust 2. It is 13-2 after I thought that Heroic's run could not be parallel. They won 13-3 on Inferno. Somehow Fnatic have managed to do one better on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I don't know whether to be impressed or disappointed, really, in either of the performances as they see fit. I mean, Heroic, we had nothing but good things to say. Fnatic, it's hard to say anything other than that as well for them coming out of the second map. Everybody was hitting their shots. They were picking Heroic to pieces. They didn't seem stressed, really, and in the few moments where they were offered up a couple of clutch opportunities, this time they do deliver. So Heroic are going to be left wanting coming away from that map. I don't know what Independent said to them after the stomping they received on Inferno, but whatever it is, You better hope that those words carry forward into the last map of the series, because with stomps either way, who's to say what happens on the final map?
Yeah, I kind of jokingly sent it off like, well, Independent Mr. Drill Sergeant needs to show up over here, needs to shape up everything as I sent it off. I didn't realize he's actually going to do it, right? Like, comes through in the most unlikely scenario, and Heroic over here are going to have their head in their hands at a golden moment to close things out and get themselves a fast ticket out to the semifinals. And it looked like they didn't just miss the train, they got run over by it. Now, it's not to say they are out of this conversation. Honestly, this conversation becomes even more confusing, even more befuddling as we have to figure out what Mirage is going to end up looking like. But you know what? Heroic, not a single player hitting double digits. Fnatic, very similar story on Inferno. The one player who actually got to that was Crims on 10 kills. And does that really even count? So, yeah. Mirror matchups.
Yeah, it's perplexing, really, because if you're going to see a Storm, you'd expect it to maybe be on your map pick, but yeah, 13-2, 13-3 in the first map. I mean, we go to Mirage as the third map in the series, but honestly, I just want it to be a closer endeavor somehow. Usually the decider on these types of games actually does often deliver on that front, but there just has to be more to these T sides than what we've been getting so far. It's been very bare bones, very independent, very sporadic. It hasn't really been as put together as you would really like. And I understand, but both these teams are undergoing some changes, undergoing a few adaptations to roles. Sometimes one of them's playing with a substitute in Heroic. So I'm not expecting the most polished game, but there's still 4 players that are retained for both of these rosters that there should be enough polish that going into those playoffs, they can look back and say they've done a good job.
I'm not a carpenter, Michael. I can't promise you polish coming in for the final product, but hopefully we can at least find something to lean on and figure out which of these teams is actually better, because right now I don't know. We're going to be going off to a break, and Mirage will be the decider to see who our first semifinal appearance will be between the two of these. Stay tuned, because honestly, I don't know how this is going to work out. You need to be with me to find out. Please give me the support.
Astana, are you ready? Counter-Strike!
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's not every day that you get two insane back-to-back stomps on your opponent's map picks, but it's also not every day that you get to be in Shanghai fighting for the prize purse of $1 million in an actually achievable scenario. But Fnatic and Heroic cannot let this one slide. They need to get this third map of Mirage to be able to guarantee themselves a spot in the top 4.
Yeah, absolutely. So far the story has been that these have just been very one-sided maps from either team that has picked into the map. They've just been blown out of the water by their opposition. So moving into Mirage as our decider, it's kind of anyone's game. We've seen a good-looking Heroic on one. We've seen a good-looking Fnatic on one. They seem to have similar issues with just not being able to get anything going for them really on those T sides. But Heroic's one is obviously the more recent of the two. We'll just have to see if these leaders can really rally their troops, because there's a lot of excuses that either of these teams can make, but they won't want to look back at this game and try and justify why they couldn't have secured a top 4 finish at a bare minimum.
In an ideal world, we get the best of Jambo from Dust2 and we get the best of Hades from Inferno, right? We get the two Oppers going head-to-head on Mirage in this epic duel. In an ideal world, we then get the best of Dust2 in terms of the Riflers going up against, LNZ and Nilo's best. We obviously had Jacasmo and Blame F doing really well for themselves as well. That's the ideal world. Michael, obviously we all want that. But I'm going to ask you the question, what if we get the opposite of that? What if we get the worst of everything? And then it's just toddlers on a battlefield. Michael, I don't know which would be more entertaining, but either way, I am in for it.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm hoping for the best of both, because, I mean, both these teams, you highlighted it before, but it kind of comes at an important time for both of their journeys. Obviously for Heroic, it might matter even more because they were knocked out of the major race, Fnatic barely scraping through it. And, there's been talks and controversy about Fnatic and the moves that they've made, but they're going to be in that major. They're finding themselves in a position where they can fight for a top 4 finish in a tournament where people were kind of doubting or maybe even hate watching a little bit. And Heroic have the excuse of not having the full roster that they had necessarily planned. But in a way, the Hades acquisition or stand-in situation has served to their benefit so far. He's been putting up a solid performance. Both these teams could use this because, I mean, as it's been discussed before, the major and that lead up to that tournament is obviously important, but that cycle is now over. Those invites have already gone out, and it's now about securing your position in the upcoming tournaments towards the end of this year, but also going into that next season. A top 4 finish and a win at CAC could certainly elevate you much higher in those rankings so that you have more opportunities to display your brand strike.
And lest we forget that so much of the conversation has been dominated around this year about the lack of big tier 2 tournaments for teams like Heroic and teams like Fnatic to be invited to and to excel. And obviously we've had these baby lands that are coming over to exploit the end of the VRS, right? But there's one thing to be a baby land where you're just going purely to try and make the major. There's another to be a place where you will make it to a massive stage. There's genuinely huge amounts of prize money on the line. There's a huge amount of club share on the line for these organizations as well. Eyeballs on you, everything without the biggest heads of the Hydra of global Counter-Strike to deal with, right? These are different kinds of tournaments, and the CAC, it's kind of a once a year sort of thing at best. You're not going to get another chance like this one. And for Heroic, you're right. They've got very little to look forward to outside of this in the calendar as well. And if they can still continue on this Heroic, Hades, fun little storyline, that's awesome. But Fnatic, I think, might be more likely to come out on top of it. And I say that for one reason and one reason only, Michael. It's that even in the game that Heroic won, we don't actually see the big 2 riflers, and something you mentioned for this team coming alive in terms of excl and Youngster. We don't get to see their best. We don't get to see their finest. And we really need that activation at this point. It can't be a reliance on LNZ to be like your 3rd best player, even in a case where Nilo and Hades are activating. You need excl and Youngster, and they haven't been here yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair. It's just, I mean, in the Fnatic loss, it's not like we got really star power from their riflers either, really. You know, we had a flash in the pan from Blame F that was an almost win, but it wasn't enough.
We got it in their win, though, right? Like, I'm saying their win was supercharged by their star players at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, that is true, but Nilo did at least show up on Inferno. Yeah, I get you with LNZ. You know, maybe Hades is. I mean, he's not necessarily Heroic's star player to a certain extent, but he's doing that job so far. I don't know that I necessarily share the same concern, but you are hoping that those elements do show up in a big way, because if they can demonstrate it here, where they have a blowout, they get blown out, and then everything kind of falls flat on the final map, it would be disappointing leading into those playoffs. It would cast some doubt onto the project, that's for sure.
When we talk about casting doubts on the project, I mean, there's obviously also the consideration that we talked about how Independent's going to have a hard conversation with Fnatic. Dobizon has to bring his team together in what was a pretty weirdly disjointed and lack of clustering on that T side. And that's the kind of thing that a coach has to be able to address in the 10 minutes they have off. It's a tough job.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, Dust2 and Mirage do share quite a few similarities in just kind of the way they play. Sometimes it can feel a little repetitive, perhaps, in the cycling and the staging that T-sides go through. But it's kind of in the middle, right? You know, Dust2 and Inferno are on opposite ends of the spectrum, but Mirage sits somewhere in the middle, maybe slightly closer to Dust2 than Inferno. And, you know, just hoping that there can be just more... Honestly, I just want to see more clustered play. You know, coming away from that FUT game earlier on versus Pain, the explosive burst into bomb sites, sometimes it can just be as simple as that. And I think we almost get too much into the weeds into this heroic Fnatic game, where there's a lot of push, pull, oh, we're going to try and catch this guy on a timing or a rotate. And it just hasn't been working out for the team that's getting battered. So I almost feel like there has to be a simplification of the game for both these teams, because they do have firepower. Both of them do, and have demonstrated that so far. Even the controversial acquisition of Jacasmo, we can see how sharp his aim is in certain moments. And really the confident stride going into those playoffs for Fnatic actually should be largely centered around their game planning and just how they utilize these more aggressive parts of their roster. You know, whether that's Blame F or Crims or Fear or Jacasmo, whoever is going to take that responsibility, ironing out those creases before those playoffs, because you're expecting to see some other teams that are just as hungry as Fnatic are for that win.
Absolutely. And when you then sort of branch out to consider that, you know, if we actually look at the other opponents that you could be facing to be getting into this, coming out towards the other side of things, it's, you know, it's between VP and 3D Max in Group A. You probably don't want to be facing up against either one of those. 3D Max is probably the favorite of the tournament going into things. Could also potentially be, you know, I'm not entirely sure how the seedings will work, so I'm pretty sure it will be between VP and 3D Max. But when you're just looking at across the kind of teams that will be at the quarterfinals, no one's a knockover. And you do, at the end of the day, for both of these teams, have a team in front of you without their regular full five. Fnatic is closer to it with Jacasmo, but even with Jacasmo, I mean, Fear has been very clear about this in his interview with HL TV. Yeah, we don't actually know if we're putting him in or not. Obviously, right now, the way the results are going, it probably seems like that is going to be the case. But this is a trial for this team as well.
Yeah,
so
of course.
You're not getting a weaker team than basically a 4+1 in front of you, no matter how well the stand-in is performing.
Yeah, I mean, the most complete rosters we see right now are, you know, Legacy, so far secured into the playoffs, which is very surprising. And for those that don't want a spoiler from that A stream, close your ears for the next 10 seconds. But Legacy won the first map over Liquid and are currently trailing on the second map 5-0. But it's, you know, it's cool to see that, you know, a team that's kind of stuck together and is kind of building, they're finding success and a berth into those playoffs as well. But, you know, Liquid, kind of a new roster. Virtus.pro had to pull Icy back into the fray, similar to what FaZe had to do at ESL Pro League. You know, FaZe, that new look of it in the lower bracket against FUT within Group B. And then, like you said, Virtus.pro and 3D Max, where, you know, 3D Max is a complete roster, but they did suffer a pretty surprising defeat to Legacy, and that's why they're having to make that lower bracket run. So yeah, there's a lot of teams that have some ifs and buts about them. They've been swapping roles. They're trying to get that new look ahead of the major. Heroic should be the hungriest. You know, they are the team next to FUT that aren't in major contention alongside Virtus.pro. We still have 3 of those teams that didn't get direct invites to the major that are actually still in the running. This is I mean, a really, really good opportunity for them to stake their claim on that next season.
Fnatic did a wonderful job of wiping out the memory of Inferno from their heads. Can Heroic do the same with Dust 2 as we head into the last map of the upper bracket, the last map of this series? Heroic will be starting off with a grenade and an incendiary. I don't know, LNZ, however, on the B-bomb site. So those will not be put to use. It's all about firepower. It's all about these USBs. And it starts off with excl getting a great opening kill. Blame takes a bit of damage over here as well. Hades still yet to be detected. Did crouch down. I'm not sure if Crims would have been able to suss that out or not, but Fair can't find the kill. It is Blame instead to pick it up. Fair comes in from up top, and they're able to isolate out Hades. And with that, the A-side defenses have fallen, but reinforcements come dry, and they're not able to get anything done here. Halo's alone. 1-on-2. Position known. A flashbang missed, but Fair gets a second.
I mean, the opening stop to the site actually looking quite promising there for Heroic. Only for this 1-2 punch and Fear and Blame F to suddenly go guns a-blazing straight through those defenses. I mean, all five between that pairing. Fear has gotten off to pretty poor starts on both maps, but already off to trot here on Mirage. Heroic will move in with that force by Deagle and MP9 and MP7. It's rather a trio of Deags. One will at least fire off shots, so Fnatic should know what they're up against.
Heroic are incredibly committed to the idea of just punishing anyone who's crossing over in through short or trying to take a fight into connector. The only player on Fnatic with any real movement, it's Jacasmo. And he's lurking out in a difficult position to get information. Flash did not come in. Nalo does not connect. X-Cloud's MP7 and Hades and LNZ actually come out on top massively so. LNZ, I apologize. I would like to formally make that clear. You can carry maps consistently. My bad, bro.
Wasn't familiar with your game.
Now, it's not over. Jacasmo can isolate at least one of his duels. Assuming Hades keeps on peeking through. Jacasmo with a grenade. He has spotted Hades. Hades is not going to die despite being low. This is still just enough HP. Jacasmo doesn't have any other utility to be able to pick up to finish the job either. He has to do it now with a very aware CT side. Picks up the bomb, takes the right duel, but unfortunately it's against the wrong man. LNZ, big 3-piece to give Heroic that force by win.
Yeah, I mean, those two kills top middle were so damn clean and fast. LNZ, surprising himself, I think, lets out a scream when he pulls through for the squad.
That's not even close on either one of them.
And I mean, the first one is. The second is, yeah, there's a bit of luck involved. Oh yeah, atmosphere recovered. They went around and Hades is just hitting a spray transfer all the way down top middle.
Inferno, is this you?
They just need a vibe check at the start of each game, and suddenly tides have turned. Flawless anti-force.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Barely a lick of damage on a Heroic member. Well, what to do now? Full save here for Fnatic. Heroic may take some extra liberties, knowing that they're likely against a full eco. Objective will be do some damage, and get that bomb planted. Now, it has largely been T sides. That has been the issue for both teams. There's no way to get past that. The teams that have picked into each of the maps have started on T side, and both have struggled.
Yeah, but to be fair, we don't know if CT sides would have been an issue or not.
Yeah, exactly.
Hades and TYLOO do get the immediate cleanup. Blame F in a position where he really doesn't have much to do over here. Maybe a bit of damage, but what good is damage when Heroic are picking up money the way they are? They have got almost the perfect start to this map. 6k a piece on average, with Hades being the only exception after he purchases into the AWP. Has someone else drop it over? Why not?
Yeah, won't even have to be the one that does it. Yeah, TYLOO is the one that fosters that into the round for them. A lot of Galils out for Fnatic to try and get this first proper gun versus gun round underway. Looking like they might try and hit for a faster timing. There's 3 grouped up into Palace, but they're not all at the entrance. It's a youngster that sits close to the ramp smoke. He's got a lot on his plate, but teammates are coming.
Good repositioning. Oh, the youngster is going to be so hard to find over here. If they start to come through the smoke. Crims is watching out for him. Youngster's got 2. The bomb spotted as well in the middle of it all. Blame F was the happy third to actually get the kill, but you've lost every number advantage you could have been in possession of otherwise. excl still with an incendiary to continue trying to deny the plant. Fear eats that grenade while an op is scoped in. Hades getting ready for the peak from Fear. Finishes off what the utility started. Blame F finally recovers that bomb, only to have it wrested right back out of his hands. Heroic another round with 4 alive.
And they'll happily take some upgrades alongside it as well. Fnatic just trying to burst through that smoke. It's that youngster 2-piece that immediately stops the progress here for Fnatic. That was where the brunt of their assault was coming from. Blamex didn't want to journey that smoke as his teammates were coming out ramp. And they fall victim to those rotates. Hades out from CT is more than enough.
Okay. The vibes are very clearly looking very good.
Yeah, I mean, we've been tuning into the cameras of the team that's winning most often, so it's always been positive vibes, but you know, we're not necessarily keeping a track or keeping our finger on the pulse of the team that's losing.
And he hides away, expecting more flashes to come through with a half-line. That's not an unreasonable question.
Oh.
This is going to become a lot more dangerous of a potential bomb plant, but fortunately TYLOO does recover. Fear coming in from behind is wondering whether he should actually look for a kill or not. He needs to find it, and with Blame and an AK nearby, T-sides have suddenly got the advantage. Hades has to do it all. Will not have been heard with the AWP, and I don't know if he's suspected over here either. Fear is tagged and not quite bagged. Hades, maybe a bit of patience would have gone a long way, but at least he brings it back to a 2v2. Blame's going to have to go for the spam sooner rather than later, but he's decided against it. He's playing it patient, and he's been rewarded. And still has another smoke ready. You can pop it down at the mouth of connector. Instead, tries to go for the smoke on the bomb. Deep nade onto Blame F. He knows the bomb's not being defused. TYLOO gets the one, and now Hades needs to stick it out. Jambo looking for the AK to recover it through, but he simply can't trace it out. Hades will live. The Tech-9 can't find the target needed. Hades, even in this impossible situation where Fnatic get the 3 versus 2 advantage, bomb is down, everything going their way, they can't win the round.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely hoodwinked Heroic there as well with how much aggression was mounting over on B. TYLOO does a great job of, you know, finding those first 2 kills and dealing with the fake, but it displaces enough of these Fnatic members that, or rather these Heroic members, that Fnatic actually find a way into this A-bomb site. And for it to have come down to a late round defuse using that smoke, that'll be a bit of heartbreak there for Fnatic. Could have been a way to deal with this mounting momentum that Heroic have.
Good kill on TYLOO.
Yeah, positive way to start. Took some damage on the spam and then tracked down by an HE.
Jambo's a player to watch out for in this round over here. He's being set up for with a flashbang. Next one is completely blinded. It's too caught off by it, and Jambo's happy to pick them both up into his little pocket. Does fall at the end of the day, but Jacasmo is now scaling onto the bomb site. Still gets a kill. Linus feels like he might have dropped the ball a little bit. Otherwise, in a 2 versus 2, you know, bomb not planted yet. Maybe you can still make an argument.
I mean, that wasn't really Linus's fault. Like, Hades is on the bomb site, and a T has made his way out into the B bomb site under the window. You know, Hades had to miss a shot for that to happen, or miss a timing. It's really just a poor set of circumstances here for Heroic. The flash from Fnatic was absolutely sublime. Couldn't have asked for more on an entry. Really, a lot of people can entry if they're set up for success.
Yeah,
Fnatic
if everyone's just blind.
Yeah, Fnatic are just dishing out that responsibility. Well, Hades will be allowed to hold on to this AWP. Anyway, he dies if he peeks into Palace, and even Fear won't go hunting for it too aggressively. There's a lot of money built up here for Heroic. Finding that ult would certainly have hurt their finances, but they know they're going to have to deal with the buy this round regardless. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Heroic maybe change things up slightly. I haven't yet to see them go for any sort of aggro play. And there's only one round that they lose, but by sitting static and hovering around these smokes, Fnatic construct a very solid opener.
Curious about what Crims is going to be up to out in Palace. More likely than not, he's going to serve more as a distraction than anything else, should the bomb end up sticking to its destination.
It's a very cute trick there from Jambo. Way to sort of bump your head just as you're going for a jump spot in middle.
And take home. While Jambo's been sent home instead.
Yeah, it didn't exactly help him realize that Hades was on short. Couldn't see him.
Crims has revealed position over here as well. A deep grenade to continue weakening up xCloud, who is happy to be forced back. He knows that they've got a very good defense out on this B-bomb set as well. This is going to be Heroic having no reason to move whatsoever. Man advantage. Op on B, 3 players out on A who, you know, do still have some semblance of utility. Fnatic have recognized that the only way that they make this work is maybe with a difficult activation in through window. Stop connector smoke is finishing up though, and Fair will finish off xCloud in the meanwhile. A deep Molotov to displace youngster. TYLOO will be the player to be called into question. Can he find activation before Crims comes through and spots him out? Fair doesn't get eyeline on him. Linus comes through. Double kill is teed up, and TYLOO will get them both before Crims descends. Now in a 1v3 with 14 seconds and Incendiary on top of the bomb. Crims is forced away from it, looking for the kill on the Linus, and he is going to be given a fighting chance. The problem is Hades doesn't believe in fair fights.
The extra man, that hidden tiger inside of the bomb site. TYLOO goes completely unchecked, and with unfettered access to a second kill, lines them up perfectly. Even if Crims backstabbed him almost immediately, TYLOO's timing couldn't have been more slim, but hit more perfectly. That'll be another disappointment there for Fnatic. Found the kills they needed, found the space, but didn't account for Heroic being ahead of the play. Independent now with some words, I'm sure, to change things up.
Hades continues to impress over here as well, man. Just very well prescient. An earlier round that he saved, obviously, when they were hoodwinked on B.
Guys, really good fucking round.
Over here, he opens things up. Fnatic look better, though, than they did earlier on. Don't let the scoreline deceive you. This is still a T side that clearly is coming in with some sort of plan and preparation that is giving them progression, but not the round wins.
thought last round there could have been a justification for a change-up here for Heroic. A little bit more aggression. Not that last round, but Youngster will position forward into ramp. Just a slight change. See how far he presses it, especially with all the mounting pressure in middle for Fnatic. Throwing a lot of util their way. Heroic could be encouraged to push one of those extremities. Looks like Crims is on a collision course.
Crims is going to be completely sussed out. They know that this is not going to be an attack coming in for the A bomb site, but little do they know, it could still be coming in A from Connector. Fair and Company will clear out ladder room, but with 2 players back in apartments, this is going to be a very difficult scale up. Blame if he finds excl, that's a game changer. excl taken down, and Youngster is going to be the only hidden element of this round who's coming in from behind. He's been in pursuit all along, and with Jambo dying, Linus, that push forward somehow pays off. 1-for-1's not bad, even if it ends up a Heroic disadvantage. They are at the very least going to be scrambling Fnatic around the rest of the map. Youngster comes into a site defended by Blame. Blame will not let this one go. He's going to find Youngster. Head turn looks like the easiest kill in the world when he gets it. That's Nilo alone. A lot of money built on early on, but now is not one of those times. Heroic could really use a save on this rifle. Blame is sharp as a knife off of a whetstone.
Yeah, I mean that's perfect from Blame F. It's exactly what you want him doing in this type of position, in this type of a role. And on this roster, you know, he finds a key kill that allows them an option to bail out. He starts investigating, and as his teammates take contact over at B, they realize that, wait, they're getting flanked from A. They know it's not an A play, and Blame immediately moves to take that space. His positioning was flawless, and he created enough runway that Fnatic had that extra option that didn't seem available before.
It's a straightforward idea. Use excl to clear out the top of middle and put a Hades there to defend it later on. But that one grenade, it's been enough to push Hades back. Fnatic still have a crossfire to deal with over here. excl and Nilo getting ready for what they think is going to be a mid-side assault. They're not wrong, but the fashion is what is going to be put to question. Second smoke goes out towards Connector. Jambo chances it, moves on through it. excl is going to be looking to clear it out, but Blame F serves to be distraction. And as they line up the spray, it's Youngster who still comes in. Who's distracting who is the question. Blame F will get a bit more damage in, but with the players still on the A bomb side, they feel like they have to go to B, which is doubly reinforced. So Nilo with 2 and Jacasmo, who can't come out of the window in time, will fight back, but he's not got a winning battle over here. No bomb ready. Linus is hidden away. Youngster makes his way through as well, and it's a triple for him to top it all out.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful first 2 kills there from Youngster, just as Fnatic find a gap, an exploitable top Connector player in excl. Youngster answers immediately with the trade and doubling up so that Fnatic have to essentially keep accelerating. And they ran into Nilo that was very ready to greet them as soon as he understood that there was pressure on short, turned his attention and ripped heads clean off. 7th round for Heroic. So they've won the half, but who's to say it can't be more. Hades an instant start, but there's the response from Fear.
Nice adjustment from Youngster.
Yeah, just an aggressive move from Blame to try and take space.
Bit of that desperation coming into it. Hades will be able to cover off Connector over here as well. And with Nilo, who's been boosted up, he actually moves past the incendiary. The smoke is still allowing him more space than not. And if Jambo isn't careful, if he throws a piece of utility, Nilo's going to be ready for that fight. And that's the bomb.
This is such a big gap, though, in the CT defense. Something that they will consider, but probably not for the next 10 seconds. If this is a fast timing hit by Fear, he should blindside LNZ.
He will do so. the advantage they have is NiLo's is in a very good spot over here to still get a kill. I don't know if Crims is ready for this one. Yes, he is. He's concerned about the boost, does manage to get the crossover, and Hades is slow on the rotate, so he can't actually cordon off market without using that utility. Youngster comes in from behind. Youngster's been a sharp hand, making up for where he was once missing, comes in with a lot of pressure, and although Hades falls, Youngster was a big kill that Jambo uses to secure the round, but it's not secure yet. It's a one-on-one. Nilo has a kit, and Jambo takes the peak. He takes prerogative, but he can't take the head, and Nilo's just the sleeping shark who keeps on progressing through the water, coming in for the backstab, but Jambo punches him right in the nose. Sends him back swimming. Fnatic with 4.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful flank there from Youngster at first, but then Jambo answering with these 2 quick kills in defense of the bomb site. And just barely getting the sound cue he needs to activate. It's that flank from Fear that opens up this possibility, but that Passion duo able to deliver the goods and provide enough space where Fnatic can think about a 5th. Casmos just ripped heads clean off in middle, and so has Blame and joined him in that pursuit.
I can happily say we've got a game on our hands.
They're very A-focused. I mean, a 2-man mid-floor setup from Heroic being sussed out in the opening 10 seconds. Fnatic will want to bleed the clock here. They'll know that Heroic have to make some kind of read, move, or call. Heroic are planting roots instead. Oh dear. If Jacasmo doesn't clear B earlier than his teammates take contact at A, this could be bad. Okay, Jacasmo's doing the right thing, sending it out towards this B bomb site. It's all clear, guys. Don't continue with this A side attack, and sure enough, they are sprinting through T spawn.
Well, picking up stragglers is important, but it's a long way back to B. 5th round felt pretty secure even with the first 2 kills, but with Fnatic now getting the plant in, and this one's distance between them and Heroic, it'll have to be a titanic effort to come through. Fair is playing it passive. Jambo picks up Youngster. Fair is going to be an insurance scheme for Jambo's potential demise, and maybe that insurance might be needed, but they've got plenty more where that came from. Fnatic on 5. Like I said, Michael, I'm looking forward to that CT side.
Yeah, that second half is going to be pivotal for Fnatic. We've seen some good defenses so far from both of these squads. Here on Mirage, it is definitely a much closer scoreline than we've seen all series long. It comes down to the decider, of course. But a 7-5 is workable on both sides. Heroic will be pleased, though. They got what they wanted out of Nilo. They got what they wanted out of Hades. You know, maybe some questions about where xCloud is and how much he can contribute, because it has largely been focused around those 2 on the Heroic side. Some flashes of Youngster. We saw that great round from LNZ. Fnatic are getting a little bit more of a spread activation, even if it's not necessarily always pretty. Oof, yeah, they're certainly there.
That was pretty.
Yeah, but it ain't always.
I think the narrative of T-sides is obviously slightly put to bed, but we have to wake it up just a little bit. Heroic did struggle a lot. And Mirage, they can't afford to have that issue rise up again. Now, Youngster is obviously having a better game. Nilo is much more activated, so is Hades, but excl's still kind of absent over here. Lynn is having a decent game, but the question marks will always come over here on the side of offense. Have you found the glue to keep your pieces together? Linus is hoping to break Jambo apart. But that solitary 1v1, it's not really gone well for him. He's still got the utility to deploy going into this B bomb site, but it's fair is going to let the entirety of the T's cross. It's finally a kill found, but it is at great expense. These CTs are low. The bomb is planted, and the Glocks at this range might have the advantage. Blame's late activation is going to be an incredibly weak one as well. Jacasmo's the one with the smoke and the kit. He can't afford to go down over here, and Nilo's chancing it. Nilo and excl will wait out this smoke, but now they're worried about the spam. Great play from Jacasmo to force him into Jambo. The funnel has worked, but Linus from the back of the site activates. excl still alive. Linus for 2 more. He's done all he needs to, and Blame, that late lurk that was only supposed to be some sort of spanner in the works, is instead going to be their last hope, one that is quickly snuffed out.
Yeah, sure enough, it's again the in-game leader and one of his riflers that pulls through on this T-side pistol. On Fnatic's, it was Fear and Blame, but for Heroic, it's excl and Linus. Minus a really big contribution there. And yeah, Fnatic really wanted to allow Blame to play first, perhaps, but there were so many smokes. They're running low on time, even if they did have that kit. So it will be a save here for Fnatic. Seen a trend of force buys that have been rather successful on the B stream today. Oh my god, they're lined up on short, but instead, Fnatic just get chewed up and spit out. Heroic, not a single casualty dealing with that save.
That's a tasty little morsel. Fnatic will not be able to afford up the Jambo op.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a shortfall. I was a bit worried for Heroic in that round, given how close everybody was shoulder to shoulder. Something that actually could punish them when they get into this gun round if that's not something that's fixed, if they are given that same level of space.
Some of the missing firepower is still an issue for Fnatic. You'd really like to see Crimson Jacasmo being able to turn things around on the CT side, where maybe the T side they weren't always asked upon. Had some great rounds from Blame and Jambo, and 1 or 2 fantastic kills from Fear to push them through to 5. This comeback isn't going to be a 2-pronged effort though. Linus and excl want to close it down right here now, and with Jambo on the ground, Jacasmo is the only defender of the A side. Blame F's reinforcements are required, but they're pushed by some good flashbangs. Jacasmo caught with a molly underneath his feet, and Fnatic are falling apart faster than they were able to assemble. Blame, good for 1, but it's still a 2 versus 4. Blame's feeling desperate. He's still going for that quick foray, the little AD spam to see if he can take down the planter. But Fnatic don't have a choice. They don't have a chance either. They have to save.
Yeah, Heroic hitting the weakened site. I mean, it's 2 over on that A side. They find the kill top con, and you see from Jacasmo's point of view, I mean, that's an impossible scenario. I don't care who you put in that spot. They're struggling. They have to deal with Palace, ramp. They have to deal with connector pressure. They can be in jungle. Everything is compromised, and there's no one that can pick up the slack on Fnatic. No one that can provide any help. Jacasmo was on an island and swarmed from all sides. And all it took was a simple kill, top con, and the killer instinct to leap on that opportunity. So a fairly straightforward looking Heroic T-side round. And that's their first proper gun round they've had to experience. Seen some of the force buys in this series look more contentious.
Speaking of those force buys, Fnatic haven't come through with the force, but they have invested slightly into this one. They realize that they are at a place where they need to give themselves a chance to get lucky at the very least. Blame F, I think he might have spotted out excl, but more importantly, he sees LNC. Now repositioning back over, will be traced out by excl. Confirms that indeed excl's position was unknown. In the chaos of it all, the T's have scaled into the B bomb site. Jambo, lonely as a defender, but that's not to say he won't do a good job. Fear hiding inside the smoke, comes in from behind. What a view, as it is Fnatic to be bringing it all together. They give themselves a chance, and it is fortune that favors them.
Yeah, I mean, they knew that rifle was fighting in for mid, and they just try to spring into this B bomb site, and they simply lose out on these duels. They don't expect Fear to be playing inside the smoke. Jambo was rotating after being very audible, full reloading on his swing. He should have been a dead man walking, but once he's allowed to establish a foothold in the back of the site, I mean, that seemed like the round was done from there on out. And then the kill that swung it back into Heroic's favor, but not to be. It's not exactly a full force, but that half-buy for Fnatic does keep Heroic at bay. All about for both sides now. We were interested in that head-to-head coming into this map. Both have been delivering the goods. Jambo will have a chance to demonstrate how proficient he can be on this defense, much like Hades was.
I like what Fnatic are doing with the setup over here. Crims is going to be ready for a very fast rotate, or to at least try and interrupt these lurkers. At the same time, Jacasmo, I mean, he's been given so much flexibility to try and just take that 1 versus 1 potentially versus a Palace lurker. I'm not sure if he wants to take the risk, but that was a possibility to consider. Flash does not come through. Heroic want to go for an earlier play at least to try and find that first fight. Hades completely outdoes Jambo. That head-to-head feeling a little bit clear, cut and dry. Blame F. Also going to have a person coming in on his side. It is the excl Madness, who's now here. Heard 2 players here, and he'll be happy to at least pick up sloppy seconds, even if Hades has taken away his initial point of prey. That setup has completely come undone. Hades making sure Jambo won't have the AWP again.
Yeah, not a chance that Crims can go and retrieve that one. A little too far to cross. Fnatic are not looking good here on this second half. Heroic have found again more access to this A bomb site, but this time they had to go through many more members of Fnatic to get there. The result is the same, if not better. Surviving with more than they did in the last finish. Crims was looking for that ult. Yeah, but it had already made a long pilgrimage to ramp. 2 more rounds, and Heroic are top 4 guaranteed.
It feels like they deserve it. With the way they're playing right now. And this Hades story just continues to impress. Heroic have access to a pretty empty B bomb site because Fnatic have put all of their eggs into trying to crack through middle. Jambo's covering off the apartments cross, and he will get the first kill for free. Hades now looks to cover. Jambo does not want to contest. I understand why. But watch out for TYLOO. He manages to clear out the mid floor. And suddenly Fnatic, who are getting aggressive in towards A main and planning for it, could end up falling to Youngster instead. Youngster's not got a smoke covering him off. Hades spots out a player going for a jump peek. Does Youngster dare get aggressive?
Might have to take that risk soon. If his teammates are going to start linking up through spawn to A, Youngster may have to be that first probe. Because if they aggro into ramp, Youngster's hand will certainly be forced.
Blame's a difficult player to get the better of, though. And he's the one Youngster will have to deal with. Hades caught between angles, but he's so fast on the trigger. Youngster doesn't even look towards A main. He has full faith in Hades, and why wouldn't you after the game that he's been having? But Jambo, who struck true for the first kill of the round, will now come through with 2. He is still going to have to double that up. An AK-47 that he gazes upon will finally pick it up. A flash overhead, but that's not going to be blinding Hades. Nothing can stop Hades right now. He is 19-7. He knows that he hears the checks going off, but what he needs to hear is the defuse going off instead. Fair, unable to stick it out. TYLOO able to force him off. A molly on the ground and another peek needed. Fair will fall. 12 for Heroic.
that man advantage just wasn't enough leverage. I thought they'd done enough, but the attention that Nilo drove just by throwing Molotovs, util into middle, creeping con, they turned their attention away from ramp for a moment, and just long enough that Hades can strike true. There is a wealth of excitement building here for Heroic.
A real demonstration of tongue flexibility out here, I've got to say.
Yeah, Linus was full sending it. 6 rounds to close. They already guarantee a playoff berth, but top 4 would be significant. Be the first time that this Heroic core, since the roster transition, has made it to a position like that under the new banner. The risk they took in picking up younger players, having their old roster sold.
Yeah. And Fnatic, they don't just want to be a footnote. Crims comes through with a big triple, Jacasmo and Jambo. Quick little assisting pieces. And Heroic have to make sure that they don't get lost in a little tongue flexibility exercise is a bit too early. This is a good response from Fnatic. Nilo is trying to keep them honest about it and make sure they don't get away with too much money saved. And, well, you'll not really have much of a choice in the matter.
With as many big fish that there are in this tournament, they really want to get into that position. But Fnatic, you know, it's nice that they get spurred on for a little bit of aggression. Crims that 3K will disrupt, as it seems it's done enough to send players out of the server. Headsets off for Nilo. Seems like his screen is actually just full black, in fact. So
that seems to be a pretty big technical issue, actually.
Yeah, well, having to restart his game. Restart his whole PC, it seems.
You know, I might be a pleb because I don't really understand monitor arms and stuff like that very much. But one of the cool things about the ones over here is, I don't know if you've seen, Michael, they've got like these little ruler notches, so you know exactly which notch you want to be on consistently. I was like, that's pretty cool.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm aware, these are like 610 hertz. They're CS branded as well. Don't know if you've seen that. On the base plate, you can see that S under Jambo's screen, but on the back it also says Counter-Strike or has the logo.
One day,
I couldn't quite believe that, you know. I love what Perfect World do with their branding. They're on point with it. How many other tournaments would you see that they would have had branding for a whole different tournament with brand new chairs?
They got cute little mascots as well, most importantly. We all know that's what matters, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Sure. Yeah.
That's what Counter-Strike's all about, charms and mascots. I do love it, though. What is going to be curious for me over here is, you know, Heroic, obviously, we're projecting to see them go into the top 4 and whatnot as well, but it's also about how they do from there. It's not just about, hey, into top 4. And they can't really afford to let Fnatic put them in a position where they're shaken, right? Because you do need to make this a convincing win to get over the fact that your second map was as abysmal as it was. You do want to make sure Fnatic don't like get to double digits or even to 9 rounds or so in an ideal world. Because that confidence is going to be key.
Yeah, most certainly. And I think most people will look at this Heroic team and they'll see the disappointment in them not making the major, but you know, they did win a trophy previously at, what was it, Mesa? But that feels like quite some time ago now. The struggles that they've encountered coming away from that last season into this one have been apparent. So yeah, confidence would be a nice building block for them.
Yeah.
But I mean, especially, I have to say it, especially for players like Hades, really, because he's not even on the squad, and he's putting up great numbers for them. If anybody's looking for an offer. Currently that ex-Inner Circle roster is experiencing a couple of players actually standing in. Krasnal was also standing in at this event, which is funny to see that 2 players were called to action for different teams. They even played each other in the first round in this tournament.
I've actually got a source at the tournament who's told me that Hades and Krasnal, they've been getting together and having these conversations, and what they seem to be doing, they just keep on practicing their signature over and over again so it can look pretty on all the contracts that they're about to get after this tournament.
Huh. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Just a source,
I wish the players would put that much effort into their signatures for the major stickers. It feels like now we're starting to do it because we're required to.
Well, they usually just hire designers for that. So.
Yeah, otherwise they outsource that. And even still, from my understanding, some players still outsource it, but then they have to practice what the designers come up with.
Oh man,
they just want pretty stickers. They don't trust themselves. They've got great hand-eye coordination for their mice, but once there's a pen in there, it's a whole different game.
What player do you think would have the best handwriting?
Ooh,
it's a fun one, isn't it?
Yeah, that's hard. Because I want to say Alexi.
I could see that.
But I feel like I've seen his signature and I'm not convinced. So, yeah, it's a hard conversation to have. It'll be someone you don't expect, to be quite honest. It's likely to be like a support player or... You know what? Honestly, Blitz.
Oh, actually, that's true. I could see that. But I actually think, as far as handwriting is concerned, I'm going to go for something a little bit vanilla, but I'm going to give my logic and reasoning behind it, right? I think ZywOo would actually end up having good handwriting. And I've got good reasoning behind it. And I'm going to approach it from 2 angles. One, dude, the guy turned down offers from J2 and Vitality for ages just so he could stay in school longer. This is clearly a guy who enjoyed being in school, okay? So I'm going to give him some props for that one. And the other thing is, he's in born in a rural French town, very artsy environment around him, got fields and this and that. If I can imagine anyone handwriting letters to their grandmothers or whatever, maybe to relatives across to the big city life of Paris, I could see ZywOo being one of those players.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of with that. I appreciate your reasoning, and I will agree.
Now, if you want to talk about worse handwriting, baby, I'm going to have a conversation with Donk right now. That boy had not been looking at any notebooks. He's been playing too much Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he really knows how to click heads, but... whatever you do, don't try and get him to swap his mouse to one of those track pads that the Osu players use. Because I guarantee those guys are probably solid penmanship. They seem to be trained to do it.
You know what would be even funnier? Don can probably spray down his handwriting better than he can write it with a pen.
Yeah. I actually would trust him to do that.
Gosh.
Well, I thought this would be a simple enough fix. Nilo's
just turn the monitor back on, guys. Come on.
Yeah, well, they did that, but somehow other things are still not working. It seems like Linus now has issues.
Oh, no.
Was this in solidarity somehow? Nilo's looking at his screen. He's in the server. I see it.
Hades is the one who's clearly a stand, and he just gets up and leaves. You know what? I can't put up with these guys.
Well, if there was a time to move to another part of the room, it would be now.
Yeah, of course. One of the cool things that I do find, and look, I know it's just hotel rooms, but it's just kind of fun to be that you've all got your own little art pieces and everything around you, right? So if you're just having a rage moment, Crims is just thinking, oh my God, I miss Cypher. I mean, he's probably not going to be thinking that, but Crims is theoretically thinking, oh my God, he can just look to his left and be zen. Beautiful paintings.
Yeah, look at some random painting that has been plastered in, I'm sure, in many different rooms across the hotel as well. I did enjoy seeing players screaming through the walls. I think we were looking at that pain game versus Fluxo. You just did see Snow not take off his headset, but pull off an ear cup and just start screaming through the wall at them.
It's funny because it reminds me of older times in esports, and obviously everyone knows about LAN cafes and everything, right? But if you actually go back and you watch the documentary on Dota's first international. Dota's sort of the gold standard of soundproof boothing, right? Because everyone's like, oh my God, they're in soundproof booths and everything. But if you go back to TI1, the players were in a booth and it was soundproof, but they were both in the same booth. So they were on opposite sides. And what happened was, people like Dandy and whatnot on Nave who ended up winning that, they just punched the desk hard enough that the desk would slam into the wall and the entire booth would vibrate every time they got a kill or something. So yeah, that was fun. Of course, just a reminder, by the way, guys, you can pick up your PGL tickets as well. We obviously have that QR code flash on screen. Astana is going to be fantastic. This time, the prize money is going to be even bigger. And you should be going there. It's going to be, it's also, by the way, just a heads up, with all these tournaments happening in Europe and whatnot, this is a concern for me, which is why I'm thinking of going to Astana as well. It's probably just going to be like a cheaper city to visit and everything as well, in terms of in comparison to, maybe one of these big German cities or Dutch cities or whatever. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Good to maybe shave out some days in your calendar for that.
Yeah, I mean, I could certainly see the justification. I do find it funny though, just for you especially, because you've been in the Asia region for a lot of your following of Counter-Strike, and you haven't always necessarily had events that you can go to. This is the year where there's just a lot of Asian events, especially towards the end of the calendar year, and you're thinking about going to Europe to go to a European tournament. If there was ever a time for you, especially...
Kazakhstan isn't European.
I'm not saying you're European. I'm saying...
No, but Kazakhstan is Asian. I'm going to be going to the Asian tournament.
No, I mean, that's what I'm saying, but this is the year that you should be going to all these Asian tournaments. Okay. Oh, sorry, but yeah, Astana is... Okay, I mean, it's not in Europe, but I mean, it's the...
It's the western side of Asia.
It's the western side of Asia, yeah.
That's fair, but, let me introduce you. Let me introduce everyone who's tuning in right now. You know what? Maybe there's like 5 of you who can relate to what I'm about to say. Have you heard of a passport index?
Yeah, well...
Because I ain't looking good out there, okay? Visas be kind of hard.
That is fair.
And, as much as I love being in China and everything, things can get tricky, right?
Oh, it's a process, yeah.
Yeah, it's a process. And, I was, just to sort of share a funny little story that happened. Obviously, Mike and I were in China for a tournament earlier on. It was awesome. Being there was fantastic and everything. But one of the weird senses of Schadenfreude, and not really Schadenfreude, but one of the weird, ironic laughs that I got was when Michael messaged me saying, "Man, this is the first time I'm having to worry about a visa."
Yeah, no, that was true. Yeah, there's a lot of liberties, with all the events in Europe. Typically, it can be very quick to turn around for people that live in this side of the world. To be honest, with the visa issues happening in China, I kind of wasn't surprised to see it. I guess I was more surprised at how quick they found replacements, to be quite frank. Because yeah, it is a bit of a process. It can't get fast tracked. Seems like most people are having a good time under Perfect World supervision, and rather not supervision. That's the wrong word. Under their hosting of the tournament. There's very few things to dislike, especially when you're in cities like Shanghai. Yeah. But yeah, it can be an arduous process. The more you do it, the easier it becomes, as with many things.
Yeah. I mean, look at Hades. Hades has been standing in so much, he just keeps on getting better at it.
Yeah. Maybe prone to the JKS effect soon.
Hey, who knows? Let's see whether or not he can actually make it happen. I see high fives. I see monitors turned on. I see admins and referees out of the room.
Yeah, timer is now elapsing, and we should be able to dive right back in. Let's just refamiliarize ourselves. It is the Decider map. Their map in the series. Both the first and the second were utter blowouts. The teams that picked them lost those maps quite handily, and it comes down to this final map in Mirage, where Heroic are in a lead and have the ability to close out the game. They have 5 more attempts at it. 13-7 was the scoreline we last left off on, and Linus's CS has crashed. So it's
right. So passports, okay?
no, let's move past that.
Yeah.
Everybody seems to just be kind of settling in.
Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Yeah.
I have to say,
it is a cool addition to the calendar, though, that we are having so many more tournaments in China, and it does feel like more and more of these tournaments are going to be some of the bigger ones of the year. I mean, obviously China brings in the possibility to have group stage audiences and everything as well. I'm sure that's something that in the future will be explored more so as well. Shanghai Major was what showed that off last year via Perfect World.
But for now, both of these teams are guaranteed an audience in the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center on this weekend. Who will get the Saturday affair? Guaranteed to them. 12-7, Heroic wanting to close, Fnatic wanting to claw back this lead.
Up tempo here for Hades down towards the underpass. It will not be a concerted effort to fight for a top mid control. Will throw some utility at least to try and disrupt any early plans Heroic may have. But they're slowly making their way down under. Crims is still being quite aggro off of short, and the longer he sticks around, the more he is at risk of being found by that underpass lurk. But there's no spring in the step of Heroic. No urgency to close this map just yet. It's very quiet across the map, and in a way that can be an issue that Fnatic will have to deal with in some way. They won't want to fly blind, not when there's this much at stake.
Deep contrast to the previous round, which you might have forgotten, but Crims did just run up middle with company, get 3 kills. If they want to try and make this late round work, both teams will be in slightly unfamiliar waters. Time is now turning on its head. CTs are the ones who will be feeling a bit more comfortable. Blame will plant himself inside the connector. I'll to come in from the side, and one of these players is Jambo eliminated. He should be expecting Blame, and he does, but not quite the right position. It's a B-side execute with the A fake not having worked. They have to go through a Molotov, and Crims continues to impress in the last dying embers of Fnatic's hopes. He is the wind that is trying to bring them a light.
Yeah, back-to-back 3Ks from Crims. He got the openers in the round prior, a long time ago, but this time locking down the bomb site by finding 3 again. Tactical pulls pulled out here by Heroic. Not sure that they're going to really compose anything in this round, but they just want to try and set the ship straight. Really did feel like there was going to be a timing to hit there for Heroic, especially with BMF exchanging places inside of that smoke with Milo. It's all's well that ends well. Sorry, Nilo on 20 kills. Hades on 19. Those have really been the 2 heavy hitters for Heroic that have been consistent throughout this series.
Yeah. Youngster did have his fair share of performances in the first half, less so in the second. And Heroic right now, well, they will be consigning themselves to letting this one go by pretty much for free. A possible play out towards B isn't going to be giving them much, especially when Crims is just shooting them through a wall. Crims' resurgence is maybe going to end up being a problem.
And no real threats. And no one on Fnatic really breaking rank just to hunt down these ecos either. Still playing a very contained game. No over-aggression, no over-confidence. They know that they're in those playoffs, but buckling down and trying to make this comeback happen, that type of tenacity could prove to be useful if they can demonstrate they have the capacity for it when they get to those playoffs. Cosmo. While he takes it, he does have the loving arms of Blame F to fall back into. 3 more rounds of separation that Fnatic hope to close.
We've gotten to the realm of possibility now. This gun round is where Heroic feel probably a fair amount of pressure on them, because should they fail over here, Fnatic will get to 11. At least on paper.
Yeah, there will be a couple beads of sweat for Heroic. You know, the game's not over until it's finished.
Almost Jumbo is actually putting himself in connector to see if he can find anyone before the smoke's bloom. It goes past the top guard smoker with Crims finding another kill as well.
Heroic have already had their offense fall apart. They are now relying on single-man efforts to bring themselves back. And who better to try and go for those than Blame F, who's just playing it passively. He knows his job of his singular. It is to stay alive and to keep them from getting inside window. Jambo and company will do everything else they need. It is 5 alive once again for Fnatic. This CT side is looking promising now, Michael.
Yeah, suddenly it's bolstered. I don't know what's happened, but since that one round of aggression top middle and the tech, suddenly Heroic just simply cannot find the kills thereafter. Perfect read on the situation there from Fnatic as well. No Blame's positioning was great. Even Jambo as well covering that top side of connector. The only ways back into that round were eliminated rather swiftly. That will come down to the last round of regulation, most likely. This half-buy from Heroic. Postured for a B-side pop.
Fnatic can't afford to lose over here. Fnatic can't afford to let this be how they let a golden opportunity pass by for a big comeback. But now, as the scale has come through, Crims again and again consistently finding critical kills in these difficult spots. He's now gotten 2, and Blame alive at the back of the bomb site cannot parallel that scoreline. Crims is instead calling in Jambo for assistance, and then it's Jakazma who's asked to close, but excl in a 1 versus 2 where he's going for the around the world. Picks up
a weapon.
AK comes back over, smoke to try and force Crims backwards, and make it feel like he could still be lurking in from behind it, and that is going to be the route he elects for.
The longer they wait, the more they have to consider. Markets open, could go back to apps from Underpass. Fnatic playing inside of the site will feel worse and worse as time plays on.
That's what excl is relying on. Crims to cover. 3 kills so far. How many more does he have in him? Jambo peeks out. excl, he had an option of making this into a 1v1 versus a very weakened player. Instead, with position revealed, all advantages lost. Double swing plan for Fnatic. Whenever excl continues to get them more, Crims puts himself in harm's way. It is back to Ye Olde Faithful, the deagle with which he started it all, but 8 seconds is simply not enough. A quick kill on Crims, that was a low player. excl closes the distance, but he cannot close the gap. Fnatic find 11 off the back of Crims, delivering a heroic performance.
Yeah, I mean, so many triple kills here for Crims. I mean, he came into the CT side, kind of a weak piece, actually, for Fnatic, and just like that, he's found himself with 11 kills in these past few rounds. 3 triple kills in 5. So just like that, we're starting to think about the prospect of overtime. There's no AWP here for Heroic to rely upon. Hades has been a heavy hitter, but Fnatic are looking empowered to have this game go the distance. Won't make any sudden moves. Crims is feeling so emboldened, in fact. He has that secondary AWP out once again. Boarded out on Dust 2. But they may not want to go to that B-bomb site, so he's just locking it down with that AWP holding a tight line. So the rest of the team can play more floating towards mid and A.
If Heroic were sweating before, they are flooded in fear. And as they go onto the reinforced bomb site, you're also just seeing that backstab planned out by Jakazma. Jambo finds number 1, and Youngster simply can't trace out any of these duels. Hades the only one to get a kill, and I don't think it's going to be any better than that. Blame F still hidden away. Youngster is going to be traced out by him. Seldom loses these duels, and Hades has to try and go for a 1v5. He's making a play for it. But on the other side, it's a big 2 of Fnatic. Blame manages to get the jump. Fnatic with 6 straight rounds facing down a colossal lead. It is Crims who performs.
It simply had to be. I mean, one-sided showings on the first 2 maps in the series. This had to be a closer game, and sure enough, overtime is what's needed to finish off the series. This is for seeding. I guarantee it a higher prize purse, a deeper position in those playoffs. And while it looked like Heroic might have been able to seal the deal, suddenly, it's that man that was missing from Frag October. It's that veteran that has worn the bright orange the longest. It's Crims that shows up in a massive way.
I mean, 2-time major winner, 3-time top 10 player of the world, 5-time top 20. You don't count these kind of guys out.
There's
a reason why Fnatic have kept him for so long, and there's been criticism, and I've been one of the people criticizing.
Yeah.
I've been one of those voices. But how can you not love the magic when the wand is waved? But they might need more than magic. Crows. They might need might, and that's what Blame F provides. An opener heading into round number 25.
It's basically for free. I mean, past the spam on the window smoke and top mid. Catches Hades completely. Opportunity to counter a lot of util out towards the bottom of connector. Nilo dodging a lot of the damage. The Jambo's position inside of ladder. Nilo will oblige with a peek.
How often is it you see an AWP in a position like that?
Yeah, not very often at all.
Flame's just getting kills for free. They're actually so free, he's giving them away to Chikazmo instead.
Heroic are getting suffocated on this T side. Anytime they look to take control, they are losing members. Anytime they've split or attacked a bomb site, they have struggled to trade. Fnatic were encountering issues too on that T side, let's not forget. That's how you end up in situations like this, but I think Fnatic have been, or have had, far more clean rounds than Heroic ever had on that CT side. Has really been feast or famine for really both of these squads this whole series. And this is where you would favor teams like Fnatic, players like Blame, like Crims, those veterans that Heroic simply don't have. It's a team largely filled up of rookies that have risen through those ranks enough to justify being able to represent this Heroic banner.
Yeah. And sometimes, risen rookies isn't enough. Jambo, however, on the other side, has done well to stay neck to neck with his veterans. Youngster now comes in. The missing link. The star who is just not shining. Between him and excl, those are supposed to be the players who help you wake up at a time like this, and maybe they are going to be able to serve that purpose. And today's side hit, that has gone swimmingly well for Heroic.
This time it's a slow strangulation. They find the picks they need, and even if they're not necessarily the most explosive getting into that A play, they are able to cover for one another. Blame was the only one that really could have served a purpose to get kills back. He caught good timing on that smoke. Only for Hades to drop him. Now, given that this is the OT, Crims may as well give this a look in. Heroic lower their guard and don't serve to protect this bomb. Could be in for a bad time. HE actually lands at Crim's feet, and as he tries to slide out, Nilo ain't falling for any of those tricks.
Terrorists win.
Heroic at bare minimum. Fnatic looked fine on their T side. They didn't look awful. But that was always the place where they had more questions. Even over here, the way they've gotten kills, it has felt like, hey, Crims has taken some of these early round calls into his own hands. Crims has taken some of these late round moments definitely into his own hands. I don't know if that transitions through to their T side, so for them, it is important to double up here. Speaking of doubling up, it's over in Palace. Youngster is going to be given a chance over here. Misses out the first kill, and that's where Crims uses that as bait. TYLOO as well. Heads given up, but not found. Jambo, backstab. What is this? Why not pull out the knife? And it's TYLOO and excl already find two. Jambo misses his shot. He's missed it. He's absolutely fluffed it. And Fnatic, in this 2 versus 3, put their hopes on Blame and their questions on Fear. That question unanswered. Hades will put him to bed, and Blame will go out into what he thought was still open territory and finds it is closed off just like the rest of this round.
I mean, what do you even say? Blame is an unwinnable position. He will get finished off. It's 2 rounds for Heroic, and they'll be pleased with that. It was a struggle to get engaged on this T side, and suddenly they're able to navigate out with a couple, 2 out of 3. But what on earth happened in this round? I mean, Crims, the secondary ult picking into Palace of all things, he gets his, and then it's a Jambo smoke play inside of it. He had a 5-7, and they switched back to the AWP. I don't know what to say. These are very, very confusing times for Fnatic. But they at least got one on that CT side. They at least made it to the OT in the first place. Oh, it wasn't the 5-7, it was a deagle. Yeah, the first miss really set Heroic off.
You can see how nervous they still look.
Yeah.
Even in their round win.
I mean, this is a proving moment for them. I mean, getting into that top 4, getting past a team like Fnatic, should they encounter them again in those playoffs, you can reflect on a game like this. I mean, if it has it. Even if it has had its high highs and low lows.
Youngster gets a full exploration of A main out. Early. This doesn't necessarily end up being a good thing. It's about how they work off of this, because Youngster will have to give that up eventually. If he stays here long enough, he will be given an audible. Jambo doesn't want to clear this out alone, not with the bomb. But he hears that Palace play and he catches Jacasmo with a flash in his hand. Youngster finds a critical opener and then moves back. TYLOO in the meanwhile hopes to use this chaos. A refresh in the smoke will give TYLOO some more space. And Jambo, who's trying to trace out Youngster, is unable to activate. excl waits for Fear and Kobe. He's going to have a flash in his hand. He turns around. How are they blind? How are they blind? Hades finds a way to fight back, and Heroic are going to be 2 kills away from another match point. Jambo and Crims still alive, still more than capable of getting this round back into control. Can they find a kill? An incendiary on a Jambo forces him off. He will die to the M4 of Youngster. Crims, another 3k needed. So many triples he has delivered. And now with LNZ weak, but he's been spotted. Crims good for one. Repositions very quickly. Hades a shot miss. An HE deployed, and it's TYLOO to close. Every round more chaotic than the last, but Heroic will thrive in the uncertainty.
These timings are so perplexing. They're so strange. I mean, they're phasing the smoke. They're starting to creep up Con at the perfect moment, only for Crims to throw a flash over to jungle that blinds his teammates, blinds up Heroic as well, but it adds to this level of confusion just before the hit. Fnatic were hoping to capitalize on the timing, but it seemed like a miscommunication about whether or not players had to dodge or what the next steps were. No clear direction. And when it comes down to small margins like that, they can stack up. It allows Heroic another set of opportunities to close out this map. They were at 12-6 previously, only for Fnatic to come back.
That T-side curse, man.
Yeah, the T side might be the undoing here for Fnatic. It's a burst to B. They'll have to try it. LNZ getting that smoke down defensively, and Hades is able to pick one off before the hit even gets going.
Oh, Jambo and Blame have got perfect responses. LNZ's not expected, but they still clear it out. Jambo is diligent. Fnatic will the full execute. They'll turn their brains off and their hands on. They will only listen to the call, and it has worked out perfectly. Sure, they lose that first man, but Jambo, is he the Cypher replacement we were looking for all along?
Yeah, that's a good question. Many players that seem to be taking that responsibility here for Fnatic. And that triple entry from Jambo was devastating. Fnatic will move to 14, but it comes off of real Hail Mary into that site. Kind of surprised LNZ didn't try and make a play or take a timing, because his teammates were out. They were looking to reinforce, and even if he lost all that support, Jambo had to clear within the site at some point. Like, LNZ shouldn't be trying for that kill, really. He should be trying for the ones afterwards.
Heroic really don't want to set it overtime.
That was how Hades got the first kill. Crims was walking into the line of fire. Smoke hadn't gloomed yet.
It can't be perfect every time, you know?
Yeah, it just seems like the utility and the play to be made is a little off. The timing seems a little off. I think that can't be refined ahead of those playoffs. They were both ready for that.
And Hades comes out on top, the head-to-head. As much as Jambo has been having his time to shine, Hades has steadily been picking up numbers 27 and 16 now. If they didn't have enough to tank him for already, a chance to close over here with a 5v4 would be another, but the problem is Blame, as it also often is. He's coming from behind. It's going to be trying to plug the B site, and with 4 players on A, you'd really expect someone to be worried about this. LNZ even goes for a straight check, but it's going to be... How does he win that duel? He wasn't ready for it either, and now Crims with the bomb feels like he's had his one hope taken away from him. He has to fight for his chances instead. Molotov and grenade will be exchanged. The grenade is just better. Crims was already low. excl finishes him off. 2 versus 2 though. Jacasma and Fear will fight back, and they will fight hard. Jacasma now nestles himself inside the cubby of Get Right. And Fnatic felt like this was gone. Instead, Youngster feels like he's got nowhere to go. Clock is ticking down, and the bomb... I mean, they're faking it out. They're worried, they're concerned about even a wrap from the back. They know Youngster likes to play A. They know he likes to push out at times. Will Youngster check this hard corner? He's not even thinking about it. Not for a second. Jacasmo now delivers a triple Fnatic. I don't know who or what they have been giving offerings to, but these heroic triple kills from Crims, twice over, Jambo, and now Jacasmo have put them into a second overtime.
It has absolutely saved their hide. It has saved their behinds from making the comeback in the first place to pushing to another overtime. They have needed that extra mileage out of those riflers, and by God, are they getting it. You even saw Jacasmo's reaction after finally converting on the round. It just seemed like he was thankful he was able to even contribute in a meaningful way. He's had a bit of a rough game, even moving into that OT. but finally able to have a very, very meaningful contribution. Someone had to send help. Someone had to back up LNZ when he did more than what he was supposed to on side of that site. But there was just a lack of urgency there for Heroic, one that Jacasmo fully exploits. And so we go again. Stomps at the start of the series. Just absolute stomps. And now a nail-biter finish.
They've got to make sure that the total average round count for the series still stays good.
Yeah.
What is he doing in this angle? He almost gets two, and Fnatic, who are trying to accelerate forward into connector, will still find advantages. I don't know how that's gone wrong for Heroic. They're gonna have some thinking to do, but right now is not the time for thought, it's the time for action. Blame F is low. And as he isn't cleared for TYLOO, expects him to be closer than he is. Still remember, he's got the bomb. He can't relay it over. They need to take this fight. The flashes are good to try and take that problem away from them. But Crims now settles himself in the one angle line as doesn't check. The chaos won't stop.
Yeah, first round cleared here for Fnatic. They go for a completely different type of mid-take. They don't throw as much utility. They start creeping con, and if the Heroic aren't going to express any intent on challenging, they're going to make use of that extra space. And sure, they get shot in the back by Hades on that orb. But only being able to get that one, they would have almost certainly wanted a rifle. Both teams changing up how they're approaching both the offense and the defense. And maybe at the worst time.
He's had a chance for two over there as well. That's the worst part of it. But a break on the smoke and a full wide swing from excl. He's found a solitary Blame F.
Yeah, that's a nice way to punish them trying to take that fast con timing. They've pushed over towards A as well here on the side of Heroic, so a counter action if they've lost a bit of extra presence in middle should be to try and find space elsewhere.
What?
Crims does get his kill, but TYLOO trades immediately. Oh, they won't know about the flank. They'll have no idea. Where would it have even come from? They still had Crims on the lurk. Wait, Jambo's considering it.
He's done this before. That's why Jambo's concerned. They know that Youngster wasn't either the player dying or the player getting the kill on the bomb side, and he plays A.
Yeah, true.
Now, somehow, Heroic are making the right call. They're expecting Fnatic to rotate despite the utility being thrown out by Jambo. Jambo will even get the kill. And TYLOO at this point, he knows, I can't help in B. Maybe I just try and stick it to them. In this 1 versus 3, he sees the bomb, he's dropped the bomb, he switches for the AK, looking for space, wants to take the deal before the op can get hit, and now it's going to be his chance, but not one that he gets to put to use. Another triple for Fnatic. How do they keep doing it?
Yeah, it's a roulette wheel, it seems like, for each of the members of Fnatic to find themselves their hands on a triple. This time it's Jambo. And sure enough, Heroic are getting brutalized. Where they'd found 2 rounds on that T side, Fnatic have answered with now 4 straight. These are challenging times.
Heroic have had their chances, but man, if I was in their position, I would feel slightly robbed. Fnatic are trying really hard to just get out with the bag of 4th place and never look back. An A site execute is how they hope to cap out a perfect overtime. But can Heroic play a spoiler?
An early grenade will keep Jambo low. Youngster picks up his one, and there's more pushes through the smoke, but those are punished as well. Xcloud comes through, goes down into Sandwich, and he's going to be found by Blame. Heroic are not going to be able to do anything to prevent the bomb from being planted. TYLOO a spam true, but it's that break in the smoke that maybe could have been exploited. Instead, it doesn't fully clear it out, and Linus, his demise means Fnatic are going to get 18 to 15, surely. Going into the CT side, surely Fnatic can finally close this.
Yeah, I just don't think that Heroic will have the tenacity that Fnatic have expressed so far in this map. I mean, how many times did we see Fnatic remain measured in their approach on their comeback? We never saw them go in with extreme urgency. There wasn't panic to try and catch themselves back up into these rounds. Where Heroic were trailing on the trades, it felt like we were seeing more and more desperate reactions to try and bring themselves back, especially in this last bout of overtimes. Fnatic were finding those advantages, and Heroic were taking big risks, and they simply were not paying off here on Mirage. And so you'd have to think that that's enough now for Fnatic. They have a greater wealth of experience. They have that Passion UA core, but they also have these two studs and veterans in Crims and Blame F that have been shouldering a lot of the burden, but the other teammates are contributing in a massive way. Jambo, most notably. This is where I do think the well runs dry for Heroic.
Yeah. They will feel robbed. They're up 12 to 6. They've had 7 different match points that they've been unable to capitalize on. Many advantages. But maybe it's Fnatic's time to struggle to put a lid on this little cookie jar that has been open for maybe too long. Crims has gone to that secondary op more than once before. And this time he won't find the same success as in the past. Linus scrolls out wide, takes down his heroes, and he will be looking to chomp down on Fear, who's been pushed forward. XCloud ready, receives information, a grenade to Fear's bottom. And XCloud is still hunting for a kill to be found onto Blame F. Potentially knows Blame likes to play that late round window lurk, and when Fear hasn't given over information, XCloud has every advantage now to stop rotations as well. Heroic might be wanting for tenacity, but what they won't need is more firepower in this round. The first kill from Linus, that's bad enough, but then XCloud showing up, and they're still in this.
Yeah, I mean, there was basically no way that they could feasibly get themselves back into the bomb site. They were really trusting that Crims could lock it down with that AWP. We saw him pull it out in regulation to keep them in the game and actually allow for a more A-side and mid-focused attention for Fnatic. But we never saw the ult actually tested. You know, remember, that came after Crims had effectively had back-to-back triple kills and had locked them out of the B bomb site more than once. So that's the first time that secondary AWP inside of the B bomb site is revealed necessarily. The only time that Crims pulled it out and found success was when he pushed Palace. So it's a sign of life for Heroic. One that I don't imagine Fnatic will try again, if I'm being honest. I have to keep Crims on rifles.
He's done a very good job with them. That much is for sure. God, looking at those score lines from the first two maps that are shown in the beginning of every round, it's hard to believe we're still in the same matchup.
They just love the best of one so much. They brought it back. Well, we're going to have to see 2 more rounds straight here for Heroic if we want another overtime. They want even a chance to close out on the map that they held such a significant lead on. They will be disheveled. They will be annoyed that they're even in this OT. But they're getting extra repetitions. Let's look at the bright side. Yeah, I think they'd rather the win.
Gotta get used to the LAN environment, I guess. Nothing helps more than reps. Playing, that's a great start to the round, but he'll be losing Jacasmo immediately after. Jacasmo was the player who threw out the grenade to pop open the smoke. Now Crims with the right foot. Can he do better than he did with the AWP? Yes, he can. It's a kill and a half with a dink on the Youngster to help out as well. But Youngster still scales onto the side and Jambo a rare miss. That gives Youngster a chance to take his head clean off. It's the airborne guillotine, but BlameF plants his feet firmly in the ground over here on B. Hades Tech 9 has to do the job. excl is nowhere nearby. He closes the distance. And he'll be able to get the bomb plant in as well. Decides against it. They want to go out to A. They want to have every insurance policy available to them. And for Fnatic, it's the one player who has yet to give them a big multi-frag performance in overtime or regulation. It's the one player who individually has been struggling because his mind has been his main muscle. Can Fair complete the multi-kill clutches Team Ace situation? Doesn't feel like it. Hades has him covered off. What in the world was that second shot from Youngster?
Yeah, that was beautiful. I mean, purely robotic. He gets given a new lease on life with a missed shot from Jambo. And he just plucks him straight out of his air as he tried to find some safety, some sanctuary on short. But he gets an entry. He takes a lot of damage. And there just simply was enough of a bailout. excl clearing a path to A so that they can get that 2-on-1. But there was no chance for Fear. Two different miracles here for Heroic. That Linus entry, and this time, the marvel of Youngster. Will it be a third time's the charm?
Fnatic at this point don't know if they can actually close. At this point, they're starting to realize that the way they got this far was off the back of individual greatness. And that doesn't rear its head every single round. Self-doubts that are creeping in. BlameF peeks out in the middle. Hades quick to punish. excl watches for the boost. Will do the same. And Hades is ready for response. He is so trained in. Jacasmo eliminated. And Fnatic 3 whole tries to close this. 3 whole attempts to take it to overtime. And it feels like they have absolutely failed it. Jambo left alone. An impossible round and some great shots to feature in his death reel. But that's not enough. It's overtime number 3.
As if. I thought for sure that would be enough for Fnatic. 3 straight on their T-side effort, and then they get 3 chances at the defense where they have been better so far on this Mirage. They had very convincing shutouts on the road to the overtime, but they can't get a single one of them to fall their way. I don't know how to describe this game. It has been so push and pull. It's anything you can do, I can do as well, but neither has shown that they can do it better. It's total gridlock.
Does feel like the perfect way to gap out a 13-2, 13-3 on your opponent's map pick situation. I won't lie to you, Michael. Crimson.
And I know we're trying to set these stakes as, you know, top 4 versus top 6 as a guarantee. But if it was life on the line, I don't know if I want to be these players. I think that's one of the things that is making this even more turbulent, is that we're not seeing that sort of mounting, building pressure. Everyone seems pretty relaxed, actually, from both sides. They're still annoyed. They're still excited. But we're not seeing the trough. You know, we're not seeing them dive into despair. Because they've both had a very impressive run already here at CAC. They've already done the hard part. This is about extra security, extra money as well, extra prize money that they'll set themselves as a guarantee. The VRS will certainly help, but the implications won't be felt until many weeks after.
The thing is, Michael, whichever team ends up having to walk out tomorrow into the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center, that's an arena with potentially like 15 to 18,000 fans that are going to be showing up. These are IGLs who are not used to that kind of pressure. These are teams who are not used to that kind of pressure. Blame F and Crims, I'll give them that much. You know what? They've been there, they've braved those heights, but for Heroic, outside of Hades, for Fnatic, for the 3 Ukrainians, this might as well be a playoff elimination game in a lot of ways. I don't think a lot of these guys are going to be expecting to go further without a big upset. This is your best possible chance.
Yeah, that experience will be valuable. It'll help in their campaigns, whether that's to make it to other tournaments within this season or the season to come, whether that's in their campaign at the major. It will help. You know, I think both teams are going to be... I think both are satisfied. I would say, you know, as much as I want to dive into drama, I almost can't overinflate this. Both will be satisfied. They've got their own reasons to... and they've got their own excuses for why they could underperform, why they could let a game like this go. They've both shown great tenacity, great ability to either establish leads or fight back from a deficit. It's kind of had it all, to be quite honest. And they haven't... It was, you know, compare this to our first series of the day here on the B stream. That game with Foot and Pain, where there were so many force buys. It was cinema for all the wrong reasons. I think there's a lot of good and a lot of positives to draw on for both of these squads. And there's still things to work on. But all that they want right now is to close this game. What is immediately in front of them is the objective. A third row of overtime is what's needed. Oh. And Hades is still striking true with this AWP.
Every time it feels like Hades might be having a slight slump, every time it feels like maybe he's had enough contributions, Hades comes through with a new angle, with a new opening pick attempt, with a new point of success. You might be trailing behind Jambo in terms of kills, but this round could be the remedy. Head-to-heads, Hades wins that for sure. Casmo turns away, and that's the wrong place. That wasn't a flashbang coming through, buddy. Extra's able to put that to good use. Clears out Jacasmo. You're now in a 5v3. Fnatic are not going to be able to change their fate coming out of that overtime break. Are they saving? Well, they're trying to.
Oh my... Why does Blame not have a kit? Because he could just... If he just deals with this player at ramp, he actually could defuse the bomb if he had a kit.
There
would be one on
site?
There would be, but it's too far away. Oh, I don't... I'm not sure I understand.
It's a 10k overtime. That's the issue. You have to be slightly more conservative. You won't even be able to pick up the AWP at the end of it.
I'm so confused. I'm at a loss for... I try to sympathize with the players and their thought process. He wanted to get his hands on that AWP, fine. But he stays too long. Doesn't create a chance for him to leave. And so he just dies empty-handed anyway. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words, really.
I hope that Fnatic aren't. They've come into it when one kit again.
This time a little bit more suitable. You can see where their money is. If they lose this round as well with all of their players dying, they're not feeling good about next.
What a
Pop
risk.
things open, and Youngster says thank you very much. I didn't realize I had support utility being thrown by the enemy team as well. This is great. Hades, HE will... ooh. He manages to back off from it in time.
Yeah, he's playing a game of dodgeball with it. Oh, God, dodging bullets. It was going to be hard for Blame. He was on elevation. Tried to escape, but he'd be hounded down. 2 for 1. Heroic will be pleased. But they could fall still into a trap. Crims is holding the top side of Connector. Linus will clear diligently for it, so it's a free kill. Yeah, Crims had to keep jiggling, and it's a Linus double. The in-game leader strikes in. It's 3 so far from him in this round. And it will leave no chance for Jambo to pull through, especially now that his position has been revealed.
Linus has had more than his fair share of really important kills. I mean, triple's good, but no, Jambo's actually going to continue on challenging. If he dies over here, there is no op in the next round. I mean, this is objectively bad.
TYLOO also shouldn't have kept challenging. You can see him backing away, because if he gave another kill over so quickly, Jambo would go for this.
That being said, there's reason to hunt. And there's nowhere really to go for Jambo. Well, they end up not trying to pursue him down.
Terrorists win.
All right. Could be set up for a 3-round straight here for Heroic. Thought Crims was actually going to be in a really sound position to clear them out from Connector, but you know, he was jiggling the top of the stairs, but as he nestled into that corner, Linus went in for the full clear where he gets just enough of a peek at him. He's basically made Crims a sitting duck. It was kind of the only way back into the round given the success Heroic struck early with. This is an aggressive move. This little movement here from Crims. BlameF will accompany him on a journey to clear out top middle, but the flash is good at deterring as Linus finds another opener.
That save drop not going to be looking particularly useful when it's only on the ground. Potentially 6 in a row for Heroic if they're able to capitalize on this 5 versus 4. And they've frozen. They will allow Fnatic to be the ones to make an error. It also gives Fnatic room to make a play. BlameF, who's been aggressive all this time in middle, will pick up a quick kill, and Linus, who's never been able to move away from his spot, is going to be under risk of fire. Blame decides to take his attentions elsewhere. Back over to the A-bomb side they go. Incendiary usage is good to try and stop that pallet pick from coming in. Linus can't get the better of Crims, but on the bomb side, Crims will lose his teammates. And that leaves him and Fair alive. Only just Fair now to stop this 6-round spree for Heroic. And MP9's not enough when Hades is on the other side, trained in with the sniper rifle between him and TYLOO. They have 65 kills.
Yeah, 3 rounds straight from Heroic. Once again, this T side is delivering where there have been many deficits before. As a result of a lack of activity, Heroic struggled in regulation to pull together those T side rounds. But here they sit with a massive advantage, one that Fnatic had themselves in an OT gone by. So they'll have 3 swings at it. They could close on their defense. I don't even know what any player says to each other in this time, what the coaches could input at this time either.
It's not
been
a circumstance you're ordinarily preparing for.
Yeah. So many rounds deep.
Really just filling up that gaping void that Tenier left in this team. TYLOO has been fantastic. (21 to 18). Now it is Heroic's time defend off aggression. Just once out of 3 chances that they will be offered, and Hades, well, he's going to allow for TYLOO to be able to push forward and get the kill. Playing spotted Hades, he hadn't seen TYLOO, so he doesn't realize that that threat is two-pronged. Now these two players start to come back over. Smoke's not got that much time left on it, and the Bear's got a timing window for potentially 3. Hades turns around with a no-scope, and Youngster's able to keep Hades relevant. How is he already back on the side? He's a speed demon, and Heroic will find a fast way to the top 4. They will finally break Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic work from Hades. He has been electric from the start of this tournament right into those playoffs. Heroic will be happy they finally beat past a Fnatic that just would not sit down and die. They will be still into those playoffs in a top 6 position, but to be able to skip that first round, Heroic will breathe a sigh of relief. They had so many advantages. They had so many opportunities to close. For it to come down to a triple overtime before they finally do that, it was more stressful than it necessarily needed to be.
I think stressful and strange is how you can probably describe the entirety of this series. Strange in how the first 2 maps went, and stressful in how literally everything else happened in map number 3.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea that Fnatic bring it back from a 6-12 down and then at some point have 3 match points as well, and they cannot close, you have to be raising eyebrows over here, where this entire series has been questioning that T side. You do have to ask some questions about leadership overall. Heroic is supposed to be the team with inexperience, without those veterans other than their stand-in, without as much even just to sort of draw in from. Fnatic, they still falter, and sure, maybe not the highest stake game that you could have in a tournament, but it's still important.
Yeah, it still would have helped to internally give this sort of vote of confidence that you finished top of your group, you beat everyone ahead of you, you had your difficulties, but you sought past them. Fnatic, yeah, some of those issues did rear its head at some of the worst times, and it's not like they didn't have a number of moments where their players did deliver on massive rounds. You know, these triple kills we kept on highlighting in their comeback, in the overtimes as well. Heroic weren't getting that same level of output as consistently as Fnatic were, but when that well dried up, suddenly you had Heroic leaps and bounds ahead of Fnatic on the firepower.
I mean, I just can't stop giving credit out towards Hades, although I know that TYLOO is topping out the scoreboard, technically speaking. Hades, the amount of different openers that he was able to go for, the amount of places he was setting himself up and asking for a boost, going for strange peaks and from underpass and whatnot as well. It felt like even towards the end of overtime, he hadn't run out of tricks in his ridiculous Santa Claus bag of toys. Of course, Fnatic, they came through with their own, big boys in themselves as well. Blame F, Jambo, and Crims, who, listen, numbers might not reflect it, but trust me, the impact he had second half and onwards cannot be understated.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's the reason they even get to the overtime in the first place, I think, it's a fair argument to make. So, I mean, we saw a good distribution, really, from a number of different players, and it took a while, actually, for Jacasmo to necessarily get engaged. He's obviously a player that there's a lot of attention drawn to at the moment, but you see how sharp his aim can be and has been throughout this series, but maybe was a little bit of a slow upstart into this Mirage, but the same can be said for excl, who sat on the other side of the surfer and started to contribute as we got into the overtimes. So it did feel like it gave a lot of time for players that were underperforming to step up. The players that were already performing quite well had their moments where they were a little dry and then suddenly found a multi-kill again. This game did have a bit of everything, disappointments, excitement, massive plays. It wasn't the cleanest game, but both will have a lot to draw from, I'm sure.
There are now only 2 matches remaining in this group stage. Stream A will be featuring FaZe versus FUT to find out who that team coming into the playoffs will be. That's a big rematch coming out from the first best of 1. Or maybe you can take a look out towards Virtus.pro versus 3D Max. That'll be happening over here on the B stream. 3D Max, I think most people think that they're the absolute favorites of this tournament. The idea that they could be eliminated before playoffs is massive. VP somehow having some sort of resurgence of form with Icy instead of Bist. What's going on there? There's a lot of questions to answer still with only 2 matches, and you've got to be waiting to see them answered. We're going to be going off to a break. We're going to be back very soon on this stream with VP versus 3D Max. It'll be Anders and Vince to take it away. Or if you want to check out FaZe versus FUT, that's on stream A. But trust me, guys, stick around. This one's going to be fire. See you guys next time.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof!
She said she loves you.
But she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Day 3 of the group stage of the CAC will continue as we have one more best of 3 here on stream B, one more on stream A, and we have a cracker coming up, Anders. I know both of us are really excited to see this game. 3D Max could be the first time that the two of us have had a chance to cast them against VP, who we were very familiar with after a pretty dominant performance yesterday.
Yes, they actually finally played fantastic Counter-Strike. It was really cool. There was a lot of pep in their step. You can kind of tell that the squad looked more reinvigorated. Perfecto throwing great flashbang from what I remember on Ancient. Like it was cool to see them finally, really do something. Obviously, they're playing with Icy now. I don't think he necessarily was the most impressive player yesterday, but he still is, I think, a good AWPer. I'm not going to say that I've completely cured myself of the VP depression, but certainly things look a little bit better.
Yes, as we talked about, as you can see on your screen there, Icy, of course, is just the man in incognito. Wasn't necessarily supposed to be playing here, but due to some of the VRS changes, he is in instead of Bist. It has been a bit of a roller coaster. I agree. He didn't necessarily have the greatest of performances yesterday, but I think he was fine. And the rest of the team was doing most of the heavy lifting anyway. It's kind of interesting because I kind of made this analogy and this kind of comparison between him and Hades. Two players that are a little bit down on their luck. Their career's going in a bit of a strange place. I think Hades has won over a lot of hearts and minds in his performances with Heroic. Haven't quite seen that yet from Icy though, so this is another really good opportunity for him to show what he can do. Secure that spot in the playoffs as well would just be a massive plus for him individually. Yes. But on top of that, like, they do have an opposition, and in their opposition, these guys are no scrubs.
I definitely agree. This is a hard team to take down. They play a lot of Counter-Strike. They're super creative in how they come up with strategies and how they always seem to be one step ahead of the meta, which in Counter-Strike terms just means it's about 1 day before people figure out what you're doing. But still, they come up with new things, and I think they're a fun team. I enjoy the fact that we've actually got some French Counter-Strike coming back, because obviously for those of us that are super old, we remember the time when French Counter-Strike was such a powerful force in the space back in the CS:GO days with Very Games and LDLC and all the rest of it. Like, it was super fun to watch. We've got some picks and bans coming out. Nuke is out. Mirage is next, which is going to be an overpass. We're seeing them on the map all the time. You must be loving it, Vince.
I am. I'm also going to be really interested to see how 3D Max actually come into this game and what they're looking like on Overpass, because I feel like they're a team that's like more strategical necessarily than kind of like full of star players, in terms of their firepower. It's no knock on them at all. They still got plenty in terms of their firepower. They can hang and bang with anybody. But I always think of this team as more strategic, and so I really am curious to see what they're going to be bringing to the table here, especially as they're probably going to be starting on that T side. Train will be the decider. We've seen a lot of Train as well, to be fair.
Yes, we have. I'm really happy with this. Remember, right when Train was added, everybody just more or less banned it. It was just it was not in the mix at all. But I'm glad to see that slowly but surely it's starting to creep back in. More and more people started to pick it up. So Overpass, Inferno, Train to decide it with. That's going to be quite interesting. Look at the win rate there. It's like, 13 wins for 3D Max? It's so crazy how much they end up playing on Inferno. It makes sense, and they are really good on it. So I think that's going to be... It probably looks like VP will really need to win Overpass here to have a realistic shot, in my opinion. I think it'll be very tricky to make it work on the second one.
I would be inclined to agree with you. However, the way that VP played yesterday, Anders, I almost want to just throw the stats out the window. Because if they show up like that again, I think that anything's possible with these guys. I mean, Flit and Fame were having some really incredible individual performances, but also I was very impressed with Toro. The new guy in from VP Prodigy, of course, got the promotion, and he looked really sharp yesterday, especially on Ancient.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I mean, I think we said this yesterday with VP anyway. We don't necessarily know exactly how this is going to be working out. So we can learn a bit. We can just kind of be along for the ride. And it was a really fun ride for once yesterday. It was VP looking like a team that had a direction. You could tell that if it keeps going like this, there's actually something to build on. So I'm really excited for it. We're going to be seeing Overpass first. So once we head into it, 3D Max. I mean, this is a team that loves to come up with tricks, and Overpass is the ultimate trick map. We've got grenade setups, we've got boosts upon more boosts forever and ever. So I'm sure that they're going to bring something out here. They're going to be starting on the CT side, VP on that T side.
Oh, certainly so. VP, what do you have up your sleeve for Overpass? We have not really seen this 5-man roster play it a huge amount. And it looks as though they're headed over onto that B side. All 5 players here, bomb in tow, and they do have a little bit of utility with a couple of flashes here and there, but it's Ecstasy that just goes straight in, removes the head of Toro, and with good counter flashes, it does keep the T's at bay for the time being, but they're about to explode back onto B any second now.
Yeah, I don't like the fact that they're slowed down. I feel like once you're committed, I mean, actually, they're not committed. They're going to start to fall on back. I prefer this. I much prefer them walking away. Even if they've lost a player, at least they get a chance to reset the round. But I feel like if you're lingering around once the whole game plan has been revealed, it's so unlikely that's going to work. So, yeah, they're a little bit down here, but they can bring it back. So I think it's a hard call to make for VP to cancel it once you've used all your utility. I actually think it's a better idea. We'll see if they can actually make it onto the site here. Body already gushed. He's all the way down to 23, so a little bit softened up. They're getting closer once again, but they can still fall back. This is one of the peculiar things about Overpass as a map, is you can quickly retreat back to the B bomb site if you want to. They're going to take the fight to Fame, though, and it's not necessarily out yet. Lucky, though, will make sure that Fame can't progress onto the site here. Perfecto, wide swing, good kill, gets a gush. Exorcist low, he goes down. Perfecto with 3 kills to try and get them back into this pistol, and it is so important. Gravity gets down by Flitz, and somehow VP brought back by the captain of the team.
Ah, that's some extremely sick Glock aim, man. Like, just going back and forth, flicking left and right, lands the dink onto the back player weak, and they couldn't really push together as a united force, and such a nice effort. But it's all for naught. Perfecto clutches out. Another player that had a really good series yesterday, individually speaking, and keeping that form up. And I agree, Anders, like, Overpass is one of those few maps where you can consistently go back and forth. As long as you have connector control, basically the map is yours to do whatever you want with. And so the fact that they actually do fully decide to commit for that rotation, and then Perfecto just comes full circle, is so massive. Toro not slowing down into this one, though, up close and short. 3 players there, and the forced by MP9 strike twice.
Oh, the celebrations have been cut very short. We hadn't even got done talking about how cool it was, what Perfecto was able to do in that last round. And already, they're into this one, looking to potentially give it up. They've stolen an AK as well on the CT side. Lucky's the one to pick it up there. So this is about as bad as it could get for a second round. You don't want to be doing this here. VP, they could be really far behind all of a sudden. Molotov that goes all the way to the back. A counter smoke, not to put out the Molotov, but just to make sure that no one can even easily attack this position. They know that Fame could be there. It's a great read, but he's over the smoke and still getting the shot onto Lucky. Didn't see that coming. The AK's been picked up by Body now instead, but VP once again trying to see if they can claw their way back into a round. They did it in the pistol. They're going to have to do it again.
Just the 1 flash remaining, though, and no map control. Whereas previously they had that con for the rotations. This time they have to fully commit. Tons of damage to Fame. He's being whittled away, chopped down by those MP9s. Finally will fall. And that puts a lot of pressure now on Icy. And he will, surprise, deliver alongside Perfecto. Suddenly down to Maka. A deagle alongside him. Neither of these players is particularly low, and Perfecto clutches out. Again, VP. Snatch this round away.
Back-to-back triples to make sure that his team stays on top. This is great work. Obviously, he's got one of the more memeable names. I see you guys in the chat calling him Defecto whenever things go wrong, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's unfortunate. There are some players like that. Remember how hard, Nafoni got wrecked by Maui just for having a name that could be memed upon. Memes are dangerous tools, just we all know this by now. But yeah, Perfecto's got one of those names. Right now, not that defect at all. Definitely playing very well. And I agree he was yesterday in terms of some of the mechanics, but also, like I said, I think it's worth highlighting. He was setting his team up so hard on the CT side of Ancient with flashbangs. It was super sick. So he's one of these players that's been lost in the wilderness. Like, it's been so confusing since the glory days of the old Navi lineup and all the rest of it. It's just, like, it's been a real fall for grace, and Obviously, now he's taken over the in-game leadership. It's a lot to have to deal with, but if he can make it work, like, way more power to him. What an impressive turnaround it would be for his career if he could.
Oh, no doubt. It's not like he's super old either. Like, it feels as if he's adapted this IGL role, like, relatively early, considering some of the roles he was playing earlier. He's only 25. Sure, he's going to be 26 before the end of the year. But fitting into that and realizing, okay, there is maybe a little bit of a gap right now in terms of IGLs in the CIS region. Maybe I can get something done. Maybe I can catapult myself back into being, like, really hotly looked at. And so far, it's working for him. Looks like we do have a bit of a tech problem. Some headsets are off, unfortunately, so fingers crossed we'll be ready to delve back onto Overpass in just a few moments' time. But it does give us a chance as well, and just to discuss like how these two teams have got to this point, because whereas the previous games today, if you were watching them, were all about like who gets to the semifinals and who gets to the quarterfinals, this actually is just to make the playoffs. The loser of this game is eliminated from this event, as they have already lost once on both sides. It was VP getting smashed 13-2 on Mirage against Legacy, and then 3D Max also lost to Legacy, actually, interestingly, before they beat Lynn Vision yesterday. And obviously, we got a chance to see VP dismantle MIBR themselves.
Yes, we've had some interesting scenarios, and I mean, this tournament has been full of surprises in many ways. So I'm pleasantly surprised that we're seeing, you know, another one in terms of VP starting to turn the ship around a little bit, start to play a little bit better. Some tough rounds here, and hopefully this one will not be one of them. There is a single flashbang on Gravity, so you know he's going to be on the high ground, presumably. No, he's going to be down with the rest of them. I said it too soon. But either way, he wants to set up his team. That I guess is the essence of it. Try and see if they can catch somebody. I'd be shocked if VP just go for it here. They've got 2 MAC 10s, and those are great scouting tools. If you lose one, nobody cares.
Yeah. Exactly. The expendable players, they'll be throwing themselves into the lion's den as long as they win the round. No real problems. And if you get a kill or 2 out of it as well, of course, you basically paid for yourself going into the next one, where ideally you want to upgrade to that AK anyway. 3D Max, full stack. The old gamble stack with some upgraded pistols. Going to be going for that shoulder peak. Exorcist is probably a dead man. Ceases to be. Toro gets flashed in. But this is exactly what we're talking about. You send your MAC 10s in. If they take the kills, that's great for the bank balance. If they die, no problems. And it's looking like it's going to be pretty straightforward. Even though there are 3 players here, they're just dividing and putting them down where they stand. Big grenade damage as well.
Yeah, and this is not VPP.
Well then.
That's so funny. I love it. I was gonna say they're not scared of shooting each other either, apparently, but they're not scared of the pistols, right? I actually really respect it. They stand still, they use the HEs, they use the Molotovs, they really want to make sure they win that round. So it's good leadership, it's good captaining coming out from Perfecto. You know, unfortunately, he had to give his life. It's mutiny already. It's really early on, but yeah, this is a fine round for VP. They lose a couple of players. Not really in the world. We'll see if 3D Max can surprise us in this one. Going to be the 4th round, and they got the AWP on Maka.
Yeah, Fame is the captain now, just for a few more moments. 3D Max though giving up connector completely. Not really too much of a surprise when you consider that they're not fully established just yet. A couple players already low on the utility front, Graffiti and Body. Just a couple pieces between the 2 of them. And so VP picking up the pace, taking connector control early and looking to try and get into bathrooms using that smoke. And scavenging through there into bathroom already.
It's an incredible risk that they walk through that smoke themselves. I just can't believe it. If Maka's holding the smoke on the other side, then Flit is dead, you know, 10 out of 10 times. But they had some kind of a read, incendiary. Oh, it's not, I mean, the damage is annoying, but it's the tell on the other side too. Marcus, great timing on that grenade. Actually pushing forward into it, and a good flick. Flit is down, and Marcus has taken up so much control on the side of the map at the moment. I can't believe he's still moving forward. They've got a 4-on-4 here because they did lose Body, but with only 50 seconds on the clock, if they rotate back and get the kill onto Gravity right now, I think the round is almost dead.
Gravity's in that forward position right now. A bit of an off angle from Connector's perspective. He'll be looking to try and get at least one. He saw the shadow. Definitely saw the shadow around the corner. And that gives their position away. Plucks the kill, backs away. Great pick. A bait and switch. But now Toro needs to start getting activated outside of the monster area. 22 seconds left. Graffiti still in position. And now the cavalry beginning to arrive. They haven't fully committed off this one because Mac is making moves in connector with the AWP. And he will also put that to use. It should be the end of the round. It's just how much damage can VP do on the approach. I was going to say Icy should be able to save the AWP, but he nearly gets nailed through the wall. Looks like he'll be okay, though.
Yeah, he makes a narrow escape, but that's great work for 3D Max. I think you're absolutely right about the shadow on the ground for Gravity. That is, it's a nice position to be in. Let's say he did get traded, even if it's 1-for-1 there. Just the fact that he's able to say a little bit earlier, because they probably were going to walk all the way up onto the bomb site. They wanted to be real quiet with their VP while the smoke was still up by the restrooms, and they get caught early. Good work, good flank coming in. A lot of confidence on Maka, right? He's playing forward with the AWP. He's not afraid of them. Even going into the connector, it's not the most friendly environment for the AWP, but I love it. I think it's really sick. I mean, I love it when AWPers take these kind of risks.
I'll certainly keep VP on their tiptoes. Can't assume anything at this point. Obviously, the other side of that coin, though, is if he does get splatted from a bathroom push, he looks like a bit of a fool, doesn't he? It's always like kind of the balancing act that you're doing when you're a player down, trying to make the most of any vulnerabilities. VP's economy is still capable of buying, but they're not much left. Smoke onto Monster, all the way from CT spawn, and look how aggressive Flick's playing this in con as well, like just running straight up, takes a grenade, but forces his body out of there.
Yeah, we're seeing this Molotov a lot right now to put pressure on the CTs. I'm sure there are ways to counter it. I mean, for one, we've seen a lot of CT sides now throw HEs deep into the tunnel from the B-bomb side. Obviously, you're going to be blowing open that door from the CT side almost all of the time anyway. But if you have more grenades, you can punish that kind of a play. Here's a boost. We promised they were going to try and do some. It's also boosted the A-bomb site where they're boosting up on the sign. So yeah, boosts upon boosts. It's a classic. Olaf Meister didn't dive or nothing. He's not dead, but, you know. Theoretically, almost did during that one tournament. So did I, by the way. Scary time.
He will be forever remembered. There's also a sign up there as well to commemorate that moment, of course. Legendary moment in Counter-Strike history. 40 seconds left, though, and VP. There it is. Thank you very much.
What are they doing with the bomb? The bomb is in T-spawn, Vince. I hate this, but it's also a feature of the map. It happens actually fairly often. 30 seconds. They need to go right now. If they want any chance of doing this, they have to be so fast with it here. Body getting caught, just jumping around, frolicking in the A-bomb side. I hate everything about the way that he played that. Marker's going to get the kill in return and realize there's nobody else out here, so it's down to B. But the time could betray VP. Toro, he's got so little of it left that he doesn't really check everything. Gravity just crouched in the corner. They can't see him at all. And with just a couple of seconds left of Palm now, I don't think he'd even be planted any longer. They're going to win to time alone as VP misjudged the situation and 3D Max pick up another round.
Oh, it's so masterful from Gravity, man. Like, he was waiting behind the boxes as long as possible, and as soon as he heard the footsteps pushing towards water where he had a teammate that was watching short and could be shot in the side of the head, that's when he springs into action. The entire other time, so many players would snatch at that opportunity. They'd be like, oh, I can hear the players. Let me have a quick fight against them. He waited. He gambled that he wouldn't get peeked, which Toro's not going to. There was no smoke on Heaven, no smoke on Graffiti. You can't afford to be checking every single angle. You're way too open. You're way too vulnerable. So well played, Gravity. That's exquisite.
Yeah, just that one kill seals the deal for them. Really well done. Let's see if they can keep building behind this, though. 3D Max. They don't have the AWP at the moment. So, gotta be a little bit different of a style here. It's a shame because Maka was playing so well. But on the VP side, it's down to the 1M4 and then the AK on Flitz. So they are missing some of the utility. Early classic grenades are coming out here. I will say this, because obviously they've changed the incendiary since Overpass was in the mix last time. You can run through that incendiary if you really want to. You might get hurt, but if you want the space, you can definitely go for it. Jumping on the corner. Body, he knows what's up, spends half the magazine, a little bit more now, trying to take the fight, but not reloading. It's like he was trying to bait him into that fight, and he was. Fame goes down, and the attack is on for the B bomb side. They're not going to slow it down this time. VP, they didn't want to do what they did last round, run out of time. They want the bomb plant here. Tech9 jumping across, and Perfecto with the kill. It's another reminder that holding any kind of a B rush is so hard on the map.
Yeah, so very difficult, especially when you have tools like the Tech9, which the run and gun potential on that weapon is outrageous. Even though they've got the opening pick in the playground, they're stuck behind smokes. They need Body to realistically try and draw away some fire, but they've decided against it. The money is too costly at this point. They need to save the weapons, look for some exit frags perhaps, but it's also two-dimensional because it's not just saving your own money, it's giving less rifles across to the opposition as well. They don't want to give that fourth one across to Icy. And so Mac is going to try and stand his ground, plants his feet in the deck and allows them to move up. The bomb may do a lot of damage here to the T's. In fact, it barely scratches them as they survive with 3 players. Only Body lives to tell the tale on 3D Max. What a turnaround by VP.
Absolutely huge. And I think you could see that the time to make that decision is pretty much well timed with Body picking up the kill against Flit, was it, over at the playground. I think they realized in that moment, we're already set up for a B attack. If we have to go back and clear out Body here, that's going to take 30 seconds or more. Like, we have to go hunt for him and do all of that work. I think they realized we don't have the weapons, we don't have the utility, let's just go B right now. And that was a really good call, but you have to make that call very fast. It can't spend 10 seconds thinking about it, so I do like it. A lot of HEs on the CT side as the money has almost entirely run out here. They get to save 1 M4, they buy another one and a FAMAS, but it's very sketchy at the moment for 3D Max.
And no doubt flashing out to try and peek on middle. Obviously, this is the round where Body was super aggressive in the last one, so doing their due diligence, they've been affected by that once. Don't want to allow themselves to fall in prey to that any more times.
Maybe just ran into that flashbang.
Yeah.
It's a good idea to flash that corner, but, you know, you got to turn around somehow yourself.
To protect those eyes, man.
Yeah, that's what we need, and that's the next update for Counter-Strike. You can just buy sunglasses, and it's all good.
Don't give them any ideas, Hans. Please, no.
You look like 30% cooler, and, you know, it halves the flashbangs.
Oh, no. Well, you heard it here first. If that ever happens, you know who to blame, guys. Get the pitchforks out.
I'll take the L on that one. Ray-Bans just showing up in the game. Fame ends up going down, and it could be even more casualties. Oh, such a narrow choke point here for Mars and MP9 on the other side. It's a slaughter as they try to make their way through the monster tunnel. Perfecto, he gets a kill, but he's barely alive right now. He's 11-4. He's done so much work, but this is a bridge too far. It'll be 3D Max picking up another round, which is important. They're on the CT side. It's the more favorite side here, so I think getting into the swing, get that AWB back on marker, start to build an economy. Like, it's good news for the French right now, but it's a lot of work ahead of them to really take over the game.
Oh, it's massive, right? Because it's not just the fact that 3D Max get the round and they get some extra weapons in. It's the fact that if they lose that round, they were effectively going to be 6-2 down. Because their money would have been broken, 5-2 behind. You're already kind of at that halfway point as far as VP are concerned, and you're in an amazing position. So it's kind of like this double hit, this combo that VP have now had to try and deal with. I was going to say they're down at 2 Tech9s, but of course they made it work just a couple rounds prior on the B rush. So for all we know, they're going to go for it again. Molly down early to stop any short shenanigans on 3D Max. And although they do toss a HE and Flit's just a little bit too deep into the tunnel to be affected by that whatsoever. Now going to find out that for the most part, Short is under control. There is a double stack here. Having a look down, and it's a pretty clean kill at that onto Flit. But here comes the counterattack.
Yeah, again, they don't have any map control anywhere else. They want to go for this right now, but they're getting slowed down. Under the HE, they really wanted this. But look, they're all occupying this tiny spot on the map. That is generally not what you want to do on the T side almost ever, unless you really are committing to the fight. But now that you have to go back, there's a minute and 10 seconds. That feels like a lot, but we're on overpass. It takes a long time to go anywhere. If they go out long, Body's holding that. If they go restrooms instead and make any noise, Body's going to be flanking them instead. Already we're down to 50 seconds. You could see it's taken them 20 seconds more or less, just even getting to here. Oh, I hate everything about this. They're going... It might have been hard to commit to it in that last round, but they are just so far away from getting onto a site right now.
Yeah, and it feels almost desperation. Like, if we take long enough, guys, they'll rotate. Well, there's no reason to. The forward position from body allows them to know that it's basically going to be B. So now they can start to trade off the second player, which is Maka, who's still on long, to just keep his eye out on A in case there is a push onto the bathroom side. Graffiti now going to find out firsthand that it's one-dimensional onto the side. The spray lets him down a little bit. Suddenly, out of nowhere, VP are making this work. Had no right to get close into this round, and yet here they are on a 3-on-2 post plant. Maka and Body isolated from one another, and not too much to play with.
Tell me it wasn't the Tech9 getting the kill in the heaven. I hope it wasn't. Body's going to get an important kill there on the Toro. They want to fight their way back. 3D Max, it'd be embarrassing if they give up this round. Back to, not quite back to back, but losing a couple of them to the B bomb site. You don't want to be going down to the Tech9s once again, but they might not have a choice in it here. Maka gets the kill, jumping over. He's got the health for it here, and he gets the flick with the kit in his back pocket. He'll have enough time for the defuse. That is as close as it can get. Nice headshot, though, and a great save for Maka.
Also, really cool, as he jumped onto the bomb, he shot the ground.
True.
So it really messed with the dynamic of, like, from VP's perspective, they're not sure if he's pushing through short water or if he's running up on the barrier on the right-hand side. It was actually straight over the site because he had to take the closest and narrowest path to just get on that bomb as fast as possible. It is still insane to me that they even got on the site in the first place, though, Anders. The crossfire looked great. They all came through on Monster's side. Like, there's a lot of warning shots being fired right now that 3D Max should listen to.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true. They are barely getting through some of these rounds. Got the AWP back out. VP, though, they are very low on money, and hopefully this should be one of those rounds where 3D Max are a little bit more safe. Maka, yeah, don't stick around. It's not worth it. All they have is pistols. Don't give them any weapons. You can just fall back and play the bomb sites. By the way, they're pushing out of the monster tunnel, which makes me happy. It means they should have a lot of information about what is coming next year.
Yeah, I love how active 3D Max have been on the CT side, like constantly body playground or wrapping around the back. They've had con control multiple times with Maka, and now they're just sitting back and waiting. Maka has this perfect angle to peek through, or whether he gets swiped in from the doorway side or whether it be the halls, and Graffiti just pops up behind them, takes the player, backs off. Did take damage. Maka misses the shot, but it's fine. Lucky's there to watch his back.
Yeah, they got 3 people at the A-bomb side in total, and there's a deep flank that was coming all the way through T-spawn from XCC. He's able to pick up Icy, and I think this round is certainly locked in. One plant would be impossible at this stage, so it's all the way back by the restrooms. A little bit of a wild spray here. Couple of more casualties than I really want to see in a round like this one. Perfecto, though, still hitting shots. He's up to 13. In fact, I think we could almost start to say, where are Icy, Flit, and Toro in this game? It's Perfecto doing so much work. We'll pick up one more with 18 seconds. Again, the problem is the bomb is a million miles away, so he just would never be able to run back and pick it up. But somehow they do a lot of damage, and it actually is significant.
I mean, the wild thing is, you're asking, like, where are they? Well, the fact is, Perfecto has Icy, Flit, and Toro covered by himself on 14 frags. They equalize at 10.
Yeah.
Like, the guys, he's your IGL. He can't be the star player as well. What's going on here? Someone has to wake up.
Yeah, you got to. And you know what he's done, Perfecto, is given them already a fighting chance in the second half with 4 rounds. Like, if anybody else there was going to be playing and trying to help out Perfecto, they could have so many more rounds right now. 3D Max should consider themselves perhaps a bit fortunate that it's just Perfecto and maybe Fame trying to pull ahead at the moment. A little bit of a timeout called, and we're nearing the end of the half too. Round number 10 coming up. Some of these rounds are needlessly scary for 3D Max.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. I honestly think that on another day, this could genuinely be like a sort of 6-2, 6-3 scoreline in favor of VP.
Yeah. Because
the way this has been going, the ebbs and flows, like, honestly, 3D Max have stolen a couple of rounds away. Like that Maka clutch, for example, was against Tech9s again. It's just absurd that they were even in that position. But also what's kind of interesting, Alice, is we do have a bit of a prolonged break here. These guys did play each other with these same rosters, by the way, last month at the Fissure Playground event, where VP won 2-1. However, the map that 3D Max won was Inferno, and that was a 13-5 wreckage. So again, it factors back to what you were saying before. It does feel like VP need to win this map if they want to stay in this series.
I think that is the case, yeah. I don't see 3D Max losing to, well, a lot of teams right now on Inferno, to be honest. They play the map a lot. They feel super confident. They've got a lot of interesting trick grenades that are happening on when they play the T side on Banana. It's super fun to see. And a lot of teams are stealing from them left and right to try and catch up. But yeah, I would feel pretty confident that they're not going to be able to turn it around. But yeah, it was an interesting recovery that VP had at the Fisher Playground, because they did start out very, very flat. It was really depressing to watch, but they ended up getting a couple of wins, and I guess that's something. And taking down 3D Max, I would say, is not nothing. I think 3D Max are a team that should be respected, so I definitely would consider that a nice victory for the VP squad. A little bit of an issue here, as we can see, some of the people have crashed out of Counter-Strike, unfortunately, so get everything launched back up again, and then get the headset back on, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know. This has been a very weird game, I must say, Vince, at the start of it here. It's been unexpected. I guess the one thing that's been somewhat predictable is that it's still hard to hold the B-bomb site. That's like the through line through all of the Overpass games that we've seen so far. Nobody really knows how to stop those fast plays.
Yeah, it is tough, and I think that's why you're seeing more and more CT sides get more active and aggressive when it comes to their A-holds. You know, like trying to alleviate some of that pressure on the B side by wrapping quickly into connector or wrapping for information through playground, because it does allow you to put that extra player to have a 4-1 formation, if you want to think of it that way, with a fourth player around heaven for a fast rotation up back onto A again. So yeah, I think a lot of teams right now are feeling that pinch quite a bit. I'm going to be fascinated to see how it does kind of evolve as Overpass is played more and more in these events, obviously going through into the major as well. Let's see how teams are going to be occupying that. But enough fill from us, because we are ready to jump back onto the server. 3D Max with a 5-4 lead. Both teams having a pretty solid assortment of weaponry. And a bit of aggression from Body, but it's more a HE that's going to toss out. And it is 4 players to kick this round off, and being Graffiti just nails Toro through the smoke.
That is a very nice play. Body's going to be flicking and taking down Flip. That did not look necessarily easy. I think his crosshair was in a different position, but very quick reaction. And before anything is even really done in this one, they are already in a 5 versus 3. Look at Body's positioning. Such a central part of the map. You don't really have to do anything. Going up the ladder is obviously high risk. And it's not even clear that the reward is that good for it, because you might just be ending up on the wrong side of the map. You have no idea where they are. So just stay in this position, hold both sides, and you're going to be fine. Wow, this is great news. You said it earlier. They are pretty aggressive on the CT side, 3D Max, and they're proving it again here.
Yeah, and they've got the early rewards for those efforts. The problem here for VP, pardon me, is that they have Body down in the con, and they've last seen him here, so they may assume that he's backed out, but they're always going to have that little thing creeping in the back of their mind of what happens if he's still there. They don't have the resources, they don't have the firepower or manpower to really go and dig him out, because time is already below half a minute left on the clock. You have to make a commitment. You have to just force this one in, and the fact that the bomb is headed to B means those other 2 players will need to come through on con, but Body second guesses himself and stops to wrap around the back. However, even if he doesn't get these kills onto con, it's allowing those 4 players to stay on the site, and eventually his position will become known. Good flash forces Macca's hands, but the strength in numbers, and they will pivot in for more. It ends up being a slaughter, with 3D Max regaining a 2-round lead.
That is a huge round. They don't lose anybody. They keep the orb alive. They upgrade into another couple of AKs. I'm pretty sure Body heard the running with the bombs going through T-spawn. He heard the footsteps, and then that's how he knew when to time it. So it's really, really well played for and also there's so little time left that when he hears somebody running in T-spawn at that point in the round, he pretty much knows it can't be a fake. If someone's running there, then that's it. He can call it into the rest of the team. So super well played. Very, very tricky now for VP. Out of money again. Looks like they want to test the B bomb site. Let's see if somebody can finally hold this bush. I hate the setup that they're in right now, 3D Max. I absolutely hate it.
It's a little bit awkward, isn't it? Because eventually that smoke is going to clear, and when it does, they've replenished it early. Right, I was going to say, when it does, it's going to put a way more emphasis on XCC's position. For a flash into peak. But one way of dealing with this is to send 2 players in connector. Body's been here constant. Lucky, however, hasn't. So even if they do deal with Body, they may get baited into a false sense of security.
I don't know why VP decided to slow this down. They had the smoke up for the connector early in the round. Like, they threw that from T-spawn. They just needed to go. I have no clue what is to be gained when you've already used a lot of the utility, and now you're just waiting in sewer for them to find out. Maybe you're hoping that they come and peek you, but that I think is a bit of a lapse in judgment, in my opinion, for VP. I feel like they had all the pieces in place to just go hard at it again with the Tech-9s, and I can't really know if it would have worked or not, but I feel like there was a good chance. There was only 2 people at the site. They were both by the monster tunnel. If you put a bunch of people through tunnel and the L-bend, it's almost impossible to hold. But we're never going to know because they've slowed it down, unfortunately, way past the point where I think there's any recovery. Certainly also 15 seconds on the clock here, so try and get on, try and get the bomb planted if at all possible. That's on the ground, or picked up by Flit once again. 1 versus 3 here. It's going to be a 7-4 scoreline. This is, honestly, like you said, it could have been so much better for VP already. So 7 rounds for 3D Max. I think they're going to be quite happy. Hopefully somebody can help out Perfecto towards the end of this half and get just 1 more round on the board.
I do wonder as well, Anders, you know, I do agree with a lot of what you were saying in the last round. Like, it's a bit of an awkward setup, and then VP just kind of did nothing with their positions. But I wonder how much of it was weighing in the back of their mind, knowing in that previous one, 4 players were stacked from 3D Max. And so maybe they were concerned about that being a possibility again, waiting for rotations, waiting for a timing. The issue is that you're not going to force that timing if you do nothing. You have to earn that respect from your opposition first.
No, you could be right. Like, it's definitely possible that there must have been some sort of, you know, calculation that went into it. It's just frustrating to watch because it really felt like they had the right idea in that moment. Round number 12, and we've got AKs back. Again, 4 rounds is not the end of the world. It's just, it could have been so much more. If they get a 5th here, I think it's a good handshake between the 2 teams. No one's going to be celebrating necessarily, but you'll feel like, okay, everyone's got a chance to win this map. Pretty critical, we think, for VP to pick this one up, given the fact that Inferno is the 2nd map. Here we go, all the classic utility. Exorcise, if he wins this fight, it's huge, but he gets taken down by Fame, and it leaves Gravity. You could just tell there's nothing he could do at that moment. They really needed that first fight at the L-bend to go their way.
Yeah, he's caught in 2 minds. Do I just try and hide in? Or do I have to fight, realizing that there was no one up in heaven? He knew it was all down to him. They have boosted up Perfecto as well onto heaven's side. This just doesn't look like it's possible. There's so many eyes trained on this position. You're not anticipating Perfecto to be this close. And even if you do, you still have to bypass the firing range and firing squad that is just looking straight down the barrel of their gun, and it's Flit that doubles up. And so they do hit that marker that you highlighted, the 5-7 halftime score. A bit of a handshake between the 2 teams, but keep in mind that VP at one point were 3-0. They won the pistol, they converted to subsequent rounds, and they had multiple opportunities. So really, for me, the score should probably be flipped.
So yeah, I mean, it definitely could have been. And also for 3D Max, this is an annoying half. I think they lose at least 3, maybe 4 rounds to the B bomb side. The pistol round obviously was won by Perfecto with the triple over the A bomb side, but did they win every other round VP towards B? And some of them in very similar fashions, right? Just the basic defense doesn't work. There's no crossfire. There's no good counter utility. Here's Exorcise going down, and then that leaves Gravity. That position is unwinnable. Even if you get the first kill, it doesn't matter. They're going to be jumping on top of you immediately, and there's no one there on the high ground to stop them either. So, yeah, 7-5. I guess from our point of view, it's good because it means that this is a wide open map at the moment. It's impossible to tell who's going to win at this stage. Let's see what they pick up now that VP are on the CT side. It's 3D Max on the T side with a lot of utility. It could be anything, but I feel like with a double smoke, it's not impossible that we're going to see some sort of a B play here.
Yep, definitely looking that way, considering that 3D Max are all moving together. Lucky lining up his smoke. Meanwhile, he's going to be waiting just for his teammates to get close enough. They have been spotted, though. Flit catches a couple of pixels, I think on the knee of Toro as he jumped across. Now the smoke's going to come in into heaven. Julie's doing some work, but the flash is going to completely blind Toro. 2 kills in quick succession. Forces VP on the back foot. Have to try and stay alive. There's no escape for them. They're going to have to get out of this by raw kills. And Fame will oblige with 3. Absolutely ridiculous. And wins VP the round.
How the hell did he get that kill mid-air? They were being overwhelmed. They were losing this fight in a big way, VP. Look at these opening kills. And then they're in that position, like I said, you're going to get jumped on. They're losing right now. Losing. And then Fame just... That is so sick. My God. VP, they bring the round back, and that could be pivotal. That could be what sends them towards a big comeback on this map.
I'd say, honestly, it's so well put, because realistically, if 3D Max win that, you fear the worst for VP. We know how good 3D Max are on their T side as well on Overpass. So a huge monumental moment. A sick flick, but also following up the kills, working in tandem. 3D Max about to walk out into a slaughter. No real investment in this round, and we are going to be tied up.
Yeah, a lot of SMGs, like... It's such a rare sight these days. 1 M4, which means the next round is going to be sort of a classic kind of bonus round from the type that we would see in maybe even going back to CSGO, where the Ts will have, you know, a lot better rifles and the CTs are in this weird position, especially on a map like Overpass. I am surprised to not see more M4s, but I don't hate it. Oh, we're going to buy an AWP for 1 of them. So for Icy, I guess that makes sense. Again, you can find some positions for the MP9s. It's more that if you end up having to retake, let's say, the B bomb site from the heaven or even on the low ground with an MP9 or something like that, it's going to be awkward. Oh, they even buy another one. All right, so they actually will throw some of those rifles away. I guess that kind of shows you that they worry about the same thing that I was worried about. They don't want to be giving up an early round here to having way too many SMGs.
Right, and maybe a really solid read as well of maybe doing their homework for 3D Max and realizing they're not typically a team that does a lot of rushing. They prefer to play slower pace. They prefer to play more methodical and strategical. And although they've got out of connector quickly, no rush in play just yet. They're clearing their angles out. They're going to have bathroom control momentarily. And this does give them a lot of options to play with, but, ooh, Icy probably should be hitting that shot. It felt like he had the advantage with the shoulder peek, but instead it's him that's blasted down to 17.
Yeah, weird how that works out. I agree. He should have had the advantage. Body, he will go down here. Man, if they do win this round, VP, the momentum is going to start to grow. I do like this from XSCs. He's trying to get up long. He's already found the kill on the Fame. And they're getting dangerously close now. Icy, the next to go down. Great work, XSCs. He's carving a path into the bomb site. He will take Flit as well. That's 3 kills. He pretty much single-handedly has won the round here. Toro can't do anything about it. In theory, if there's a kit on the ground, you could do some sort of wild play at the end, trying to smoke the bomb and run in there, but... All right, Gravity can't see him. Yeah, now that he's been found out, it's never going to happen. Marker will take him down. 3D Max will pick up the round in almost exclusively due to exercise on that long flank. So pretty sick stuff. I do want to, you know, this made me smile, Vince. That Fame round that we just saw, we came just wrecking people all over the place and putting mid-air shots. One of the comments in the chat is somebody saying just the most dismissive line. Yeah, Buck is playing life round. Just there's just no pleasing some people. I love it.
Yeah,
don't give up the skepticism.
But you'll never do better. You've peaked.
Exactly. That's
unreal.
Oh, that's
fair enough.
Well, for a bot, he's doing pretty well, Fame. He's got 16 kills. He's actually outfranked even Perfecto at this stage.
Yeah, and when we mentioned that, by the way, it was Perfecto on 14, Icy and Flit on 4, Toro on 2. That's changed. Perfecto stayed the same, though. He's still on 14 frags. He's not really had that same impact. Whereas Fame's doubled. He was on 8 kills at that point. He's really came alive. Exorcist, though, out of the back of the great previous round, is going to get an entry. But it really is an interference play. Like, he just wants to cause a bit of chaos, a bit of mayhem, finds a bit of intel out, but there is a fast rotation up for Perfecto. So they will have 2 players up here, but now come in the nades.
Yeah, they're really close to the bomb site. Rotation's coming in. Flit is running there, incendiary in hand, to try and stop them. That smoke is really awkward for them. They're not quite able to play around, and then just get completely wrecked as they try and get close. Icy, point blank range with the 5-7, a headshot to take the kill. And Maka here, out on long. I mean, unless they just go investigating right now, because there's only 25 seconds, there's nothing you do from this position, and it's better to save.
Yeah, it definitely hurts to be in that position, as you want to get that momentum and track and have full faith in yourself. But ultimately, it's a bigger picture moment here. Keep the AWP. You won't have too much to play with in the next round alongside it. Oh.
All right, investigating. The smoke that they had to play around, it's worth pointing out here, that was Icy throwing it down. Normally those kind of smokes, we tend to sometimes call them sort of lurk smokes when the T's are throwing them on various bomb sites, but this was a defensive smoke by Icy put up, and you can tell how incredibly awkward it is for the T side to, they have to run onto the site, but then have to sort of wrap around that smoke, and the CTs are hiding at the edges. It's super annoying.
Yeah, I feel like especially on a map like Overpass, where you're always looking for those kind of opportunistic moments to try and push around the edges of smokes, try and wrap around the back of your enemies. It definitely does put a lot more discomfort on your opposition, that's for sure. Molotov down early doors. They do buy alongside the saved AWP here, so they've got an AK, a Galil, a Deeg, and a Tech 9. This does feel like it's a 2-for-1 round. If VP can clamber on top of it, it would see them hit double digits more than likely. So a really important moment in this first map, with Inferno looming and beckoning just around the corner. Feels like VP have to snatch the life out of this.
It's so critical. You're absolutely right. Second map is one that most teams don't try to play 3D Max on, and for good reason. This one, though, they've been proving themselves, I think, pretty well. VP. Perfecto leading the charge. Fame as well. If they could get even 1 or 2 more players added to the mix, then all of a sudden I think VP are able to take back over this game and completely crush 3D Max. Setting up for a bit of a B play here. We've seen in the first half how powerful they could be. 1 kill on Toro might get the job done, but the spray is pretty good. He's going to get the first one. Gravity with the return. 35 seconds as well. Flit in the back and almost getting shut down. What looked like an AWP pre-fire nearly. Perfecto trying to jiggle the corner. Icy getting 1, and now it's a 1 versus 2 with 25 seconds. So how do you go about this? Maka, he's got 2 bullets left and getting flanked on. He's got no idea. Fame will take the kill. I think Perfecto on that double is what really sealed the round.
Yeah, that's why this round just fell apart for 3D Max. Maka desperately just trying to get a bomb plant to tickle the economy forward. But as you can see, mid to high 2000s. Only Maka about above that $3,000 threshold, due to the fact he saved the AWP a couple rounds ago. But it does look like we're headed to that 10-8 score, barring something special from 3D Max. And this is where VP can really start to string together a bit of momentum, really string towards that finish line. They have played each other twice in Inferno. Both times it was 13-5. So the importance here is palpable of VP. Putting a bit of aggression early down onto the banana side, but they're starting to back away from there as 3D Max make moves up on connector.
Yeah, they're getting there. Moving into position, but hey, smartly, I see deciding to fall back. I don't know why you'd want to do anything else. There is a deagle down there. Hilarious moment if he gets shot in the air with a deagle. That could actually open up the round a bit. Oh, Marker's thinking about this. It is actually scary the way that smoke is down, because it does allow for sort of just like 2 steps here on the bomb side. All it takes is a bit of a distraction here. Body gets the 1 kill, but Perfecto's doing a fantastic job. Maka will pick up Icy, though, so maybe a bomb plant here. Winning the round still not that easy. Ooh, that grenade, though, could change things. Hold the phone a bit.
And Toro's nowhere near either. He has got the pick, though, onto Maka, and that's now going to put way more of a problem in Graffiti's mind. Also, keep in mind, he has no Kevlar. Aim punch going to be a real problem for him to contend with additionally. But the timer is ticking away. The bomb planted, but it is going to be Flit to hold the line, and Savage Graffiti, they do just about survive, but it's kind of ridiculous the fact that they're even into a post plant, considering that 3D Max had barely anything to play with.
Man, that's really, really close. That could have been a pivotal round. If they would have turned it around there, the fact that he had a grenade on top for that last 1v1, there was a moment where the AK could have ended up winning, but it doesn't work out. 10-8, VP with a 2-round lead. 3D Max tactical timeout, the first that they've really been pulling here, and they're going to have a bit of a conversation about where to go with this one. Marker, Ecstasies, and Gravity, they're all on, doing pretty well on the frags. Lucky and Body are a little bit further behind. So a similar kind of scenario for 3D Max, I suppose, is if they get some of their lower ranked players here just waking up a bit, that would be sick. That would maybe bring them back into the game. Perfecto still leading with 19 kills. It's very impressive stuff. But let's see what they get. They do pick up the AWP on Marker. You don't always do that. There are some teams that just love playing fast B on this T side, and they don't even want to buy the AWP at all. But yeah, an indication maybe already that it's going to be a slightly slower round here for 3D Max.
Yeah, which it does feel kind of par for the course. Like they're a team that it does feel like more often than not won't go for those heavy rushes and play for the longer sort of haul in the rounds. But sometimes that reputation can precede you, and it can get a little bit too comfortable for the opposition, and it feels like VP is settling themselves in. Fame takes connector control early on. Lucky's going to be there, though, to throw in the Molotov, and this is going to force Fame for that peak, but Lucky was expecting it and gets the kill pretty cleanly.
I like that. So often people throw those grenades, and then they forget about the second half of it, which is actually holding the Molotov. People just do it, and then they think that's it. But yeah, he was more than ready. Hard to fall back as well when you're down on the steps. If he was further up, he just probably will retreat from the position, but he couldn't really do that, Fame. Flit in a fun spot here, potentially. Could also be dangerous. Surely he's committed to this one. Good double spray down. That's actually very impressive. He was going to get shut down and killed in the back no matter what, but 3v3, 40 seconds. They've got the smoke up on the high ground, and they want to go for it. Potential flank from Icy coming in if they wait long enough, but in the meantime, it's up to the defense here at the B-bomb site. Toro and Perfecto see if they can hold on to get Icy activated. Down to 30 seconds. Why are they creeping in like this? I feel like they are potentially giving more chances for VP to get closer on the defense, and that can absolutely hurt them at the end. Toro cowering down there. He's found eventually, but Perfecto on the high ground, and Icy, he's walked this whole way, scoped up to not give away any noise, and now he's just holding the corner. They don't know for sure. In fact, they faked the bomb, and that might deal even more trouble. Body goes down. Icy just in time. Perfecto on the other side with the assistance of Icy. Oh, that is such a long way to walk and not be heard.
Yeah, and Perfecto played that so well additionally. He was seriously baiting himself and wasting as much time on that plant as possible. It's a great double spray from Flit, as you highlighted. But again, Perfecto may not be getting on the scoreboard for all the kills in this round, but the impact he had really allowed Icy to get that position and utilize it to its utmost efficiency. And so VP starting to run away with this map somewhat now.
It's getting close now. They at least get something out of it. A bomb plant. They get some kills as well. VP. Economy's looking decent, though. They have a couple of players there with some bank. So it's not like they instantly will lose and just get wiped out here. Icy with almost 7,000. Flit with 4,300. So they have a little bit to work with. Lucky opening up. It's a really long spray for both sides. That is a long fight. But Flit gets a kill, and at the same time, Icy's picked up one as well on long. So losing a couple of players early on. I feel like 3D Max are kind of running out of steam towards the end of the second half here. It's probably going to be 12 here for VP, and then we're looking at a 4-round comeback for 3D Max.
Yeah, it's kind of a map that they have struggled on quite a bit. I mean, some of their losses are against the likes of Mouse, which is, you know, fair enough, but also losing to TYLOO, GamerLegion, some of them pretty one-sided defeats. So it does seem like a potential weakness that VP have looked to try and exploit here, and we're starting to see some of those cracks and reason as to why, like you say, running out of steam, maybe running out of ideas. They're going to be headed over on the A side of the map this time, but VP have 3 players strong, tons of utility, solid positions as well, and they only have 1 Molotov left, so they're probably onto the truck, I would imagine. Being tossed down, going to force Fame, but look, 3 players all clumped together as they look to try and play. In fact, Icy has to back away, and that is going to give them a small little bit of reprieve. What is team kill in as Maka nails Graffiti, spray letting Maka down, and Perfecto just swipes in from the back.
Oh no. I'm not sure if that's the only thing that really did it in that round. It could have been that they still would have ended up losing it, but that's obviously hilarious. And you look at how low the rest of VP were at the end of that round. Maybe that could have worked out differently. What a way to go. 12-8. No bomb plant allowed. They've got the loss bonus at least on the T side, but yeah, nicely done from Icy at the beginning. This is a really awkward fight from all sides, but the team kill, we had one earlier with Perfecto getting shot in the back of the head, but this is an awkward time for that to happen in. I'll say this as well. You might enjoy this comment. It's a guy in the chat saying that he needs OT or he's going to be homeless. He's wild. Don't bet more than you can lose, guys.
Well,
don't bet the house.
It's looking like you're about to be for the streets, dude, because 3D Max don't look as though they're going to bring this one to the OT bracket. Already down a player, and this T side has been flat. I mean, the fact of the matter is they've won one side on 1 round, I should say, on this T half. Maybe this is going to be a way back for you to get back into that house after all, because they do have an entry onto the site, and they do have 4 players strong to go for the plant.
Yeah, this has actually worked out really well, and maybe in part because they were so quick to get to the A site that nobody really could stop them. Icy's dead. Smaka, we got to highlight it because he's been criticized quite a bit here, but nice kill to get them into this round. I think VP are just waiting. This could, if they want to go for this, they have some money in the bank, but you got to be careful. If VP, this is just about, if you lose all the rifles and you end up losing the next round too, that's when things get super awkward. So either you wait and you go in the last seconds and you just smoke up the bomb and run for it, or you just give it up entirely. And they kind of want to do it, but Body already there to try and lock it down. Gatekeeping the bomb side as much as he can. They're getting very close now, but Lucky right through the smoke you could hear. They would need to have been on that bomb pretty much straight away, and that wasn't going to happen. Nice triple from Lucky.
The house is safe for now. There will be a buy back in, though, and VP have a chance to break some spirits, some hearts as we move through into a second potential very interesting map. You have to get there first, though. Yeah, Lucky was so on point here, man. Like, the pre-fire spray through the smoke was lovely at the end, but the bomb was going to explode regardless. But they must know that they're pretty close to breaking this economy, and if they were to do so, I mean, 3D Max have every opportunity to take us to OT. It's probably the most important round of the entire map so far. And Flip boosted up. We haven't seen too many of these in this position primarily, but a very intelligent flash forces him off.
You can see both teams were so keenly aware of what that smoke meant. Someone could be playing around it, the flash for the boost and everything. Just very in-meta stuff. But look at how early they are. Walking through the tunnel. There's going to be no delay in the timing here, but Fame and Toro on the other side, not getting caught off guard. Somehow, it's down to gravity and not for long. Flit will take him down 13-9, and a victory for VP in the opening map of the series.
A deserved victory as well. I mean, the first half was all perfecto, let's be honest. He carried his team kicking and screaming, but he carried them for long enough that they woken from their slumber. Fame started to wake up. Flit also had a ton of impact. Fame, of course, with that crazy pistol round, just flicking left and right and taking heads alongside it. And VP ultimately were just a little bit too strong. I think we did start to see, though, that 3D Max's T side in particular, Anders, it needs some work. They picked up 2 rounds only, and they had multiple opportunities with rifles.
Yes, I would agree. And then obviously on the CT side, the B defense, but that is not really exclusive to 3D Max. There are so many teams that struggle with it, and obviously they struggle because it's hard to hold. Like, it's not like they are not paying attention or they don't know. In fact, this is not even a new problem. This was a problem way back in the day on Overpass 2, all the way back into CSGO. It's just always been very hard to hold this bomb site, but it's frustrating because, you know, you end up losing so many rounds to it. Either way, great work for VP. Probably a necessary win here, given the fact that we're walking into Inferno as the second map. 3D Max picked it. They play it an enormous amount, and they win it quite a bit too. So, yeah, good work, though, at the end. I mean, Fame and Perfecto kind of leading the charge here for VP. a lot of credit to them for getting them this victory on the first map.
Yeah, especially when you look at some of the names as well, by the way, that 3D Max has beaten on Inferno. They're not just beating up on like tier 2, tier 3 teams, they're beating up on Falcons, G2, Na'Vi twice. They beat the Mongols on this map. And again, I've mentioned before, they've already beat VP twice on this map, 13-5 and 13-6. So when it comes to Inferno, it does feel very much like a home map for 3D Max. But again, I was a little bit concerned about a few pieces there from 3D Max's perspective. Honestly, 13-9 may be a kind scoreline for 3D Max because, as we said in that first half, it could have easily been way more one-sided for VP.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a good thing to keep in mind. I would say if VP are able to beat 3D Max on Inferno, that would be a really crazy. It'd be a huge shock to me if that's going to happen. You know, again, as I always say, I love to be wrong. But I come into this Inferno map assuming that it's going to be 3D Max pretty much controlling most of the games. We'll find out, obviously. Train to decide it if we get there. But this was, again, I would say more good news out of the VP camp. I've certainly been very critical of them. I feel like the project has looked like it had no direction. They were trying to navigate the wilderness without a map or a compass or anything else. So I'm happy to see that they're actually putting some stuff together. I mean, there's lots of room for improvement, no doubt about it. But they've got some core elements that seem to be working out, so I'm happy with that.
Yeah, as am I, man. Like, it's always good to see a VP team with some of the talent that they have on this roster actually performing, because it felt like they were languishing away, like so much wasted talent, and no one likes to see that in CS. So let's see if they can get it done, Anders. We're going to head to a break first, though, ladies and gents, and when we do return, it's going to be Inferno.
Astana, are you ready?
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
excl.
Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here again. It is the CAC, and we've got VP playing up against 3D Max, the first map of Overpass. They went to VP, I think in pretty good fashion. They look like a strong team once again. 3D Max, though, they're going to be on home ground for Inferno, which is the next map coming up. So, big welcome, everybody. Vince, what do you think? Is there any chance here that VP could do this? Have they impressed you so much that they could cause an upset, do you think, on the second map?
I would say that they've played pretty high above my expectations, Anders, but I don't know if it's enough to justify believing against 3D Max on Inferno. It is such a strong map that they're playing against the best teams on the planet. It's honestly one of the reasons they're even in the top 10 in HLTV at all, as far as I'm concerned, because it's been such a fortress for them, and it's got them so many, best of 1 wins, and then in best of 3s, they're so reliant and dependable, and you can see there for yourself. 13 wins, 5 losses, and those losses are typically against, like, just outrageous teams, like Mouse, for example. So, yeah, I don't really see it on this map, personally.
Okay, I tend to agree. I'm glad you said that, because I think it is also worth framing it that way, just because if VP win, I really want to be able to say how much of an impressive feat that would be. Not a lot of teams are able to bring down 3D Max in this particular map. There are a lot of reasons for it. I think their banana control on both sides of the map is so strong. And as we all know by now, banana is like 80% of the map on Inferno. So if you can't win that on one or the other side, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So we'll find out. We'll get into it here. I guess we could say that both Body and Lucky for a lot of that game were kind of a little bit absent. That doesn't have to translate into the second map. It's kind of rare that you can just draw a through line through different maps and say, oh, if you're not good at the start, you just can't recover that. But yeah, they definitely had a couple of people that were missing a little bit. Marka was getting criticized. I noticed in the chat, they usually they're after Perfecto, but this time they were coming for Marka a lot. They said he was missing all the easy AWP shots. So a lot of criticism in the Twitch chat. Got to be careful.
A lot of critics out there, but
yeah.
I also think in terms of, obviously, when you look at a team like 3D Max, they're going to be so much more comfortable. Like, comfort's such a massive thing. It plays into confidence. It plays into just having these protocols that almost become second nature that you can just kind of go into autopilot on. They've played this map so much. So I don't think we're going to see Body and Lucky in particular playing at that kind of rough caliber that we saw on Overpass. There's a couple of really horrible sprays from Body in particular that I was really surprised to see.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when he was playing for Fnatic before he switched over to 3D Max, oftentimes he was like their IGL and their top fragger. And so it is kind of surprising for me to see him play like that. So yeah. I don't expect to see that Body 2 maps in a row, especially not in Inferno.
No, I agree. I think he should be a solid player to be relied upon for solving some of those problems and for whatever is going wrong on Overpass. Maybe it's just the map. Maybe he doesn't feel comfortable on it just yet. Sure, he will be coming into this second one. Everyone's getting stocked up. Everyone's getting rehydrated. Don't forget that at home. Drink some water, whatever else you need to keep going. Some good Counter-Strike that's been played already today. That last game that we had here on the B stream that T-Time and Yumi were covering was crazy. It was like 3 overtimes with Fnatic playing up against Heroic.
Yeah, and the even more strange part about that is that the first 2 maps are complete blowouts.
Yeah.
So it's like, they got the trash maps out the way, and then they had a real cinematic experience for the third one, which is great to see. But yeah, it means that Heroic, who did win that, obviously they moved through, and Fnatic caught off the back of cutting Cypher and getting Jacasmo in. It hasn't quite worked out for them the way they were hoping for.
We're just in the pre-stages here, trying to get into the map. You can see they're all getting warmed up, so hopefully we get a couple of seconds and then we'll be good to go on Inferno. Second map, which I'm not usually a big fan of Inferno, but when 3D Max are playing it, I do always have something to look for. There's always some little detail. If you go and watch their demos and try to sort of study what they do on the map in depth, you realize it's so much more complicated than it seems on the surface, because it's easy to just think, oh, well, they're just throwing grenades on Banana like all the time, but they're not at all the same grenades, and the significance of some of those 3D Max grenades is hard to understate, really. So we'll see if we can get into it. There's a team meeting happening. It looks serious. What's going on? It's a scolding.
Is it a tech problem, or is this like a proper rally the troops? But I mean, I would hate this as a coach. If I'm having like a proper rally the troops moment and one of the players has their back to me, I'm molding right now, Anders. I've got to be honest.
Just a little bit. Pay attention.
It's like, you will look at me when I try and hype you up.
Yeah.
Look at me, damn you.
Yeah, that's fair. But we'll see. We'll see if we can figure it out. Shout out to you guys keeping us company in the chat. I do try and read it every once in a while to my own detriment. I'm saving Vince. You know, he doesn't have to be exposed to that. But my brain's already gone, so you know, I can take it.
Yeah, that ship sailed a long time ago, mate. Yeah, for sure. But you have fully embraced it. To be fair.
Yeah, it's like with vaccines, or if you get small amounts early enough in life, you know, you just become immune later on. So it's all good.
Build a tolerance, yeah. It's like those snake trainers that like intentionally get bitten, but like not in massive dosages. So when they get older, they are like almost immune to all venom. It's kind of crazy.
I have seen some of those. Is that really that's the goal in life? Is just to like for some reason just to be immune? Like I guess it's like a cool thing. Like, but if you say that at some party, right? Like people are going to be like, "Oh, cool, this guy can survive snakes." Like, oh, but there are no snakes around, so in that case, you're just another guy, aren't you?
You're just a guy with like kind of a weird pastime, and everyone slowly moves away from you. Yeah, it's like one of those.
Fair play. Doesn't work for everything, obviously. The small increments, like no matter how many chihuahuas you're going to get bit by, if a lion comes by, you're still going to die, unfortunately. So just be aware, guys. You know, it's only certain things in life that you can ramp up like that. It's tragic, really. Otherwise, you know, we could really be going somewhere. I feel like they're all getting up. Yeah, look at it. Fist bumps are coming out. We're getting ready. So once again, big welcome. Thank you for your patience. We are heading into the second map, and it's going to be on Inferno here for the CAC. The players down there in Shanghai, great city to be in my opinion. Go there if you get a chance to, especially if you get to watch some Counter-Strike. That could be super fun. We're close now to the playoffs happening as well. We're going to be crowd and everything else. I think it's going to be quite exciting.
Absolutely, 100% agreed. And apparently, they have just announced the CAC for 2027 as well. So there's plenty more of these awesome Chinese events going through into the future. But for the here and now, we have to still figure out which of these teams is going to make the playoffs of this CAC. And at the moment, VP have the advantage. That being said, a couple of Julies in apps and playing together in tandem, Icy and Toro. This is a terrifying prospect if you walk headfirst into this stack.
Yeah, and Exorcist has some grenades here, so it kind of is annoying if he goes down in this position. He absolutely will. So some of the punch of this execute that otherwise could have been is now taken away. No flashes around the corner. They don't check this one. Fame. He's so good with the USP. He had those mid-air shots on overpass, and now a couple of execution-style kills as they just don't check the corner. I think they even had a Molotov, but the problem is obviously if you slow down to check and Molotov that corner, you also slow yourself down quite a bit. And the whole point, I think, for 3D Max, once they lost Exorcist on the other side, is they just wanted to be quick with it. Lucky gets a kill back. They can still win this round. Actually, somehow it's back on now.
There's still time as well. And they could even wrap back to B. These are genuine problems that VP are going to have to try and contend with, and that is why Flit is not fully committing to this A play, but he's kind of keeping this purgatory of, do I go B or A? Could they be wrapping around right now? 3D Max waiting and hoping that that rotation is made for them, but they're about to walk back in again, and Perfecto has seen them. Rattles a couple of shots off. Julies have been picked up, but at this point with 25 seconds to go, 3D Max may have missed their window of opportunity. Flit's still not entirely sure where both these players currently reside. Molotov tossed over onto the A site. Going to be pushing behind this, but the Molly's going to do nothing to deal with the player on there, and Perfecto from the side is going to strike in alongside Toro. This round is done.
Oh, could you imagine how cool it would have been if somebody actually had been in that close corner? That Molotov can be thrown a couple of different ways, and the problem is most of the time when you're throwing that Molotov, you're not throwing a Molotov, you're throwing an incendiary for a CT retake. And those don't always spread into the corner unless you have the latest tech, which people are starting to figure out. But yeah, the Molotov, that would have been so cool to set it up with. Didn't really work out, like you said, and nobody was there, and they were running out of time anyway. So good job, VP. And, you know, it starts in a 2v4, but then in that 2v3, you've got to appreciate the discipline on the CT side to not go for anything. Incendiary, counter grenades are coming out. They're not slowing it down. They're going to keep on running. Oh, no. It's a disaster. Gravity picking up both the kills, and they're saving already.
There is the mix of pace. We didn't see this kind of aggression a single time on Overpass for 3D Max, and it's one of the reasons their T-Half felt so flat and felt like it was going nowhere fast. Picking up the pace, like you say, catching players with nades out who had no idea just how dire the circumstances were. The only bit of good news on like a silver lining on a dark cloud overhead for VP is at least they should be afforded the luxury of saving these 3 weapons, so they can effectively just kick into the next round. But obviously that's not going to feel too good considering they just got smacked down by MAC-10s in the Tech 9 rush.
You can feel the disaster coming a couple, like maybe 5 seconds before. Like they realize they throw down an incendiary, but because Valve just hate the CT side, they've made the incendiaries functionally useless for those kind of stops. Like no one's stopping on Banana for that at the moment. So especially on a round like this one. So they just run through, and then you're basically throwing grenades. You don't have the guns out. It just gets worse and worse. There's no coordination between those 2 players. It is surprising to me how there isn't more of a focus on protocols in those moments, because the protocol has to be to slow down the rush. Like, I don't even care how many HEs you have to throw around the corner. Even if they're wasted, it just feels like not doing it in those moments, you surely recognize what's coming. Bit of a shame, really, for VP, because, again, they are really the underdogs on this map. So losing the second round could be the beginning of something really bad.
Feels like pistol rounds are going to be an absolute requirement. They are 3-3 in the pistol round front. They won both in the first map. And of course, the first pistol of this one. Mac are taking a lot of damage early doors, but Banana Control, for the most part, has fallen under a French flag. Bomb drop down can easily be replenished, but also forward positions at the top of middle. Graffiti's there with a Mac-10, and he's joined by Exorcist. So they've got so many options allocated to them here, Anders. It's just whether they can find and thread their way onto the site here, because if Maka goes down, like through a smoke or just a pre-fire on such low HP, this is where things can start to get a little bit sketchy and a bit worrisome.
Yeah, there is a way to hold this one. Oh, but he jumps around the corner trying to set it up for his team body. Criticized him a bit in the first map, but good job here. Trying to tap away towards the pit. It's a bit awkward. Toro, he does get traded out, and in the back, Icy. He can't find a safe spot. They try and get through the smoke, but Lucky was there to hold on. And now it's just at the flip, trying to see if he can navigate. Oh, he's dancing as much as he can with the MP9, but it just won't be enough. Lucky, great double. Exorcist with a great double as well. But, yeah, they had the people in the site there, VP. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened. Like, Toro kind of did his job getting a kill and staying alive. Icy, he didn't really do too much in that round, unfortunately.
It's also kind of absurd as well that the UMP did so much work on the T side at range onto the site, where you typically would expect the FAMAS and any kind of rifle that you've been able to muster to really rain out and get the W on that trade. So VP, kind of a shock to the system, realistically should be winning that. And now you're in real trouble. Nade stack good as Flip tries to get round the corner. His woes continue, yet to get off the mark at 0-3. And 3D Max showing no signs of mercy. They just plunder the site. Keep 2 players also over onto A and mid respectively, because they'll be thinking about hunting down some of these players. And Exorcist, oh, he's gone down to a USP at that range. Oh, that's a shameful death to take.
Oh, wow,
oh,
yeah.
No.
I mean, listen, it's some good recoveries here towards the end for VP. They deserve it. Good headshots coming through. They're going to steal an AK and a FAMAS, unfortunately. Would have been more fun if it was another AK. But I like the speed. I think it shows something about the level of confidence here with 3D Max. They just know all the protocols. Like, they nade the corner. They flash their way over. It all happens in one... It's just one big motion into the B bomb site. There's not a lot of sort of stop and, oh, let's stop and look at the wall to set up our grenade or anything like that. They're just so rapid to get on there. So Mac-10 can be thrown away here if you're looking for the kill. He's certainly trying his best, but all right. Not going to find them, all right.
This is a big test for VPCT side, man. Like, they know how good 3D Max are on this map. You know that you're off to a rough start, a rocky start. You lose this round, and you are really up against it because 3D Max CT side is up there as, honestly, I'm going to go ahead and say one of the better CT sides, Inferno, in the world. So you've got to string together as many rounds as possible on this first half to stand any chance. I know it sounds ridiculous this early in the map, but that's how good 3D Max are. And Fame and Flit say, yep, let's take this into our own hands, get aggressive, and take 2 kills.
That's really nice. It's also a bit of a shame because you see the smoke in front of Lucky here. That's one of those smokes that 3D Max will throw to try and basically have a player walk through on the right-hand side of that smoke. It looks like the smoke is sort of covering the entire width of Banana, and it sort of is, but it's really thin on the right-hand side, which means you can sneak through towards the half wall and jump anyone who's on the other side. It's a really nice one. So they throw it right outside of T-spawn. Again, it's one of those things that is worth paying attention to if you want to study a little bit of 3D Max. A lot of teams are doing it now. Not all teams, but a lot of teams are throwing that same smoke. So didn't get a chance to use it because they got wrecked at the bottom of Banana instead. And now I think it's just about a VP not making a mistake here. You've got 3 on A, you've got 2 on the B bomb side. IC's there with the AWP. They can Molotov out the back corner that he's in. Maybe that's the way that you could lose this. If they Molotov IC and Flit gets smoked out, there's a way.
Flash tossed in, HE behind it. A bit antsy from Flit, but that's mainly to buy him up enough time so that he can rotate to the back of the side. But there can be a Molotov there with his name written on it. IC forced out alongside Flit. This utility is so on point. Oh, it's going to be so frustrating if you're those 2 players. Like, you're trying to set up desperately. 2 mollies down. You get wide swung from another couple of players from the T's, and you're just dead. You don't even get to play a part of this round. It's so ridiculous that 3D Max are in a position where they may have just won out a 5v3, but Toro and Fame have something to say about that one. Fame trying to limp his way up Banana and allow Toro to have that first strike. They do have the kit, but it's also in the hands of Fame, and it looks like they may just be tapping out. 3D Max, 5v3 against the odds, still get it done.
Don't say I didn't warn you. We are living in a simulation, and I am controlling it. They just set it up so well. Oh, in a different world, I'm going to be accused of just talking directly to 3D Max. That was textbook. It really was. Perfect play.
And that's why we feared the worst for VP on this Inferno. Match paused. Not sure if this is a tech or a tactical. I think it may be a tech issue. But money is brimming for 3D Max as well. And it kind of factors back to what you were highlighting towards the end of Overpass when we were briefly talking about Inferno, when it was clear that the map was going to be a done deal, where the sort of protocol and executes from 3D Max on their T side are just a joy to behold. Like, they always seem to have the winning formula. They always seem to be able to throw the right grenades, hold on to enough as well, which is a really underestimated and underrated element of it, by the way. It's like, just because you have nades doesn't mean that you need to throw them immediately. Holding on to nades can be a huge deal in the last 10, 15 seconds, as you just saw firsthand in that last round.
I think something else to maybe think about. The way that IC is playing in that dark position, it's fine for an AWP, obviously. Once the Molotovs are coming in, you can actually see that for a good long while, he's sort of spending his time trying to get out of the Molotov and find a safe position. But there's another mentality you could have employed there, and I think you think of somebody like a Brokey or someone like that, or Monacy, who probably would have just said, I'm going to die here anyway. I'm just going to run forward in towards the fountain. Even if I have to sit in the Molotov, all I need is 1 kill. It's a 5 versus 3. If I don't panic, just scope up and get the first kill, that's it. We win the round almost certainly. But the slight moment there where he's trying to survive is ultimately what just puts him in a position where I think he burns down to like 20 HP before they turn the corner, and he's like weirdly up against the pillar there, and it's not a fun time, right? You're busy trying to not die as opposed to winning the round, and that's a moment of real panic there that I think really cost them a lot. So I bet we could go back and find clips of similar position with other AWPers where they just say, that's it, I'm committed, I'm gonna die anyway, but I'm gonna make sure we win the round.
Yeah, it's like you need someone sometimes to take the initiative, right? Like, secure the round over your own individual life. And I think, unfortunately, that's one of the reasons why I think VP were originally looking at going elsewhere with their AWPer. Because I see, unfortunately, more often than not, in those 50-50 decision makings, like when chaos is ensuing, he is typically more of a passive player. He is typically the one that's going to actually back out, back away, fade away. And even then, he's not the most consistent at hitting those shots either. So I think that's kind of like worked against him in the past. I don't mean any disrespect to him. He's still an extremely good AWPer, obviously, and like I'm sure he'll have a bright future ahead of him in terms of career. But yeah, those are the kind of moments where you would love to see an explosive AWPer that takes the fight to the opposition, realizing if we sit in these positions right now, we're basically rolling the dice and we're hoping we don't have Molotovs. Well, that's no way to play, especially when you're up against it like this.
Yeah, because you just needed a little bit. I mean, the flashbangs on top were pretty brutal too when you see the replay there, but here we go. We are back into the swing of things. 4-1, round number 6. And the money, like you pointed out, pretty good for 3D Max. They're going to be going for it. Molotov around the corner onto the sandbags. Flit forced to use the smoke to try and keep himself alive. Running away and very nearly getting caught. That is dangerously close. Fame down to 11 health. And Flit also getting tagged up. But again, it's banana control here for 3D Max.
Yeah, and they make it look pretty effortless as well. Sure, some damage has been inflicted, but the same could be said to VP. And you still have 2 Molotovs. You still have a couple of smokes that are being traded back and forth right now. So more than enough utility to make a real go of this. Not too much on the other side. You've got 1 smoke left in the hands of Flit. So you can't fend off this push forever. Throwing in the smokes over onto Arch side. Flashes as well alongside it. Exorcist is going to be basically the interference play. Yeah. Try and do as much as he possibly can. The bomb is still in banana, and the desperation push from Fame has been punished.
Yeah, that push happens because of, like you said, Exorcist is you know, the smoke's going up towards Arch and Library, and Exorcist on that corner. It's enough that VP want information about what's happening. And to be honest as well, if they don't do that, there's a chance that I would have criticized them anyway for basically saying, wow, they're playing blind, they don't have any information. Then when you go find the information, you die anyway. So sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation that's happening. It happens a lot on Inferno. You either need to know, basically there are 2 positions you have to figure out where the T's are or are not. It's either top mid or it's that banana position, and preferably all the way to the bottom of banana, but even top banana will do it. You just have to know one of those positions, and they tried flashing their way through, just did not work out. Now let's see the Hunters on here. There's so much money. There's a risk here that you're going to be giving away some AKs to the CT side. You don't really want to be doing that, but they're not doing that at all. My God. Maka with a double Mac 10 kill. They are disgustingly rich on that T side.
Yeah, and VP are sadly very poor. They needed some of those weapons to buy around so they could have had another decent go of it. But instead, 5.7s, maybe a Deagle or 2 thrown in the mix. There's not going to be that much. UMP's also been picked up. I mean, round loss bonus is accruing nicely. It is 5 rounds in a row to 3D Max after VP won the pistol. So they'll be able to buy down to around 1 to 1.5k, and they should be good to go in the next one. But the simple fact of the matter is, like, the currency of dollars is no longer the one that's most important. It's the currency of rounds. And VP are in poverty right now.
Flit, that's wild. Just jumps through the UMP, middle of the round. Nobody was expecting that. It's such an awkward timing. I think 3D Max were just caught off guard by the fact that there was no real reason why that had to happen. The smoke was already up. If anything, it would have been 3D Max trying to play again around that smoke, but it's VP just clapping them in the middle of banana. Maka and Lucky down 5 versus 3. We've been here before, but hopefully VP can find a way to solve this and get pretty much all the rest of the rounds. I mean, 5 rounds is already pretty good for 3D Max, but just don't lose another 5v3.
The thing that worries me, though, Anders, is if they do stay in these close angles, there are 2 Molotovs that 3D Max have. If they throw them in tandem, they have replenished the smoke. That's good. But if they had thrown those Molotovs in, it could have got really messy in banana quickly. They've thrown the smoke, and they do start to back away. I like these plays from VP. And they're keeping 3 players on A. They're about to join with a 4th. As Flit's coming through on the Speedway side. But what's their defense looking like? It's with inferior weaponry. But time itself is now an enemy that 3D Max have to deal with.
Good smokes here to try and block them off. Flit, though, he wants to walk right through. The timing is so sick. He's almost won the round here. Gravity, surely, and oh, he actually can't quite see him. From our point of view, it looked like he could. Icy goes down. We're at 8 seconds now. They need to get on that bomb plant right away. They can't delay any further. Forget about the kills at the moment. They're going to get another one here, but unfortunately, no bomb plant's going to be happening. So VP, they make it out. It's a bit sketchy. It's a bit scary. And they actually had a couple of kills, I think, after the timer's run out as well.
What was especially grim about that couple of moments, that awkward moment in Arches, is I think Graffiti threw a Molotov onto the site, which got them a kill as well. So, like, if that kill came a second earlier through the smoke, really awkward kind of confrontation, that molly doesn't land, and it probably would have been a better defense overall. Yeah, you can see the Molotov forces him out into the open, and he gets flashed off the back of it. Doesn't end up mattering a great deal, though. Good round for VP, a disappointing outcome for 3D Max. But we're talking about how important these rounds are. That's a great boon to the economy of VP as well. Actually gives them a fair chunk of cash on everybody, apart from Icy and Toro.
Still a chance here. The fact that they got 3 AKs as well, I mean, normally you would say this is a nice position to be in. Double nade. Looked for a second like that was going to do a lot more damage to Flit, but I think he jumped out of there just in the last moment. And VP have kind of decided in this round not to fight for Banana. You don't have to, but like I said, probably that means you have to figure out what's happening in top mid, and they currently don't know. So this is where I will start to lay down a little bit of criticism towards VP and say, where do you have any information? You don't know what's happening. The closest you have is Perfecto at the corner of Arch at the moment. And he probably knows it. He probably is thinking the very same thing is, man, we are so blind to what's coming next.
Yeah, exactly. You either want to have top mid information or players deep into apps so that you can rotate a third player over onto B, or at least stockpile grenades so that you can stall forever. And neither of those points is coming in. You saw for a few moments Perfecto was eyeing up the idea of rotating, decides against it. Now he's realizing very quickly that that would have been the correct decision. Molotov's coming down, Flip playing anti-flash positions right now, and then he does peek perfectly. Fame and Flip together in tandem once again, just being a devastating duo. But Graffiti and Maka with huge entries. 12 seconds on the clock. Fame with a labored spray finally put down, but there is enough time for the plant, and the remaining CTs are still on A. Oh, they're way too slow.
I think they were being held back by XSCs. I think he was shooting at them from the corner of Arch there, so they kind of know where they're coming from. They know that nobody's going to be retaking from Banana. It's going to be both from the Church or CT spawn. Incendiary on Icy, hard to throw in this kind of a retake, but in theory, he could burn out Maka in this corner. They need to be quick with it, though. Kit on Toro as well. Can't spend too much time here. They're going to throw it behind New Box, but now that opens it up. 3D Max, great chance here, and it's already too late. They never really pulled the trigger. Like you said, they were so far away by the time the bomb was already planted here. It'll be a 6th round. And VP, they had so much going for them with those early kills. With 3D Max, they turned it around just in the last second.
I think that round really, like, perfectly encapsulates exactly what you were talking about as well, though, Anders, to, like, come full circle on this. If you have the intel top mid, or if you at least are pushing into apps, maybe even second mid, then you can send a third player over way sooner. It was such a valiant attempt from Fame and Flit. Like, they really did do about as much as they possibly could between the two of them. But because they had no third, fourth, or fifth player even close, because they were smoked off in Speedway from Perfecto's perspective, there's only so much two players can do by themselves, and ultimately it was too far gone. That's why you need that mid control. That's why not fighting for Banana often stings later on into the round.
Trying for some early timings there. Flit would love to do something, but yeah, you're right. They do need a little bit more. This time they've got Icy at the corner of Arch, so that's enough. Then at least you know there's nobody immediately going to be executing onto the A site. He's probably going to get smoked off in a couple of seconds, but at least he's there for the moment, and it gives them a little bit of something to work with. Around the corner, oh, looks like they could almost be going for it. Maka, if the counter smoke doesn't come down there, he was thinking about it. Nade around, lands on Flit. There's the smoke for Icy. They get rid of him. Again, trying to blind the CT side as much as they can.
Yeah, it's really cool, man. It's almost like working a jab, you know? It's not necessarily about doing the damage. It's about hiding the big shots, hiding what your true intentions are. And that's what 3D Max are doing round after round with these smokes. Again, Ecstasy, he's off on a fact-finding mission to lurk. May not be required, though. And our Fame boosted up. We haven't seen his position too much. It may yield a kill, but the problem is there's just so many players pushing down on him right now. And he can't even nail one.
Yeah. Oh my god. What? They've already given up the round. Stop exercise. They've already decided that they were going to save. And he's just out hunting. Some wild mechanics for him. He seems to be fired up at the moment. Yeah, I hate to say it, but this map just looks like it's over already at 7-2. I don't know. We kind of did warn everyone that this was going to happen. I think we talked about it even on Overpass at the start of it, and it's pretty much playing out the way that we were expecting. It's cool to see, though. I mean, I will say this. It's really awesome to see 3D Max on home ground, just showing why they're so dangerous on this map.
Exactly, man. Like, it's been a real treat to watch their T side. I've got to say, like, sure, there's always two sides to the story, right? Like, VP haven't had a great CT side. Some of the calls have been a little bit scrappy. I think Perfecto clearly isn't too confident on calling this CT side, especially against 3D Max. But it has been great to watch how they've thrown in these smokes. Ecstasy's constantly just being a real pain in the ass on A, lurking, trying to draw away fire. VP, they got to be like dizzy from spinning around so much, never really knowing what the hell is going on. And that's really a testament to how good 3D Max have been on this T-half.
Yeah, see if I mean, in theory, they could just keep playing this playbook, I think, 3D Max. They don't have to change that much, but they have other strategies, and it would be fun to see. There's that middle of Banana. Look at Lucky walking through. This is what I talked about earlier. He walked through this one, Flash going over. What a sick setup. Lucky with the double opening. Icy, he's dead almost no matter what. Even if he got that kill, and he does, it won't make a difference. Grenade to take him down. That's that middle of Banana, left-sided smoke. And then the walkthrough, and this from the CT point of view, it looks like that smoke is up. So then you're not expecting for somebody to walk through, but they definitely can. Super sick, super great meta play coming out from 3D Max.
And I was talking before about their CT side, but don't overlook their T side in terms of the stats. Again, keep in mind they're playing against some of the biggest and brightest teams on Inferno on an event basis. They have a 60% win rate on their T half. That's really stellar, really solid, and obviously, again, we're seeing some of the reasons as to why that's the case. As desperately Perfecto attempts to hold on to his FAMAS, and Toro just behind him in arches with an M4. Nice shot from Perfecto, but it's not going to feel like it really equates to that much. Feels a bit of a drop in the bucket because you're still 8-2 down. You still are well and truly up against it, and I'm sure that creeping in the back of the minds of maybe a couple of players, they're already kind of just assuming this is headed to train.
Round number 11, yeah, I mean, there's not a lot here, I think, to discuss, unfortunately. It's a shame. VP, they won the pistol as well, if you remember. Very good work. Just 3D Max continuing to teach everybody watching how to play this map. This is really a masterclass in how to play the T side, so just sit back, enjoy it. Lucky with 12 kills. It's not even about the kills, really. It is about the overall teamwork. I like this. VP saying, you know what? We just have to stop playing. This is style that we've been doing. Try and interrupt them. See if you can completely throw them off their game. Pushing down the middle. It's not a bad idea. Perfecto, 6 shot. He was halfway flashed as well, but he still takes down Gravity. Maka and Body. Bomb is here. I don't know if Body could get the kill. It would have to be towards the pit, I guess, for them to actually get the bomb planted. Maka trying to fight his way out, but he's going to burn alive, and it just leaves a single player in Body. Unfortunately, very much boxed into this position, so don't think he can check everything. He has to make some assumptions, and unfortunately, Fame was still in the pit, so VP with the 3rd round.
I really like that call from Perfecto, I've got to say. The only sour part of it is I kind of wish it was 3 or 4 rounds beforehand.
Sure.
You know, it felt like this entire CT side, they've just been receiving. They've just been sat back and allowing 3D Max to dictate the pace of every single round. And I get that Inferno can be a claustrophobic map. I get that maybe you don't want to try and hit Banana every single round on the CT side, but you've got to be proactive at least through on apps and second mid and those kind of middle pushes that we just saw from Perfecto. It just feels like it's a little bit too late on in the game here to realistically pull it back, and this round they're going to counter that. Graffiti instantly out the middle, making sure there's no more of those mid pushes. Pushing the Molotov is ballsy, and he gets punished.
I think they're feeling so good right now, 3D Max. They believe they could do everything. Perfecto, though, starting to land some shots again. He was great on Overpass. IC is going to get a kill here. All right, looks like VP will try and clean up a couple of rounds towards the end. It shouldn't make a big difference, but at least it's something to work with. I say that not to try and disparage them, but just to try and say, if they make a comeback on the second half from an 8-4 scoreline against 3D Max, again, it would be completely mind-blowing. So I doubt it's going to happen, but 8-4 in the first half in 3D Max, obviously, as we've been saying in any number of ways, they look really good on this map.
Oh, they most assuredly do. I suppose one thing, if you're a VP enthusiast, enjoyer, or you've put your house on them like that guy in chat did earlier, is that they have won 3 out of 3 pistol rounds, Anders. So, you know, they're on track to get a 4th. If we go off that basis, at that point, anything is possible. It's exactly, realistically, I think that is their last lifeline. I've got to be honest, I don't like kind of dealing in ultimates or ultimatums or absolutes when it comes to casting, because you never truly know, but it does feel to me if they lose this pistol, then you can pretty much say sayonara to Inferno at this stage.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't disagree. But yeah, winning a pistol round, let's see if it's even possible for them at all here. What do we got on the 3D Max side? Duali's been picked up. I feel like we almost never see kits picked up on the CT side of Inferno, because you probably either win the initial battle or, you know, it's going to be a struggle anyway to get into a bomb site. So it feels like kits aren't that useful. Su's been picked up by XSCs. Now, that is something. How much do you want to troll? He's going to the apartments. He might be setting up for a funny play. Either way, a lot of utility on the C side. 2 smokes, 1 Molotov as well. So VP definitely looking for a heavy execute.
Did get spotted. Goes both ways. Flit and body have an eye on one another. Throwing down the decoy. And now moving across to the app. So I thought XSCs would be in there with his Zeus, as you said. Like, it's got so many little annoying rat angles. You can use that. But he decides better of it and backs off.
Doubt he's going to be able to pull it out and sap someone coming out of the apps behind him, but it certainly would be highlight worthy if he could. They jump out around the corner and he backs off smartly. Molotov to the pit. No one's there, but it's still nice not to have to clear it the hard way. It's going to be IC with a couple of Glock shots. Lucky, only good for the 1, unfortunately. Thought he was building something there with the dualies. Tough retake for 3D Max. Gravity testing the smoke, but there is nobody in there. The bomb's going to be planted. And now they've got the dualies. They've even stolen the Zeus at this point. So I don't know how you break this 3-way crossfire if you're 3D Max.
Graffiti's going to be tested with those dualies. Flit has him on the cross, but gets crouch peeked. And now Graffiti goes in, spins around, and even look like it's a near perfecto and gets a 3rd. What the hell was that BS?
He's absolutely cheating. That's crazy. All right, the first one was just pretty good. The last 2 kills were completely disgusting. He had no business. I don't even know. I don't even think he's aiming. I think he's just throwing his mouse across the desk, and somehow that's a headshot in the corner. I've never seen anything like it. And even the last kill, why is he half jumping? What is happening? Get out.
Yeah. Fair reaction, Perfecto. Can't even blame you, actually. That is disgusting. By anyone's standards, that's disgusting. And, well, like we were saying, man, like, if it looked bad before for VP, well, it just got a whole lot worse.
That's so sick. What a wild ride French Counter-Strike is when it's played like this. That's so good. 9-4. And obviously just any kind of speech that you would have given on the VP side, any kind of, you know, conversation about, all right, this is it, we won the pistol, guys, let's go. That is so quickly taken away when you end up losing it in that fashion. They must have felt like that's it.
Yeah, I was about to say, okay, 100% pistol win rate in this best of 3. And then Graffiti said, about that, Chief. Let me just toggle real quick. I'm joking, by the way. Or am I?
I mean, if I'm playing against that, I typically don't report people, but that might be like a rage report moment for me. I'm like, all right, that's it. Like, I'm mad. Now I'm really mad.
Little did I know, all those terrible Premier games I had, I was just playing against Graffiti each game.
Yeah. That's how it is. Oh, all right. Body getting found in the smoke. Bit of an odd position there. Traded out. You know what? Fair play to VP. They've actually got so much deeper into this round than I was expecting. Marker and Lucky will just have to wait out the smokes here. There isn't another one that's going to be thrown up, so they've got the kit as well. But there is a fair shot here that VP could find a way to steal the round back. That would be really impressive. And it wouldn't really make up for losing the pistol, I think, but at least it gets them a bit closer to recovering some of the momentum. Perfecto playing in the back of Dark, and so is the other player. So a little bit of a double setup. Nice, typically a bit of a mind game, but it doesn't make a difference here. Marker is going to be able to get the last kill, surviving on 12 health. But you can definitely see the theory behind that. Once you get the first kill on the first guy, you look elsewhere. Instinctively, you're going to be looking somewhere else for the second player. It very nearly worked.
Yeah, I mean, typically, if there's a player Dark, you're going to be looking at, like, Banana or New Box. Those are the two angles that you're more, like, naturally going to be having a quick check at. So, a nice idea. And they nearly got it as well. Fame Spray, I think 2 or 3 bullets at the end actually, like, went through the fountain. And that's basically what saved Macca's life and got 3D Max to 10.
Apparently, so a guy called Solo Q in the chat is saying that they literally said to each other, you're cheating. So we've got someone who's able to translate some French. So that's it. Great. We do need that. More French translations, please. Body might be cheating a little bit himself. I'm going to find Perfecto through the smoke. And it is a 4 versus 5 here. 3D Max. It looks like it's just almost like a matter of procedure now for them to close out the map. I don't think VP are going to have too much strength left in them. In fact, I'm surprised that VP are still kind of... You can tell they're really trying every round. And I actually think that is a good sign. Like, they don't look like a team that's given up. They just look like a team that are being outclassed on this map.
Bro, I was just thinking there as well, by the way. We saw Perfecto's, like, perspective after that Graffiti BS play. And he just kind of threw his hands in the air and shook his head. Imagine that was electronic. Someone's getting thrown out the window, dude.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I do kind of miss that. Like, obviously, I don't know if it's good for the atmosphere in the team, but Electronic got really mad. You're right.
Yeah.
Well, this is a tough round to return into. They've got a smoke they can throw for CT spawn if they really want to. They can probably even Molotov out one of these positions. Unfortunately, they're too close to throw the elevated smoke. So, yeah, it's going to be the default one, which means Ecstasy is going to be looking right on top of it. That's actually a bit of a win. Backup is starting to get there. Deep Molotov doesn't hit anyone. Oh, Fame. He just guesses. I don't think he can see that. That's a great idea. A lot of bullets coming through. They are so sure that he's there. I don't know how they knew, but they definitely did. Icy to get the kill, and we're just 8 seconds on the clock here. The bomb's going to be planted. Marker, he wants to be the hero. He's got a teammate with him. Oh, wait a minute, Body. Could be a double kill. They very nearly line up. Look at how close that is. That could have been, and maybe even should have been, a 1 versus 1.
Yeah, and considering as well that the last player would have been on low HP, that was very winnable for Body. He may not have realized it's some unconfirmed damage, perhaps, but I also have to give credit to VP, because after some of the losses they've just taken there 2 rounds in a row, you could understand if they were just like pushing the self-destruct button and their minds were completely gone here. But they've kept their resolve, kept that tenacity. They're still in this game. Yeah, they're well and truly up against it, make no mistake, but they're hanging on in there. And, I mean, 3D Max's money is kind of garbage here, Anders. There's definitely a way back.
Going over. They are pushing down. Yeah, the money situation is a bit weird. That's potentially a bit of runway. I remain incredibly skeptical of the chances for a comeback. But winning this round, obviously, will get them to 6-10. And then the money's not really going to be any better for 3D Max, so I guess we're almost going to be at 7-10 immediately.
that does make things a bit more interesting. Like I said, for VP, I'm not trying to discount their efforts here, but it really would be such a sick comeback if they could make it work. So, want to make sure we kind of pave the way for that story to be told. If it really gets there, it's going to be quite amazing. Icy, I criticized him a bit. I thought yesterday he wasn't that good. Had some troubles as well on the first map, but look at him now, 15 kills.
Yeah, very, very fair point, man. Like, important to give players credit when they do step things up, and he certainly has. We were talking about this being an amazing opportunity for him and his career and what it could kind of work into. The fact of the matter is, if they lose this best of 3, they are eliminated. They won't play at the stage. So he's really stepped things up, and they'll need a lot more of that where it came from. Meanwhile, they're going to go hunt and try and find these remaining 2 pesky CTs, and they're going to run into Maka's scout. Shot has landed. Actually, 4 players are really low on their hit points. So this could backfire pretty hard, but they've managed to get it done with just 1 more loss of life. There was that man Icy, but he'll be fine as VP move to a 6-10 scoreline, and 3D Max have barely anything to play with. I'll be curious to see what they go for out here, Anders. Like, some teams would just say, screw it, we'll rush down mid, we'll try and get aggressive, we'll try and get this round over and done with as fast as possible, but be curious to see if that's what 3D Max go for.
If I'm calling for the team, it's going to be HEs and a lot of them. But
down middle, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, pick your lane. But they do have 2 HEs. I just think it's fun. It's rarely worth it. It's very hard to land these grenades. One of them actually bouncing into the pit, so that's not really going to help out either. But not the grenades. The headshots will do the job. Whoa. Body XCs get a couple, but for once, VP holds strong, and they managed to really repel whatever was going on there. Bomb's going to be planted at B. And they know that XC's on the other side, so they're not really worried about that. They just probably don't want him to have this AK, and they should be hunting for it as well. Fame goes down. They're not going to lose the round. That can't really happen here, but I don't know. They could lose a lot of weapons on the VP side, and economy too.
Yeah, they lost 2 plays really early there to USPs. So XC's, I mean, realistically, he wants to save this AK. This would be a massive bonus. They've both gone hunting. Now, he's not going to go to the site and defuse. There's just not enough time for that. This is all about saving. And he has bypassed both the Ts. I don't think they're going to be able to find him here. They're going to assume he's in pit. Yeah, exactly. That Molotov is thrown on the pit. They'll be checking the site as well, checking graveyard, but nowhere where XC's is currently residing. A complete off angle you're never expecting. And considering they came into this round with barely anything, taking an AK and 3 scalps alongside it, that's a W as far as 3D Max are concerned.
I really think so. It's a nice story. Tell yourself coming into this next round. Number 18. It's a 10-7 scoreline. Like we said, it was probably going to end up there with the funds being what they are. But every round that VP win from here on out, more or less, will be probably spawning another round, or at least a much easier round after that. So there is something to work with. Smoke going up towards the middle, just to cancel out that incendiary. Forces 3D Max to stay really vigilant on the CT side. They got to make sure. Some good utility coming out as well for them, but there's nobody there to receive it. VP, they are playing a fairly slow style at the moment. They're not really rushing anywhere. So, some of the early utility for 3D Max, not necessarily doing that much.
Smoke down, but 2 Molotovs were tossed into top banana just to make sure no one was hiding out in the sandbags. Good HE as well. Icy and Perfecto take the brunt of that shrapnel. And this is where I'm going to be very curious to see what kind of protocols Perfecto has up his sleeve. We saw 3D Max were constantly like pushing and tugging away at some of these extremity positions. XC's was always being proactive. They go for a late banana take with flashes and smokes alongside it. And it does force the T's away here. VP have eaten a lot of their time off the clock. They do still have 3 smokes to play with, but time is starting to run dry.
Especially that 1 smoke on body is kind of devastating if you want to go back. Let's see. Okay, so they are going to go B. That smoke, if it goes up right about now, Gravity's the one who has it, so he wants to put out a potential Molotov instead. I thought they were going to try and slow them down, but this is still pretty cool. 20 seconds, boost on up, and body with a double kill. They are ready for any kind of Molotov to go down. You can see they've preemptively put it down so that they can't get Molotov down. It's a really great idea, and at least it's given them a mad advantage in the afterplant here. With Icy and Toro left, they must stay alive here, VP. They can't let them back in. but it might not be their choice. Exorcise takes down Icy, and Toro, the new kid on the team, Justin from the academy, now in a 1 versus 3. Gonna pick up the first one there. Jumping around the corner, it's a nice idea, but they are right on top of him. Very nice swing. I love the way that he tried to play that corner, but they didn't give him a chance to isolate those fights at the end.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, realistically, when you are in that kind of a position at a 1v3 and you've just given your position away to take that first, like, you have to kind of go for some audacious kind of wide swing play. You can't just sit in there and just hope for the best. You're going to get sprayed down. You're going to get found out. So I do like that he tried to go for it. Also shoulder peeked it to try and draw away some more of that fire from the A1S before he went for the wide swing. You can definitely see, like, the cogs turning in his head as to why he was making those decisions. Unfortunately, he was just up against it.
Yeah, I mean, it's an attempt that could have worked, right? There was, all he needed was, you know, a little bit more of a passive style from 3D Max. If they weren't hunting him down, then I think he can keep on trying to jiggle around the corner and maybe make that work. But wasn't gonna happen. 11-7 boost, very cool. I thought they were gonna use the smoke there just to try and buy more time off the entry to B, but it's a nice and kind of different way to play it when they end up throwing it down, or like making sure that they can't get Molotov. That's kind of sick as well. So here we go, getting into the late stages of Inferno. Not that much left at the moment. Train to decide the series with if we end up on a third map.
I don't think that VP are going to feel particularly comfortable, though, even taking Banana, because that was a really nice late Banana take from 3D Max, flashing in with the smoke, waiting for the Molotovs to dissipate. And so even when VP do get a bit of map control, a bit of real estate, it quickly gets auctioned off. And that French flag is planted once more. In deep conversation here, all the players are back. I think Toro just had a quick bathroom break there. So he's back. It looks like the players are ready and rearing to go. Some last minute words being tossed in as well. Whereas 3D Max, they are just vibing. Understandably so. They're in a great position.
It must be great to have a map like this that you've got so many reps on it. You just know what you're doing. Everyone feels pretty comfortable. So it should be... they should be looking relaxed right now. They should be thinking, this is it. We've got it locked in. Scoreline's closer than I'm expecting. Like, in some sense, I'm already impressed by VP getting to this level here. I'm also liking the fact that even though Icy's leading the challenge with 17 kills, like, the rest of the team, they're not that far behind. They've got 10 or 11 kills and everyone else. I feel like there are many positive signs for VP. They just happen to be playing a map that 3D Max are incredibly strong on. But yeah, it's rare that I get a chance to be positive about VP, so I'm going to take this opportunity to definitely give them some credit here, because again, they're playing a difficult team.
It's also the case that 3D Max are really close in their kill dispersal. Like,
True.
everyone's pulling their way too. It's very rare you see a server full of everyone on like double digits. Normally someone's lagging behind, maybe 2 or 3 players are. We saw that definitely in the first map on Overpass. Nice double stack though. Playing off each other's shoulder. It does mean, however, that they are giving up arches. They are hoping that VP do not exploit this with a smoke down early on, and for the most part, VP will not be pushing through. But how long do 3D Max stay in these angles? Because eventually that smoke's going to clear, and Mac is going to have to go and check it, and now this puts more pressure on short. There's just not enough eyeballs on this A site for the CTs to feel confident about it, and that's why Exorcise is going aggressive, and he gets both the timing! Fame has his back! Oh, it's so brutal!
That he's found some moments in this game where he's just, you know, taken it on himself to try and... I mean, obviously on the T side, he was lurking A and found some really sick kills over on this one. But yeah, that might be one of the final nails in the coffin here for Inferno. Unfortunately for VP, that's devastating. They don't have the money in the bank, and they just lost 2 players without any chance to reply at all. Nice sneak in. Perfecto's actually going to be the one to get the kill. Nobody sees Icy. Finally, they discover him. AK, not enough. Lucky's got one of his own down in the pits, and they double up onto Perfecto. Lucky with a double, but it's Exorcise to really set it up. So 3D Max, they get to 12 rounds.
It's just those really like cool slight changes in the dynamic of how they're occupying on the CT side. I mean, it's unbelievable timing, but it's also kind of like prepared Like, they smoke down, they have that double stack, they rotate across. Exorcist realize, right, okay, we may have lost archers. I have to do something to try and bring this back into our favor. And then he gets both players. Like, just perfect.
Just a quick check-in with Twitch chat, because while we're watching Counter-Strike, they are trying to figure out how long Toro went to the bathroom. And they're doing the math on, you know, what he might have been doing out there. So, good job, guys. You're definitely you got your attention on the right spot. Keep it up. I just wanted to remind you, you know, it's what we're dealing with, Vince, you know.
That's the next level. I've seen angry bettors and all kinds, but people discussing bathroom habits, that's a new one.
Yeah, they're doing the math. Body spray in the corner, it would have been sick. It could have been such a nice multi-kill, but in fact, somehow, through the smoke and the fire and the flashbangs in their eyes, it's VP cracking the B bomb site. They're still a bit nervous that there could be more players here, but they pretty much won the round.
Yeah, they should be an 8th on VP. I don't even think 3D Max are that interested in hunting it down. I mean, you've got an AK, your money's not fantastic. You've got a buffer of rounds. There is absolutely no reason for you to get aggressive here. You might want to try and look for some exits. Obviously, the bomb blast radius is pretty significant on Inferno. And 2 players are low. Perfecto and Flit need to choose wisely. And actually, both of the exit points are covered. So there is definitely a way forward here where 3D Max can make this one sting. And the money's not great on VP. If they were to lose 2 or 3 players from this point, that puts them in a bit of a dicey position for the next round, even with a plant successfully going off.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Perfecto will give his life to see that someone is there. Actually, nice timing on the flash. I think Flit is... Well, he would have been dead, stay in the corner. He's dead either way. I think what they probably really wanted was to figure out, you know, can we exit safely one on the other side? And unfortunately, the 2 low health players kind of go down. So AK is stolen from 3D Max. VP take a little bit more of an economic loss. But they're a step closer. They need 4 in a row from here on out to get this one into OT.
Lucky was burning to a crisp. It was a real bit of a Hail Mary push on that Molotov. Didn't work out this time, but I like, again, 3D Max, like, it's almost conditioning your opponents. Like, we talked about this multiple times, but when you're pushing these mollies, you're getting super aggressive, you're doing these kind of like off timings, it's always going to be playing in the back of your enemy's head. They'll never feel completely comfortable. Get traded, but no damage inflicted. And it's that setup again. They didn't know about it. They didn't see it, Anders. They only saw Ecstasy's like poke around the corner and take 2. They didn't know Lucky was there. Oh my goodness, Flit. R.I.P. big man.
That is some utility. What a way to go out. You're trying to make a comeback and you don't even get to play the round at all. But yeah, you're right. They never were discovered in the apps, and we might actually see that double setup get put into play. They're still there after 30 seconds, just waiting around. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? Designed it to perfection with the HE on the other side too. This round where VP nodded, they don't even get a chance to execute their real strategy. They're just dead before they get close.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed. I will admit, Inferno can be a tough watch sometimes, and as I love this game, I don't mind playing Inferno. Watching it sometimes hard, but this has been a really fun game to watch for 3D Max.
Yeah,
especially spray from body eventually gets the job done, even mid-air, as he puts the wings on that A1S. And it is the beginning of the end, as 3D Max will secure map 2, so we go the distance all the way to Train.
Yeah, let's get it. I'm kind of excited. Both teams, I think, have shown some strength, even in a loss here, VP. Yes, they were outclassed in terms of their understanding of the map and everything else, but that's to be expected. I don't think they really gave up, though. I feel like they kept trying to reinvent new ideas and kind of come up with something, so I think that's a good sign. 3D Max, though, very strong. So third maps is here, and I agree with what you said. It's one of those Inferno maps that's actually really fun to watch, just because of how good they are.
Yeah, just having little changes and slight adjustments, being a step ahead. VP as well, I didn't get completely bulldozed. Like last time they met each other, it was a 13-5. They did better this time around. I honestly thought it was going to be a bit of a capitulation after that graffiti, disgusting Julie round. I thought that was it. Like that, they're just completely gone mentally after that. Like how could you possibly recover? And to be fair to them, they did somewhat. So I think both teams, like, honestly did a pretty solid job. But obviously 3D Max, look, we expected that this was going to be an incredibly hard nut to crack for VP. It's been a fortress for 3D Max for the longest time, and it proved to be pretty much what we expected. So to train, we do move. I will say the last time they played each other, it was a 13-11 win for VP, and that was just last month. So we could be in for another really interesting map.
I hope so, especially when both teams are playing this style of Counter-Strike. There's been lots of individual, you know, highlights. You see Perfecto here with a couple of good headshots. He's been playing super well. XC's maybe it's not like the number of kills, but the style in which he's getting some of them is pretty wild. Like, he's aggressive, he wants to fight them. And it's just been really entertaining. So nice match so far. I'm actually really pleasantly surprised by how this has worked out, and I hope the Train will deliver on a similar front. I'm sure it will. Train, kind of an interesting map, and honestly also one of those maps that needs more tactical, let's say, like, refinement, and 3D Max are a team that could maybe bring that. I'm sure that they've been looking into it, so maybe we'll all learn some new stuff. Yeah, it's still a new map back in the pool in some sense.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. I think it's going to continue to evolve. It is a map that we've got a chance to cast a couple of times, Anders, and I know you've got some pretty strong thoughts about sort of the layout of it, especially Ivy. We've had a couple of discussions about that, so it'll be really interesting to see if 3D Max are going to have a different look when it comes to Ivy control on both CT and T side. But obviously we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer before we can see that come to fruition.
Yeah, hopefully not too long. I think 5 or 6 minutes, and we'll be back into Train. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we'll return right after this.
We will shake these walls! We will raise this roof! We will roar!
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xbet. On to the next one.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Let's go.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is the final map of the series, 3D Max against the Virtus.pro. We're going to go on to train to decide the whole thing with, and it's kind of a good atmosphere right now. I feel like everyone's excited by how both teams are playing. We kind of knew that Inferno wasn't going to be that winnable by VP, but I think they gave it a fair shot. I really think like, there are some teams when you can just tell that they've run out of ideas and now, you know, it's just anarchy on the server. But I think VP, they looked like they were keeping it together. They were just out-dueled on that one. But train to decide, I love it.
Yeah, and it's, again, I touched on this just before we went to break, that it is a map that these two teams and these current rosters as well, obviously VP are maybe going to be making some changes shortly. But it's a map they have played against each other last month, and it was a 13-11 win to VP. It did, however, take Fame popping off with a pretty solid performance individually to get it done. It was super, super close the entire way through. So, to me, I think this could be another really close game that's just a back and forth sort of roller coaster, because although we've seen moments and flashes of brilliance, like Perfecto obviously on Overpass, if you didn't get a chance to see that, the first half of Overpass, he ended it with 14 frags. He ended with the entire game with like 19 kills.
Yeah.
We've seen bits and pieces, but I don't think we've seen anyone like truly take over the server just yet. So this is a perfect playground now to see which of these teams is going to come out swinging, and do we have a star player that's actually going to start to really show us why they have that accolade?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting question to find hopefully an answer to. I'm also concerned, to be honest, for both teams coming into this one, for that T side. It's been known to happen in the past that teams, even though they like train, they play it, they might even win on train a lot. Some teams just end up only really playing the CT side, and the T side they just disappear from. So I'm curious. I want to learn some new stuff out there, some new tricks. My current pet peeve is that nobody knows how to Molotov that back position on B that I keep talking about with the HUT. 3D Max are a team that should be doing it. I myself put out a video on day one of train being reintroduced, and the only team I've found since that actually uses the grenade that I showed was Astralis when Cadian was on the team. That was it. Like, there was one time, and then nobody else did it since.
Well, the homies love Cadian.
Exactly.
There it is, giving you those props and that bit of confidence. And you know, Anders, you've nailed it again, man, because I was just looking over, how did this game go down last time in terms of rounds? Was it CT-sided? Was it T-sided? Well, out of the 24 rounds played, there were a grand total of 9 rounds picked up on the T half, which isn't too bad, but keep in mind, in both cases, the T side won the pistol, and they got a 2-0. There were 5 rifle rounds that were taken by T rounds overall. So again, it goes to factor what you were saying. The T sides, I think, are going to be worth their weight in gold. Any rounds you can pick up are going to be massive.
Yeah, that's a really nice stat. I love that. Kind of cementing the idea that we're just talking about. We are just getting everyone warmed up. You could see everyone's getting their headsets back on and everything else. Twitch chat for the moment are concerned that the players might not take their bottles with them when they leave the room. That's also important, I suppose. So good insight into that one. Earlier, when Tor was leaving for the bathroom, somebody was saying that he could just, instead of leaving, he could have just pissed in a bottle. So that was... It's different, you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm just picturing someone doing that now with all the cameras and all their teammates just gasping in horror.
Probably not the play. I mean, you got to stand out, I suppose, but that might just be too much. Maybe don't.
Yeah, but stand out for the right reasons, not literally urinating into a bottle during an event in a hotel room.
To be honest, at the same time, we're in 25. Standing out for any reason at all right now is the play on social media, right? Like, you know, you could probably make like a TikTok account based on it afterwards or whatever. Like, there are ways forward, you know. I think it's standing out for the right reasons is for the boomers. I feel like it's a different generation now.
Do you know what, Anders? You've won me. All right, boys, get the bottles out. Let's
Get
go.
ready. Just go for it. Well, hopefully nobody else has to leave at all, and they can just kind of play the game. I think The phone is out there, so presumably they're trying to log into Steam. You can't read the QR code from here, no matter how much you squint. It's not going to be possible. You can't read the QR code anyway because you're not a computer. But that would be the ultimate superhero, QR code man. Just some like a guy who can just read the URLs without a phone.
You know, I was gonna say like worst superpower ever, but in today's like sort of technology, maybe not. There's got to be some worse ones.
You know, people have started, like, people now are getting scammed because they end up scanning, like, fake QR codes that just send you to, like, some malicious URL, and then your phone is just instantly taken over. That's a thing that happens. And so what happens if you can just read them, you know, to take over your brain?
Damn. That's a deep one. Yeah, that's talking about the whole simulation all over again, and it's like, you're putting that out into the universe. It's going to happen now.
Just... Neo, instead of taking the pills, is just two QR codes in front of him. And he has to like, look at one of them. All right, it's too much. Hopefully they can get us off this track before we say more regrettable things into the microphones. So, all right, they're also studying up. I like that. I see getting a chance to look at the paperwork right before the exam. Why not? Everyone is at least in the server, so that's got to be good news.
It does look as well to me, the fact that on 3D Max's side of things, we're seeing them with A1Ss, that they're going to be starting on the CT side. I could be proven wrong on that one, but that does put a bit of extra pressure onto VP as well, I would say, because again, these T sides typically on Train, I mean, the meta of Train does feel like it leans towards the CT side for sure, but especially within these two teams. Like, you look through their stats, not just against each other, they have a lot more success on the CT side, as you'd expect. So I suppose there's kind of two ways of looking at this, Anders. Maybe you want to save the best till last. You can get sort of this pistol round pickup. It is 75% pistol win rate for VP in this series. Obviously, it took Graffiti's Julies to win their first pistol round. So if you can get off to a good start, then by all means, there's definitely inroads forward. But if you do lose out, I think already you're in a bit of a rough spot. So let's see what they've got up their sleeve, though. It is a map that lends itself to a lot of rushing on the T-side pistols. It's kind of hard to rotate quickly. So let's see if they go for anything explosive.
Yeah, I would love that. Winning a pistol round here. I mean, you already said the stats about it, but if you win the pistol round on the T side, you've done a lot of work already, so it really does count for quite a bit. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. VP on the T side of Train, the final map to decide. 3D Max defending on the CT side to begin with, and already XSC's, he's hungry for the kills. Swings incredibly wide and takes down Flit in the middle of that movement, and now he's just jiggling back and forth here, trying to find another headshot, but it's a little bit labored, and actually Toro somehow is carved away to the bomb side. The bomb's being planted. I can't believe it. I thought they were going to get slowed down and knocked out by XSC's back here, but they've actually found the bomb plant.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge oversight from 3D Max there, because XSC's did spot multiple players. You could even see from his player cam perspective that he was calling out information, and they still got caught with grenades out in a really awkward spot. Going for the defuse now. Macaret's actually sticking that. They know two players are in connector, and they just get the full defuse under the nose of VP. The audacity to hold it and get it done is outrageous.
Oh, that has got to be frustrating. They had actually done a great job even getting the bomb planted. I suppose, as we always say, it is half the battle, so they should be well equipped in this one. But actually, VP, one of the teams we saw last time who didn't buy so much in the second rounds. They kind of were, bucking the meta a little bit. But that is an annoying way to lose a round. Just full-on defuse. Nobody there to stop it, unfortunately. They were busy fighting in the connector instead.
And as soon as two players were spotted connector, you better believe the calls for defuse came through multiple times. Maka was always going to stick that one. And fast.
They don't buy
up into the halls. Yeah, they don't. That's a good point. I just assumed they did.
Yeah, but I made the same assumption yesterday as well. I kept saying, like, oh, they planted the bomb, it's all good. But,
interesting.
Yeah, they don't want to do it. I mean, I don't know. In a couple of years ago, this would have been not that weird. We would have said, yeah, of course, like they just want all the rifles. But obviously, in the current day, current year, as the meme went, it's it's pretty unusual. Nice shot. That should be a bomb plant.
Should, yeah. I don't think Lucky can really realistically stop this. He has no HE either, so this is going to be a bomb plant. So really, like, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
You get a kill, you get a bomb plant with no real investment other than a couple of deagles here and there. Maybe Flick can crack a couple of heads here and make this even more costly. I was always going to be asking a lot, but yeah, I think VP are going to be very happy. And now I'm really curious because typically for VP, it was actually them again yesterday, I think, that didn't buy. And I was curious, is Icy just going to go for an early AWP? It didn't make much sense yesterday. It makes a bit more sense on Train.
Yeah.
But he's at 5,300, so they'd have to juggle around the economy a little bit here. I'm very curious if they pick it up.
Yeah, they will. That's a good call. I'm glad you said that. I think it makes a big difference, and I think on a map like Train, if you're going to be slow anyway, which a lot of the time you will be, to be honest, if you can sneak around, there's also, you know, there's not going to be an AWP on 3D Max. So yeah, you might have a bit of an advantage. I like that idea.
Smokes down mollies as well. Look at all the grenades, man. That's tons. And it's Flint that comes out worse for wear on 22. And 3D Max just waltz their way back to the site. It's unconfirmed damage, so I mean, but they at least know that no fast play is going to be imminent.
Yeah. I think you could think of all of those grenades thrown in from any T side at the moment as a sign of how important the hallway control is. Like, you wouldn't be spending that much utility unless it really, really counts, and it does. So yeah, that's the current meta. Everyone is pretty much doing it. Means the CTs cannot really run up the stairs. They're gonna get blown up almost every time. But that's a setup at the B bomb site. This is a calculated risk on 3D Max. You're not doing this unless you've basically said, hey, listen, this is gonna be a hard round to win, probably regardless. We've got not that much. Ooh, they get caught pushing in. I like the idea of turning the 3-man stack into a bit of an offensive weapon pushing forward, but it does backfire a bit on them.
Yeah, sometimes overextensions are going to be a difference maker, and Perfecto pretty cleanly takes out Body. And it's not even an easy save here for both players. They're still going to have to make a bit of ground if they do want to go for that. 25 seconds, or they could just hedge their bets and just stack on the site. Lucky in the right place, in the right time. Can he pivot in, though? The bomb's going to be planted out into the open, and they don't cover it. Icy misses his shot. Now suddenly everything spirals out of control. Time itself is a real problem, and Icy goes down to the hands of Exorcist. Flit, in the meanwhile, pushes aggressively, and there's Perfecto to save the day. But a bit of sweat wiped off the brow of VP because that's so nearly self-imploded.
That's a crazy way to win that round. Yeah, you're right. As soon as the bomb doesn't get planted, you could see that panic is starting to set out there. And like we said, these T rounds are just so important. So giving up one in that fashion, if they would have lost that last round, that would have been so devastating. But it doesn't work out that way. It will cost them a lot. They end up losing 3 players. 3D Max rebuying into this round with everything they've got.
Oh, all those names again. But he's pushing. This time he's pushing, and he gets his man, and there's a smoke there for him to safely back away in.
That's so sick. I can't believe that he actually beat the timing on the grenades. Yeah, and the smoke thrown down is the one that's thrown from C connector. Saiwu was one of the first people that we saw really throw that kind of a smoke. On Vitality, it's Rocks playing the position that we just saw being played there from Body. Vitality incredibly early out the gates to reinvent a lot of the map right as it came out. It's kind of sick to follow how fast they were to pick up those things. Gravity playing in front of their own smoke here in main. So I don't think anyone's going to be reading this, but he's still moving forward. Oh my god, Toro. I said no one's reading it, but he was. He peeks it with great intention, and suddenly, with 50 seconds on the clock here, another bomb back there, but Maka, I mean, without that kill, I think this round is looking very lost now. Suddenly doable again.
And the other downside for VP is, although it's a 3-on-3 and Maka gets spotted out Ivy and tagged, they had nobody around main, so they couldn't quickly push to punish. And they don't know where 3D Max are. Even though they've got 2 kills, because of how aggressively 3D Max was scouting the periphery of the map, VP have no intel, and they don't know if someone's pushing up behind them right now. 20 seconds, we've been here before. Last time Perfecto saved them. Who is the man for the job this time around?
Yeah, let's see. Body could be in a position to stop this whole thing. Good kill. Icy, though, gets the one. Still just 6 seconds on the clock here. Maka, if he swings the corner now, maybe he could stop it, but he's going to go down instead. Flip to pick it up. The bomb plants in the last possible second. Good spray coming out. Icy has to hit the shot, and he won't. Lucky sprays them both down. And again, a round where VP are so low on time that they can't really check everything. They can't set up a good after plant. They just have to try and punch it in and see if they can make it work. It's a bit of a disappointment. They won the last time, but this time, I think the time does kind of backfire on them. So 3-1, 3D Max. I will say this, though. It's a very expensive round for them, so they're not out of the woods yet either.
No, certainly not. This is still tipping on the scale very much in a balanced state, but I do want to give props to Lucky there. I love how aggressive he was. Yeah. And it kind of goes back to what you were saying about Icy on Inferno. Some players in that make or break decision moment, they freeze, they go passive. If Lucky freezes there, he loses the round almost guaranteed. He had to take the initiative. He had to take the fight to 3D Max. To VP, pardon me. Yeah. And he got the rewards for it. Really, really well done.
Flash around. Marker, no reason to re-peek it, so just gonna back out. You in the mood for a little bit of Twitch chat analysis, Vince? You feeling up for it?
Hit me.
Well, somebody was asking, why are they waiting until there's only, you know, 10, 12 seconds left? Which is a reasonable question, you know. And Young Stunner in the chat said it's because they're tier 3 bots. So it's a brutal, just a brutal judgment on the team, really. But
he's nailed that one, to be fair.
So rough day. It's good that the players aren't reading the Twitch chat, I suppose. 3-1, and we're going to round number 5 here. So, again, the reason why it's so frustrating for VP to losing some of those rounds is that they are winnable, and it's so hard to come by T rounds. So, giving them up early is not what you want to be doing. This, though, is a pivotal round and a half. Look at the money on both sides. Whoever loses this round is probably going to be, you know, either forcing or saving or double saving, whichever way you want to go. So a lot hinges on this.
It does. And VP, not for the first time, as our expert analysis Twitch chat said, taking their sweet time. Maka. He wants no uprising of the tier 3 bots. No Skynet today for him. But Icy is fast on the draw with the Galil. And a lot of damage also inflicted on Lucky trying to push through on the connector side. The palm plant is coming through. And Perfecto, he needs to keep peeking because they are up against it right now. And Icy's effectively all alone, marooned on an island. But Perfecto couldn't move. Just a Tech 9 from that range is always going to be so difficult to make work. But a bomb plant is all they will get out of this round with a couple of kills, because 3D Max will have the very clear, easy defuse in the end.
Yeah, nothing that Perfecto could have done, repeating that one with no health at all. So, 4-1. 3D Max, it's been a really sketchy start for both teams because the money has always been a bit of an issue. But they're pulling ahead. They're winning those CT rounds like you want. They don't have the economy that you would want necessarily. So there is that constant threat in the back of the mind of the CTs that, oh, you know, one round that's being lost at the wrong time here, and it could all kind of come undone. But VP, they got to be wondering if they want to force into this round. I would even say, I think most teams in the world, given the current meta, would force this round, or at least do like a half-buy force up or something, because the thing is, if you don't do that, you are giving 3D Max that economy that they've been missing.
Right, yep. This is a heavy decision to make. It's risk versus reward. And they decide to kind of go down the middle. They're going to half-buy it. I don't necessarily hate the decision overall. I definitely would agree, though, that I think a lot of teams would force. The downside of that, though, is if you did force with a fairly crappy buy and you lose, it's even more in favor of 3D Max. So this is kind of keeping their options open, not fully dipping their toe in the pool. And speaking of which, they're picking up the pace here. Flash is good, but it's not going to stop the push. And Fame is already up on the hole. He's had a rough start to this one, though, 1-5.
There's also, just as much as they half-bought, there's also kind of like a half victory here. Obviously, the best thing is winning the round, but if they get 3 kills in this round, that's still pretty good for VP. They'll take that, because all they need is to keep the money low on 3D Max. That is maybe even more than half the battle right now. So if they can do that, then there is a way forward. Icy's got a Molotov. Still, nobody knows how to Molotov the position that XSX is in, like I keep saying. Maybe Fame is going to be the hero and finally do it, but Just to say, you can throw it from the T side, and it's not hard. Just everyone is lazy. Don't need the Molotov now. Fame with a headshot onto body. That's 1 kill out of the 3 that they might have needed. Bomb plant might be happening as well if they can jump right on top of Gravitation. An awkward spot just hiding inside of the smoke. Oh, nice shot. Ecstasy actually did get dinked there. Bomb is being planted, but Gravity comes out. Really well done. Perfecto finds that 3rd kill. So they'll lose the round here on the VP side, but they get 3 kills in a bomb plant. I think that's pretty good. That's mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned.
And a shot selection there for Graffiti. This goes to show this guy really is clutch in those difficult moments. Typically, most players, if they get the opportunity to shoot at 1 or 2 targets, they always pick the bomb planter first. But he shot the second player that was pushing his teammates, knowing that that was the key to success. They were getting pushed down. They were in an awkward position. Maka with the AWP. He wants to make sure they secure the round rather than deny the bomb plant. Really cool. You'll see it here from Graffiti. He prioritizes this player first before denying the bomb plant because he knows his players are going to get pushed in, and that's where things can get really bad really fast.
Yeah, that's a nice priority, so that more of his teammates don't somehow get rushed down while he's in the back there. That's a nice pickup. I agree. 5-1, round number 7. And again, the work. Look at the money here on 3D Max. They got 2 people, a little bit of cash, but everyone else is really broke at the moment. And they start with 5 people in the A site. 3D Max, they're so sure that there's going to be a fast play. They can only stay there for a second because obviously eventually Body will have to rotate back, but they were hoping that it was going to be a really fast A play here.
That's really cool as well, man, because think of how often 3D Max have been peppering the hallway and the hole in the wall with HEs and Molotovs. And now they just decided, yep, we're going to stack A. We've done enough. They did smoke ramp as well, by the way, simultaneously. So they at least had the smoke up to try and fend off an initial push. It's so cool. It's again that conditioning that you see 3D Max doing time after time.
I can't believe the risk that's been taken here. I guess they're just saying, you know, it's a classic gambit. If you come A, we win. If not, then we save all the weapons and just try to go again. But normally you don't do this when you've got 5-on-5, but they are doing just that. XC's gonna get a kill here. Icy picks up 1, but you're not expecting for there to be this many players. That's the issue. I think VP, if they keep pushing, they're gonna do the math wrong. They're gonna think at some point, okay, we got 3 kills. There can't be that many more players here, but there absolutely can be. Mid-air shot there onto Fame. 2 versus 3 now. I can't believe that 3D Max have rolled the dice and just come up with everything that they would have wished for here.
Yeah, I mean, this is... You have to be so confused if you're VP at this point, man.
Yeah.
Nice shot. And it's
No
just
time.
going to be to save, yep. You can't do anything else with it. And it's like, I understand the initial 5-player stack, but as the time dwindles, the smoke clears from the ramp side. At that point, it's just a crazy call. But it's worked for them. So well done.
I wonder if there's one other angle to analyze that round from, which is you could be fairly sure that VP were going to be low on utility in that last round, and they were. So if they execute B, they would have had really only 1 wave of grenades. So in theory, you could even go for the retake knowing that, you know, 5-on-5 retake, just knowing that they don't have any smokes or any Molotovs to throw down after the initial fact. So they might have even tried to go for it, to be honest, even if it is a 5-on-5 retake. Anyway, we'll have to think about that another time. 6-1. And a lot of money being built up quickly now by 3D Max. They need to keep going, though.
It's one of those moments where I wish we could actually interview the player afterwards, assuming 3D Max win this, and ask, like, in this round you stacked 5. What was the decision-making process? Because I'd be fascinated for the answer on that one, but in the time being, it's going to be more of a stack over on B this time. 2 players in Long Dog, 2 players B. This was leaving Exorcist all alone for a while. And our rotation's coming through. I mean, these are some serious mind games being played from the Frenchman.
They're going to smoke it up, like you said, mind games. They smoked it up pretending. Oh, Fame, he's got the right idea, though. Perfecto goes down, but I don't know how. Fame, he maybe seen that before. That's really sick. I don't know, did he hear the pin pull from Buddy? I don't know if that's even possible, but it seemed like there was so much going on at that moment. 4 versus 4. But you're right, mind games being pulled here. And they've got Gravity up on the high ground still, covering. This time they're gambling B. Right? Last time it was A, this time it's B. What are 3D Max doing? I mean, this is so crazy. I'm genuinely confused about what they're doing right now. I feel like you don't just like spin the board and just like, you know, like, oh, we landed on B this time, let's go.
Strat roulette. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They are playing strat roulette.
This round, we're stacking A. Like, yeah, but what if they push B? We're stacking A.
Yeah.
Smoke's out. Bomb's not been planted yet, though. It's just starting to go down now, so the rotations are in. They can try and run a little bit of a chaotic approach here as Lucky gets in, but he misses his spray, and that could have saved VP's round.
Yeah, I think it just might have. XC's going to get the one, but Icy, important shot. Maka get one in return there, but they don't have enough for it here. Kit on Maka as well. Gravity coming in for it. He's almost found Toro there. Deep incendiary to try and push him out. Surely going to be burning at his back here, but they're running out of time. They need it right now. Double HE, Tech 9 around, and he runs into the incendiary. Maka's on the defuse. Another disturbing round from 3D Max that they pick up.
Bro, that utility was so brutal, though, man. Like a Molotov down to stop his retreat back into con, then they double nade him. Like, you just have to basically just jump straight into the coffin at that point. Like, you are cooked.
That's just wild. Oh, he did such a good job as well dodging the incendiary, but then he actually has to run back into it or face the double Molotov. I don't think there's no good choice there. And they, you know, again, in credit to 3D Max, right, they turned their 4-man B stack into essentially like a preemptive retake on the A bomb side. So by the time the bomb was planted, because VP are pretty slow, as they've been in a lot of these rounds, they are already in these great positions where you're not expecting them to be. Oh, what a devastating way to die.
Seeing it from the 3D Max perspective there, as obviously they died earlier on, but they still had the last laugh. Again, though, like, it looks really bad, right? 7-1, it's been really grim. It's been bad times. VP haven't really got into too many of the rounds, but keep in mind, again, these teams are far better on their CT side. T sides are going to be rough. So if VP can pick up another 2 or 3 rounds, it could still be good enough.
Yes, I think that's important. Oh, again, Body getting here. He's been taking a lot of risks. I've seen a couple of more players in the past week or so doing this more and more, but it's a very new thing for people to be pushing this aggressively. Because, again, you risk in the current meta running into the double or even triple nades. Lucky, free kill for him taking down Flitz. Oh, it's one of the few rounds where actually VP try to be a bit more aggressive, you know, before 10 seconds is on the clock, but they just get demolished, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm having flashbacks to casting Flipside on Train like 10 years ago when Blade was on the team. It's like, guys, there is more time than 10 seconds. Like, please.
So, yeah, unfortunately, it's one of the things that we sort of associate with the CIS Counter-Strike style. It is actually kind of entertaining when it works, as in, it's fun to see somebody plant with 4 seconds left and, you know, not knowing if they get interrupted or whatever, but damn, sometimes it can be rough as well when you're just watching a team, you know, so like every round is the max time because they just don't want to move.
And I think that also factors into some of those stacks that we saw as well, Anders. Like, if you know that VP are more likely than not to play very, very slow, it allows you to go for those stacks and just keep the proactivity just that there and, you know, kind of fake it now and again. Just have a quick peek, have a quick check, because you have a strong suspicion that VP aren't just going to punish you by rushing the site that you're not sat at. It really does open up your options quite considerably, and fair play at 3D Max. Like, the calling so far on the CT side has been absolutely on point. Everything has gone their way. The timings on the peaks, the timings on the nades, the retakes, like, everything is just so solid.
Well, we got some more Twitch analysis coming through. Pirate is saying every idiot knows that 3D Max pushing always like idiots, and they still can't cover it. So I guess both 3D Max are idiots, but the idiots also know it. There's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, I think I just lost IQ points, and I don't have that many spare.
Take a deep breath. There's still rounds to be played. I thought it was good analysis. I liked it. Gravity, you know, he might have been onto something because he is pushing once again. So, you know, I respect it. Deep grenade onto Fame, landing, doing a little bit of damage here. Oh, they just have so little weapons to work with, and the utility is even worse for VP. So 3D Max, with Gravity in this position, they're well set up.
They are boxed in. Other than Toro, Makado's got the freebie. I'm not entirely sure what. Oh, he peeked up on the wall side and then fell back. Crosshair placement perfect for Graffiti and a Molotov behind it, so they can't even avenge. And they're just stuck in here. Like, what can you even possibly do if you're VP? You also have no smokes left. No Molotovs. Are you really playing for a save, guys? A potential 9-1 down?
Why not? I mean, I guess that's the benefit of playing some of these rounds, or like having the urge to play slowly, is that you can still try to do something with the last 35 seconds here, but it just feels like it's not going to happen. Grenade goes in. They've got 3 people, 2 of them playing close to Ivy, which is very hard to read. Even if you get Gravity for free, you're not going to expect for there to be a double setup back here, and I think that itself will probably kill the round. Gravity not going to be found at all. Gets 2, nice little movement, and they only lose a single player here. So the money troubles that 3D Max were facing for a lot of this half, it's way in the past. They're doing absolutely fine. It's a 9-1 scoreline. Round number 11, VP getting nothing. And remember the opportunities they had at the beginning of this game to win the economic game, to get, you know, probably 2 or 3 more rounds on the board. Hard to look back on now.
Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Opportunities were there. They just weren't taken. And keep in mind as well, by the way, the last time they played each other on Train, where VP did get the narrow win, it took Toro dropping a 1.62 with 25 kills and 6 multi-kill rounds to get it done. And he has just not really been at the races so far. A slow start for him.
Well, could they do anything here? Done some good damage to Exorcist at the start of the round, so that's something. Marker in serious danger, getting run down, flit. It's a lot of bullets. He's got 3 of them left, reloading right in the face of Exorcist. The timing could not have been worse. Body's also picked up another scope weapon in the AUG, so a lot of pressure being applied in this round, but VP just, they were lacking that 1 critical kill to make their way through. And I think now 3D Max, they've slowed down the round, they can kind of recompose themselves. But yeah, if they get the kill onto Exorcist or Tamaka, or ideally both, there's definitely a way to get that job done. And you know what's a round where they're a lot faster, and it actually looked like it was more winnable.
I'm just amazed that Flick got off pretty much a full magazine of Tech 9, and Maka only lost 45 HP. Like, I honestly thought he was a dead man for sure. Like, some of the Tech 9 kills that we've seen even from VP back on Overpass, for example, and on Inferno, like, we're pretty solid. But maybe they can still get it done. Icy, though, has been spotted, and it's going to be the freest of kills for Graffiti. And let's be honest, it's a 10-1 score. And, I mean, we were talking about how the CT-sided, how important T-rounds are. Not this CT-sided. Like, this ain't it, Chief.
Yeah. No, it's really brutal. Yeah, the TT side thing is a great excuse if you get, you know, 3 or 4 rounds on the first half. You say, but, you know, we can still make it back. 1 or 2 is... it's not where you want to be at all, but we'll see. I don't want to count them out yet. Obviously not been the half that VP were dreaming about at all. Round number 12, last of the half is here. 30 grenades, designed to stop the kind of aggressive pushes that we otherwise would see. Fame right into it. He's assuming, because that Molotov is down, that it's probably, you know, it's probably going to be, once again, Body playing that position, but Marker, well designed, gets the kill.
Perfecto's going to need to come up with something seriously special for them to bring this back and get at least 2 rounds in the second half. Timing's good, but he's not even required. Exorcist is going to just clean up the main presence. Molotov tossed down, and not for the first time, VP on the back foot. No map control. Haven't really tried to exploit Ivy that often either, Anders. Like, that's another, like, pretty worrying thing, is it just seems like every round they're clumping up outside of halls and just hoping for the best.
Yeah, and you want the threat of that Ivy position to at least be in the back of 3D Max's mind, so that they have to sort of worry more about it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Even look at the setup here. 3D Max are just forward looking. Now going to trade pretty decently. Icy. Nice wide swing to do that. It's actually very cool to see VP get into the round at all here. Marco, if he'd have kept the position, I think he would have had it. Oh, the smoke's gone though. Icy, he has to go for it. He does get the bomb planted, but there was an opportunity maybe for Marco to have actually walked in there. They know that he's back here somewhere. They will have heard the scope no matter what, so Perfecto dancing towards Olaf. Icy goes down, and Perfecto with the immediate return. Incendiary in the wrong position, maybe a little bit early. There is a smoke onto Body as well. He's going to try and put it on top. HG to go out, but Body, he's not there yet. Nice headshot, Perfecto. 3 kills in the round, saving his team and getting at least one more round on the board.
Yeah, really nice effort from Perfecto at the end of 3K. Clutch. I did ask, like, he's going to have to come up with something special, and he did, individually speaking. I could feel the frustration for Maka, though, because you did actually touch on this just after the fact, but he wanted to peak so desperately, but as soon as you scope, his position is known, and he's just going to get nailed by Icy, so he had to wait for that second player to come through at the end. However, whichever way you spin it, incredibly dominant half for 3D Max, and realistically, I mean, surely already 1 foot in the playoffs.
It's very hard to imagine. Seeing people are trolling a bit in the chat saying that, oh, don't worry, it's a CT-sided map. Shouldn't be this CT-sided, but again, we can't really count them out. I mean, it's definitely not impossible to make it back here. It relies on a whole range of things. You've got to win the pistol. You've got to find a way to win some of the first rifle rounds, and if that happens and you build an economy, yeah, of course it could be done, but it's a really rough comeback. It would have to be quite something. I still kind of want to hold on to this idea that I feel like, yeah, it's a brutal half, but VPs, they don't have that feeling that they're completely giving up here. They've just run into a great 3D Max team at the moment. Let's see how this one goes. Second half is here, the final half of the game. Someone is going to have to go home.
I mean, it's not an embarrassment to lose to 3D Max. They're ranked 10th in the world. They've been really solid lately, but Fame, he's going to be putting those Julies to work. The flash is so good for Icy as well. Basically set him up for that double. And although they get one back, the advantage is in favor of VP, and they have got to grasp on this with both hands.
Yeah, Toro, he could have been there to help out, but I think it's a smart move to fall back once Fame is dead. Trading 2 for 1. Yes, maybe you could catch somebody off guard, but it's probably not worth the risk here. So much rides on whether or not VP can turn this one into a bit of a win. Smoke is there. They got a couple of flashes as well to try and get over. I think bomb plant right now would be very nice for 3D Max just to at least be able to cement that. And the smoke, it looks like they're going to be smoking up towards the sidewalk. So I like that. That actually should give them quite a lot of... If Icy's going to be on the ladder, don't want to be caught in that position. Getting close here. XC's thinking about it. Yeah, look at how it creates a bit of a space for them to walk on out now. Icy's managed to disengage at least for a second here, and he gets the headshot. That's very well played. Marker deciding, we're probably not going to win this round. I'm going to go to the bomb planted.
Those Julies up close, and they're going to be lining up for him. There is a way where he can get multiple. Lucky with a P250, can't get it done. But they do get the bomb plant, as you highlight, and with such a buffer of rounds, they don't necessarily have to force buy here. They may take a leaf out of VP's playbook.
Why has he got his mouth on the curb? That's giving me horrible flashbacks. Don't be doing that, please. It's 10-3. They win the round. I think that's what we have got to take away here. Well, however it turned out, just the fact that they picked it up VP. If there are any VP fans in the chat, then that's got to be, I won't say it's a sigh of relief, because that would sort of be pretending like now the comeback is already happening, but without that, there is no comeback to even discuss.
That's true. It's the first foot on the first rung of the ladder, but there is a large climb ahead of them. If they want to get even close, it's not going to be a full investment. Makes a lot of sense. Got tons of rounds to play with. There's no rush. As Toro tosses in the molly. Well, that is an outrageous insta headshot on Icy. I mean, I don't even think Icy saw anybody.
They didn't even buy this round. They can't give this one up, surely. Marker has a Tech 9, but I mean, there's no armor in play or anything else like that. So, in spite of the dink from the Glock, I think they're in a decent position, all things considered. Marker, think about the timing here. Might be able to catch somebody off guard. It looked like there was a real opportunity, but even that's been taken away here. Flips just making quick work of it. So, very well done. It's 4-10. A lot of money coming into this round for 3D Max. So, let's see what they could do. They sort of did the same thing, right? They got the bomb planted and decided not to buy.
Indeed. A very different circumstance, though, because obviously 3D Max have got so many rounds to play with that they just want to get those AKs in play as soon as possible. They're okay tapping out for VP. It's like, yeah, you can get a solid economy, but at any point, if you lose a round, you're basically screwed. So it's fine. You can get up to 16k if you want. We're so close to the finish line, we don't really care. We're focusing on our own game.
Are they going to be quick here? They might just go for it. Thought they were going to try and flash their way through and just kind of, oh, this is, we've seen these kind of wall bangs. There are so many of them available that you can try and do. For those who don't know, who haven't spent, I don't know how many hundreds of hours I've spent on running around, but the way that the engine works is if you shoot through glass, that is the most penetratable material. I think glass, then wood, then can't remember if steel or concrete is thought and third, but basically glass is the best thing to shoot through, just so you know.
I believe it's steel than concrete. Yeah, I think concrete is the hardest thing to
yeah,
wall bang.
I guess that makes sense. But yeah, and then obviously it's the thickness of the material. Thickness also counted as the angle, because if you have a steeper angle, then your bullet is going to be traveling further through the material. And then the weapon that you're shooting with, obviously. Body gets an opening. That's just for the super ultra nerds out there. If anyone wants to be like a Counter-Strike scientist, that's how you do it. Flits, a couple of good kills. My God, this is starting down the right road. I mean, if they win this round, then we can officially discuss the comeback in a more serious fashion.
Yep, that's a big if, though. Still 3 players to deal with. Time is low. Sprays off for Graffiti. Had a good series so far, but lets him down a little bit. Maka backs away, and I think we are looking at a potential save. Body goes back in, though, for seconds, and that could bait them into going into the trap one more time. The flash was there through, but it felt like they were not quite on the same page. I think the idea for Maka was to flash Body in, or maybe it was to allow him to escape. I might be doing him dirty on that one, but either way, they do save the 2 rifles.
10-5. That's going to change the atmosphere of this game quite a bit. It's not like VP, if not all the way there. We'll see 3D Max. Like I said, they're a creative team. Maybe they have some cool stuff that they can try and show us, but this has gone from what looked like an unwinnable game to absolutely a winnable game. So very interesting. What a crushing defeat it would be for 3D Max if they end up losing after a 10-2 half. That's the kind of thing you don't want to be leaving the tournament with that in the back of your mind.
Certainly not. I think they're not going to start to panic until it gets to like 10-8. I think at that point they'll start to look over their shoulder a little bit. That's when we'll start to see the timeouts called. But for the time being, they're okay. I do agree, though, that the dynamic of the game has shifted. It certainly has. Flit also, by the way, his aim has been pristine on that A main side, and he was a ghost on that T half. So that's a very good sign for VP. If they're starting to have some of those star players arrive, there's going to be an execute, Anders, and this is going to be a difficult one to repel. Only 2 players on B site currently for VP.
Yeah, but they're both in positions that very likely cannot get Molotov easily, or at least nobody knows how. So they're not in the immediate positions. Still, staying alive is probably the more important thing. If they can just get a kill, fall back, you don't have to fight to the death here. Oh my God, what an entry. Maka just stands his ground, takes the headshot, and Perfecto's dead. He's going to get traded out here, no question about it. Toro is going to be getting Maka as well, but 3v3, the bomb's going to be planted here. 3D Max, very well done. It's Maka on that sick opening kill. I think that pretty much, that didn't quite win the round, but it was close.
Yeah, they were just going to check on the A side to make sure that they weren't getting flanked as well, but Graffiti down the middle, he will spray. 2 options. A target-rich environment, but he comes out with nothing. And that's going to make Body and Lucky stay that little bit harder. As the spray is good for Lucky. Body goes down. Galil spray nails Icy in midair. And now Lucky just needs to survive. Just needs to waste the time. There's no kit, but it has just been picked up. Is there going to be enough time? It's going to be incredibly close. Such an integral moment in this best of 3. And it's too little too late as Flick goes down with the ship.
Whew. That, you could tell, if he'd accidentally stumbled onto the kit while he was hunting, that would have been enough. That would have been enough time, but couldn't quite make it. 3D Max, great work. This shot from Maka here, it's beautiful stuff. Usually a very, very hard position to clear out, but yeah, he made it work. retake was very close to succeeding. I was not even sure they were going to go for a retake. For a second there, I thought maybe they just save it because even though it sucks to give up a round, they didn't have necessarily that big of a chance to come back into it. Works out. 11-5, 3D Max. Just need 2 more rounds. That's all they're dreaming of at the moment. To be honest, if they win this round, there's no money on the CT side. Anyway, Flit started to get warmed up now. Down to 3 health, but he did win the fight.
I think that post-round scream from 3D Max says it all. They know how crazy close, how tantalizingly close they are to the playoffs at CAC. The loser of this game is eliminated. Keep that in mind. VP walking on eggshells. The advantage is in their favor, but for how long? As Fame is about to get encircled on. Trades are good, though, in favor of VP. A 4v2, still tons of time left on the clock. Exorcist has found himself a Galil upgrade. But they're so far apart, and surely he's going to get nailed. No, Icy pulls the trigger too soon.
I don't think he's going to be able to check that below him. Yeah, Flit, not the position you were expecting him in. Nice 3 kills for him. Such a critical round. Again, if VP lose this, they probably just lose the map and the series and everything else with it. So very, very important. Something that's a bit scary though, 3D Max, I talked about sort of, you know, coming up with creative ideas. You didn't look like it at the moment, but they walked down the sidewalk without throwing anything. They just, you know, straight contact play all the way up the sidewalk. Now VP, I don't think, not saying they got lucky, but there is a world in which 3D Max, with those 2 players getting towards the connector, just completely catch everybody off guard. Now VP had a great crossfire setup, but look at how deep they were by the time they died without throwing anything. That's kind of sick.
Showing a lot of discipline. Such an important element in this game. And I'm really impressed with how Flit has turned around his fortunes. From 0 to hero, really, on the side of VP. And he's keeping them afloat at this stage, up to 14 frags. Fame lagging behind just a little bit. Again, so close in terms of the kills on the side of 3D Max. It always seems to be a feature, and it's like one of the things that people have thrown against them is like they don't have an out-and-out crazy star player, but they do have everyone pulling their weight more often than not, and that's more than enough.
Nice grenade. Yeah, in this environment right now, there are some teams where it feels like you're not going to be able to beat them without some of those superstars, but it's... I mean, it's an enjoyable thing anyway if you can get all 4 or 5 people sort of lined up and everyone is playing well. That definitely can make for a hard team to beat. 3D Max would love a surprise in this one. They've got armor on 1 player in XC with a Galil. Bomb planted without anyone dying. And Gravity just finding Fame. He is having a bit of a struggle on this map. 8 kills and just taken down with an unarmored Tech 9. Bomb planted and ticking away, but some of the high explosive ordnance here. Taking down Lucky. Flit with a headshot. He's certainly warmed up. 16 kills in total, and suddenly Maka, and then Exorcist. He's hiding on the bomb site. They're not grenading at the moment. Little bit of a lineup here. Oh, it's such a great attack. Maka, he actually found the kill, but he can't find the gun in time. They're on that defuse. Icy looked like they were discussing who was going to be defusing. Yeah, just get on it. Doesn't really matter. I don't know why they delayed it, but VP, they win the round. It was a really scary one.
Man, I'm really curious if Maka was playing that position because he anticipated they would smoke the bomb to defuse.
Could be,
and he'd have waited in there to knife them. Could you imagine how sick that would be?
I think you're exactly right, Vince. Yeah, that's sick. Oh, now I feel sad because I wanted to see that play out. Here's a bit of an update. Apparently, FaZe lost, Vince.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
That's so sick. Let's go, Navi Jr. or FUT as they're called now. But yeah, awesome. I mean, not for FaZe, but I think that's great. I had them as my dark horse coming into it. I've been enjoying this team for a while. I didn't think they were going to beat FaZe twice, to be honest, but still kind of sick. 11-7, round number 19, and VP are building the comeback round by round, brick by brick, trying to get this structure up and running. It's going to be some good counter utility, to be honest. Slowing down 3D Max quite a bit by just throwing 1 incendiary.
Well, That's a big team getting dropped out earlier. It's even more reason to get into that playoff.
Yes, you're right.
A lot of people thought 3D Max would be one of the favorites, but IC is closing this down, and they're making a real case for themselves. I am beginning to believe now, Anders. I wasn't sure before, but now faith has been restored.
That's pretty impressive. Those are some very nice kills. They really need it. They need the money on the CT side. They need the rounds to try and get a bit closer. They need to deny the bomb plants, and they're doing all of that in this round. Body hanging around, dancing on the electronics up there in the B hallway, but there's nothing they could do. Saving for the rest of it here. Perfecto trying to make allegations against himself, but he's just trying to wallbang the close corner. 8, 11, and this is... I mean, if you just showed up for this game right now, if you had the Men in Black memory wipe stick or whatever it is, honestly, in 2025, I'd be using that stick all the time. But if you just had it for this one game, you would, you know, you'd probably say, man, VP have a great chance of winning this game right now.
Yeah, the Neuralizer, I think it's called, right?
Neuralizer, yeah.
Yeah.
Man, I need that.
Yeah, I think 3D Max will be wishing that they could have done that and gone back to 10-2 in their minds and played it a very different way, because it was 10-2, ladies and gents. If you're just joining us from the mainstream, 3D Max had a 10-2 first half on their CT side. Since then, they've won one round. They've had multiple opportunities, but VP have just been refusing to go down without a fight. And a tactical timeout has now been called. This is where 3D Max starts sweating and looking over their shoulder, because they realize that VP are not far off.
It's the whole chat spamming VAC from that last Perfecto wallbang. People just going crazy. Oh, I do love it. It's a special place. 3 rounds separating these two. Tech 9, or Mac 10 coming out on Maka. Should be interesting to see if he can throw himself in. Probably try and play the role of the human flashbang, as we like to say. Jump in to make sure your teammates are set up for it. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 20. VP building the comeback. Looking stronger than ever all of a sudden. Flit at the spearhead there. The tip of the spear, I meant. Going to be 17 kills on him. Icy, though. Glad you highlighted him earlier. 14. Yeah, 3D Max got to be sweating a little bit, I've got to assume.
Oh, for sure. I think it's only human to realize that the huge amount of relaxation and vibe that they had in the first half is started to deplete, started to dwindle. You've got to start to look to somebody to step things up a little bit. I don't think their calling's necessarily been bad. They're definitely occupying multiple parts of the map simultaneously, something that Virtus.pro simply did not do on their T-half. But it's been that last sort of execution, the last 20 seconds where things have just gone a bit pear-shaped for them, and VP have been hitting their shots.
So these kind of splits are great, but the problem is all the flashes that are going to be thrown are going to do nothing here to the CT side. So all of these flashes going over the wall, they're designed to catch people close to the E-box, and there's nobody there. VP are so far back on the bomb side that no one's getting caught, nobody's getting Molotoved out. It's not that 3D Max are doing a bad job executing it. Oh, that's sick from Icy. He blows open the smoke and then shuts down Lucky. All of the utility is a waste of 3D Max, and Toro through the smoke, catching body as well. Oh, VP, the fact that they're playing so far back was a great choice for this round. Maka and Gravity holding on to it just barely, but there is a flank coming in from Popdog as well. One good grenade being thrown here from Icy could set up his teammate. Let's see. Flash in the air. He wants to swing. Oh, they're already out of there. Waiting for it here, and he just keeps on firing. Fame with 2 big kills, and VP hold on to the round.
Before you start slinging mud at Maka, he had to wide swing at that point. You're stuck in connector on low HP, and a 1v2, you're just a dead man. So he had to go out and hope and pray that maybe the player was looking elsewhere. They transitioned into a spray down somewhere else, went for a reload, whatever it may be. It didn't work out for them, but some really cool moments. Toro's double on the back of sight hit is sick. First shot, stripped through the smoke, body never stood a chance. Incredible work for him. I don't know how they nearly fought back from a 2v4 though, Anders. Like, man, that must have been the heart and the mouth of VP for a few moments, for sure.
Yeah, it was looking so good for such a long time, but 3D Max, again, they don't need a lot right now, and that's what they got to be thinking as well. We just need one break, one good opening kill. Remember when Maka had that opening over at the B bomb site? One more round like that, and it's on once again. This is a classic setup to execute B and then flank Ivy. Oh, that's a nade before they even get started. That's super significant. Those nades, they make the M4s into AKs all of a sudden. Maka, lucky though. Openings all across the board. They get 3 of them to the site. That's how you want to do it. And now XSC is already flanking through CT spawn. This should really be an unwinnable round. Unless you smoke defuse this one, you're not winning it.
The only way to win this round right now for VP is to press forward. They don't realize that Exorcist is about to backstab Icy, and he pins around just in time to see the barrel of the AK in his eyeball. And 3D Max may have made us wait some significant amount of time, but they finally get back on the scoreboard and now have 3 match points, 3 playoff points.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of round you're dreaming of in when you're 3D Max. All the openings that you could possibly wish for. And you're right, they didn't know, but there was only one way forward in that 2v3 or 4 or whatever it was. They had to just move on to the site, but that's obviously not going to feel that good. Here we go. 9-12. 3D Max. They just need a single one. Another round like the last one with the openings, and it's good to go. Perfecto. Going to be flashed in around, but doesn't work. And I love this. Oh, he's going to stick around. I was going to say, once you don't see anyone, all you've done is show the enemy team that you're there. So sticking around again is potentially dangerous, but they might just want to try and see if they can flash you in for a second time. While that's happening, it's the exact same repeat. Grenades throwing down everywhere. Fame panicked in the site, and he ends up going down. And they'll get Exorcist on the other side of the map, but still, they've lost the B-bomb site.
They called VP's bluff as well, blowing open the smoke. Toro desperately needs to survive because they are a player down if he dies. And considering the lack of utility for this retake, it looks like 3D Max may be about to just move to the playoffs. Perfecto, though, is on the flank, has a chance to maybe take this round.
Yeah, but they know that he's going to be there. They can be quite sure because of where he got the kill. Oh, what a headshot. Lucky to take down Toro. Now he throws up a bit of a grenade. Nobody's looking for the flank yet, but he surely must be thinking about it. Yeah, gravity. I don't know if he saw it or not, but either way, clock's running low. Perfecto, he gets the shot here, but Icy's got the orb on the other side. Not easy to retake where the flash is perfect, but the clock is run down low. The hour is late here in 3D Max. They want this one. He gets the kill, but there is no time for the defuse. 3D Max to send VP out of the tournament.
But man, were they made to work for that. On Inferno, then on Train, but they come back from a 0-1 deficit after losing the overpass to bring it into the playoffs. Credit to 3D Max. They had some really cool calls, but I honestly think that they were losing their head a little bit towards the end of that Train. Fair play to VP for hanging on in there.
Yeah, I think that's been kind of their MO throughout this tournament, is not really giving up, even in moments when they were getting crushed a bit, when they were far behind or whatever. I think that makes me think that something is working in this VP team finally, because they've had plenty of matches, I would say. Think about the Inferno game as well, where you know you could have lost your patience, you could have kind of crashed out mentally, but I feel like they've stuck in the whole way through. It's just the fact is 3D Max are a really hard team to beat, and they're showing that right here. They've got a lot of tenacity themselves. So congratulations to 3D Max. It's kind of sick to see that they step it up here and end up beating VP. And like I think you said last time, VP ended up winning this one. So well done.
They did, yeah. 13-11 to VP last time, but 3D Max have got their revenge, even if it did start to look a little bit desperate towards the end. And like let's also be honest, like 3D Max are a top 10 team if you go off the HLTV ratings. They're up there, and really, I feel like 3D Max are one of those teams that's just really hard to break down, really hard team to win. Even if on paper you should have more star players, you should have maybe better protocols and things, they are just always going to be difficult to get the W against. And honestly, a well-deserved win in the end, but I think it's safe to say, Anders, VP, they had a certain kind of like reputation, a certain kind of feeling around them because of how they've looked in their previous iterations going back the last year or 2 years. Off the basis of this tournament, even though they haven't made the playoffs, I've been pleasantly surprised with this roster, and I'm curious to see where it goes next. It may not factor Icy going forward. Bist seems like he's going to be making a move in at some point, but I'm very curious to see where this team goes with the Perfecto's leadership.
I would agree. Yeah, it's been a directionless team where it's just I haven't even been able to summon up a story where it's like, oh, if this works out, then this is all going to be. It's just been chaos, really. But you can tell that it's early on for the team. They need more, and obviously they need their full lineup and everything else. But there is something that's working, and I don't know if it's Perfecto's leadership or whatever it is, but they seem to be harder to break mentally, whereas in some of the other VP iterations, like, not to throw all the blame on Electronic, like I wouldn't have enough insight to be able to do that, but we've seen the Electronic games where he's super mad and screaming at his teammates for mess, which I thought was funny and interesting, but might not be good for the team, right? So it seems like, in spite of a loss here, like, I kind of agree, VP come away from this looking like a team that's worth taking a bit more seriously now, and that's good news.
Yeah, like, let's be honest, kind of a facet of teams and building teams often gets overlooked. We always focus on the stats and how good players are, but it's how personalities click with each other. Like, these people are spending a lot of time around each other, traveling around a lot together. They have to have a certain synergy, and maybe Perfecto is the right guy to unlock Flit and Fame finally, who just don't seem like they've been playing at the level you'd expect. And it's not all the fault of Electronic or Jame. At some point, you also have to highlight them and say, like, come on, guys, you actually have to step up at some point, and maybe this is their moment.
I hope so. I hope that there's more improvements, more still to come. 3D Max again. I mean, I just to reiterate, I agree with what you said. They're a really strong team. What makes them interesting as well is they prep so hard for enemies. So even when they play a team that is better than them, they usually come up with some sick game plan that sometimes they're a perfect upset team for that reason. So it's gonna be fun to see them go on into the tournament. I'm really, really excited for it. And yeah, obviously we're going into the playoffs now where, you and I aren't going to be there, but I hope you guys, I'm definitely going to be tuning in. I hope you guys will as well. It's good that we get to see more Counter-Strike in China and in Asia in general. And I hope that in 26 and 7, the region is going to really start to flower a lot more. That's hopefully on the menu for us.
Yeah, I certainly hope so, man. And as ever, a pleasure to cast alongside you, brother. And thanks a lot to PGL for having us. But like you said, the group stage now is at an end. The playoffs will be around the corner. Any final words, Anders, before we get out of here?
No, just shout out to the madness that was going on in the Twitch chat as well. You guys have been great keeping us company. Definitely enjoyed that. And yeah, tune in for more CAC. It's coming up soon. Yeah, peace, everybody, and we'll see you real soon.